Hello and welcome to Slash Cinema, the show where we watch and rank entire horror film franchises so you don't have to. My name is Justin Ashley, and joining me as always is my co-host, Mark Skews.
What's going on? We're back.
Oh, it's been a bit. There was a break. I mean, the Michael Myers thing, holy fuck.
That took a lot out of us.
That was over 7 hours.
Yeah.
We did that like in an evening/night.
That's right.
That was a bit much. and you know, I would have said that was the hardest that we've worked for the show until the prep for this episode. So you're probably wondering, what the fuck are they going to talk about? I see all this Nightmare on Elm Street merchandise around them adorning the studio. But Mark, we already did Nightmare on Elm Street.
This one's in the past, right?
Yeah. So what could we possibly have to talk about? Surprise, motherfuckers! We are doing Freddy's Nightmares. That's right. We watched and ranked season 1. We are not doing both seasons.
Not yet.
Not yet. This is going to be we're going to be doing our top 5 individually, top 5 favorite episodes, and top 5
favorite.
Yeah. Favorite in quotation marks, but we're doing our top 5 favorite episodes and our bottom 5 worst episodes.
That's right.
Specifically season 1 of Freddy's Nightmares. And this, I surprised you with this.
You did.
Because we debated after the Halloween podcast. It's like, all right, what are we going to do next? Right. And you had a few ideas. We spitballed a few.
Right. Which we will probably end up doing.
Oh, we'll end up doing this until we die, probably.
Right.
Yeah, they'll find our corpses here in the chairs.
With the can still on.
Right, yeah, absolutely. Just fused to the side of our
skulls.
Right. But I kind of had this, I don't know where this came from, dude, honestly. I just had this weird bug up my ass. I'd never seen this show. It's notoriously like rare and unavailable on anything. I'm a huge Nightmare on Elm Street fan. It's my favorite horror franchise of all time. That got revealed on the podcast, no surprise. But I'd never watched the show because you just can't find it.
Unless you watched it day and date when it was running. How do you...
Right.
There's VHS copies, but it's really expensive.
And and they only did like 7 episodes.
Right.
You know,
right.
This show had 44 episodes, 2 seasons. Yeah, 22 and 22.
Right.
My God. But I didn't know anything. I didn't know much about this show.
No.
And there's like not a lot of info out there about it either. It's kind of like this weird thing. It's like an experiment. They tried, it failed. No one knows much of it. There's like this mystery surrounding it. And the studio's not helping solve the mystery because there's no official DVD release ever. And there was no official Blu-ray release ever. So you guys might be wondering, how the fuck am I holding this Blu-ray of the complete series of Nightmare? The actual show itself, it's got a stupid title. It's A Nightmare on Elm Street, the series, Freddy's Nightmares. Right. Rolls right off the top.
Got to get that Nightmare on Elm Street in there for the recognition.
And they got to add the series just to be clear. It's like, oh no, this
You're
is a
not
TV
watching
show.
one of the glorious movies.
No. We're far from the far from the silver screen onto the small screen.
That's right.
Yeah. So the anecdote behind this was I surprised you. This was a Christmas gift.
Right.
Right after we had done this podcast.
Yeah, it's mid-April right now. And that's how long it's taken us to work through just the first season.
One season.
Well,
when we did, if we for us to do this show, we got to watch all these entries, and usually within the span of like a month or two, usually like a month, really. That's usually like, I don't know, 10, 12 hours worth of content. This is 22 fucking hours because every episode is not quite an hour. It's like 45
minutes.
Yeah. But it's an hour, and it feels like it's 2 hours.
You will find out it feels like a long time.
So this was painstaking to watch the whole thing through. This was a ton of work. That's why we're not giving you the whole thing. I know you're probably like, oh, you fuckers couldn't do both seasons. Fuck you. You watch this shit, and then you fucking watch. Yeah, then you'll know.
Remember what Justin said at the outset? We watch this so that you don't have to.
Correct. You don't have to. So we are going to be just focusing on season 1 for this video. Right. Later, in the future, probably a year from now when we can stomach it again, we will watch season 2. But for the time being, you just get in the first season. So the story behind this Blu-ray, I wanted so badly to watch the show. I got a bug up my ass. I think what sparked it was we had done the Nightmare on Elm Street podcast, and I was like, I never watched Freddy's Nightmares. Like,
let's close the loop on this.
I want to know. Yeah. Like, I want to see. I'm such a fan. I'm like, show me everything. Like, I even own the comics.
Right.
I actually have. Like, I'm not even a comic collector. I have a lot of the Elm Street comics. So, like, I want.
That's dedication.
Yeah, I want all things Elm Street. And I found through a series of like marathons, Google sessions of like, how do I get this show physically? There was a fan project to resurrect the show and give it not only a complete package. So this is a fan-made Blu-ray.
Right.
Not only is it a complete series set, it has been up-converted. This is an HD, motherfucker. This is Freddy's Nightmares HD. Now, when I say HD, it's more like 720.
Right.
It's not like 1080.
I mean, you can't take what this was and make it much better.
Well, without like, actual film sources. Right. Like, I think this was sourced. Yeah. I don't know the details. I actually, I'm going to be giving a shout out because the creator of this was very helpful, giving us some technical details about what's in this package. This is a die-hard Nightmare on Elm Street fan. The amount of time and effort that this individual put into making this package is like insane.
It's a labor of love.
Oh, absolutely.
And it's gorgeous. Like, it's beautiful.
The packaging is awesome on this. We're not going to be doing a full Blu-ray review, but amazing packaging. All the discs actually have like artwork on them. They have menus too, right, which is cute. I really like the custom cover. I've seen some other variants of this. I think this individual's been producing this fan-made package for like a few years. I think this is just the most recent because I got this like 5 months ago. What else can I say about it? The way he sourced this is he had to like track down the master tapes that would have been for broadcast and then recorded those to a computer and then up-converted that using software.
Right.
So without getting like film negatives, like without actually getting the source film, prints, this is basically as high quality as you're going to get of this show. And it was painstakingly put together. The individual goes by Beefy Boy Productions.
Which will make sense.
Which will make sense once we reference it. Right. I remember when I originally found that, I was like, Beefy Boy Productions? I'm like, what the fuck is Beefy Boy? If you've watched this show, you'll get that reference. So some features that are in this package. We've got multiple audio options. We've got English, Spanish, and Italian. That's for season 1. Season 2, unfortunately, no Italian, but we still have English and Spanish. Did you do this? Did you change the...
No, not once.
Okay, I did it a few times. So I was like, show me Italian, Freddy Krueger. It was pretty fucking funny. I had
insert clip here.
Volete fare un barbecue, eh? Avanti! Avanti! Accendilo! Ti sfido, poliziotto! Avanti, stronzo! Coraggio! Preferisco bruciare che darvela vinta! Tornerò! Sono libero! Libero! Libero!
I had some good laughs at just the different audio variants. I mean, it made the show just a little bit more comedic, Right. Some other special features on top of. So you get all of season 1, all of season 2. Shockingly, as we said, there's 44 fucking episodes of Freddy's Nightmares. Did you have any idea they produced this much?
I knew about the show, but if you had asked me before we got our copies,
right,
I would have lost money if I had bet that they had more than one season of this show.
I would have said there was 12 episodes.
Maybe something like that.
Yeah, that was what in my head, I was like, they got one season, probably 10 or 12 episodes, then it got canceled. No. 44. 2 seasons. Crazy. Yep. Yeah. Once again, this was a gift that I got for you. I surprised you at Christmas.
Blew me away.
And your initial reaction was excitement.
It was until I realized a moment later what I was going to be asked to do with this. And then my excitement quickly turned to pain and suffering.
You just signed up for hours of Freddy's nightmares. Yep. Yeah. What else do I got here? So on top of the complete series on the Blu-ray, there's 2 bonus discs. Yep. Did you crack in? Did you have time?
I did.
The one is insane. Yes. Okay, so the one bonus disc has like 8 hours of extra content. The Beefy Boy Productions, this guy, holy fuck did he do his work on this. So the one disc, all it is like archival interviews, TV specials, TV promos, extended, you've got like deleted scenes from the actual Nightmare on Elm Street films. Right. You've got interviews from when they were making the Nightmare on Elm Street films. You've got behind the scenes footage. It's like any featurette this guy could find. Music videos. He's got the fucking Fat Boys music videos on there. Right. He's got the is it Dokken or Dokken?
Dokken.
He's got the Dokken, like anything you could want. If you are a Nightmare on Elm Street fan, this one disc makes this package worth it.
Right.
Like just that one disc alone, because like he is saving you fucking hundreds of hours of Googling trying to find these obscure clips. And I mean, like, amazing work.
Full credit, Beefy Boy Productions. Excellent work, especially for something like this. No one else is going to do this. So the fact that you did, whoever you are,
it's a testament to just your level of craziness. Is
right?
What it is.
Yes.
So you're just that right level of crazy.
You get the Slash Cinema seal of approval. Slash of approval.
So in case you're wondering, how can I get my hands on one of these bad boys? I am going to leave the email, the official email, to contact the creator of this fan-made Blu-ray set, this beautiful set here. So in the description, you can find the contact info for Beefy Boy Productions to buy one yourself. He is based in the U.S., but we are in Canada, and I had no problem getting it. So yeah.
Yep.
Now, that being said, I'm just gonna place that right there.
So that's the good news.
Yeah. So that's cool. That's great.
That's the great part of the show.
Then we watched it.
Yeah.
And I didn't know what to expect. I know the show was a failure, and I know that it's kind of looked like the actual creators, like Bob Shaw and
Bob Shea.
Bob Shea.
Yeah.
The producers behind Elm Street, they were involved in this. I know it's seen as a failure. Like they were not happy with the show came out. I didn't know much about it other than like people said it wasn't what it should have been. And then you go to watch it and then you're just like, oh. It's bad.
Yeah, it is.
It's not good, folks. This is from a diehard Elm Street fan. This isn't what you want it to be. So when Mark's reiterated, we watch it so you don't have to. Unless you are a diehard like myself, where you're just like, I have to own it. Like I'm glad I own this. But I want to state for the record, I will never rewatch these ever again.
That's the best way to describe it.
This will stay on a shelf and I'll go, oh, cool. I watched those once. That was enough.
I am so happy that Justin found this for us. I am so pissed that Justin found this for us.
You're right. So you struggled big time. You want to talk about this a bit? Because you were like, when we do prep for Slash Cinema, we don't contact each other about like what we're watching. So, you know, I don't message Mark and go, oh, did you see this episode or something like that? No.
Completely in the dark.
But
No.
you texted me, how many times did I tell you, I'm like, so you about ready to film? Because I finished watching these weeks ago.
Right.
I was ready to go.
I was only like 8 or 9 episodes
Right,
in.
right, out of 22. And why was that? You struggled.
Well, so you and I had a different challenge than you did. See, no one in my house is willing to watch this Drek with me. So I only really got the chance to watch these episodes at 11:30 at night on a weeknight or the weekend when I'm already half asleep.
As they would have originally aired
That's
back
right.
in the day.
Right.
Midnight block.
I have to wait until everyone's done watching television, gone to bed, and then
Mom
it's,
and
then
Dad
it's my time.
are upstairs
Yeah.
asleep.
And then it's me, and I'm just like, ugh. And some of these episodes, they are not gripping, right?
No.
So there's nothing exciting about a lot of these episodes. So you're already kind of behind the 8 ball trying to watch these, and they did not hold my attention. So there are going to be some of these that I know I've seen. I can't remember a thing about them. So it'll be tough.
This is going to be very interesting.
Yeah.
So we are going to be doing, we're going to go back and forth as we
Yep.
normally do. But this is going to get a little wild because we've decided to do our top 5 favorite. So the ones that annoyed you the least.
That's right.
And then our bottom 5. So these are the top 5 worst episodes.
Right.
We're going to do our favorites first. And then we're going to do our worst. And as usual, we're going worst to best. Worst to best. However, the funny thing, so we're not going through every episode. In case you fuckers are like, oh, rank them all. Fuck you.
Yeah.
All right? There's articles, there's other bigger nerds than us online. You can read articles. I think Bloody Disgusting did an article years ago rank them, which I went through that rank and I thought they were way off on a lot of those episodes. So
Or we're way off.
yeah, but this is my next point. This show is so inconsistent in tone, quality, production value,
Writing.
everything. Acting.
Yep.
It is so inconsistent that more than likely some of my favorite picks are going to be some of your worst picks. So, and vice versa.
Right.
So as they come up, so if I give you one of my, this is one of my best picks and it's on your worst, we're bringing
away.
it up. Yeah. So even though we are going to do our worst or our best picks and then our worst picks, more than likely it'll kind of be at the same time.
My worst list could be completed by the time Justin's favorite list is done. Yeah.
Right. Exactly. So, just one last note. I want to talk about the format of the show because this is something that you wouldn't know until you watched it. So the way Freddy's Nightmares is set up, because people are like, oh, what is Freddy's Nightmare? So it's an anthology TV show at its core. Every episode is its own standalone little plot and story.
Right.
However, they go even more in depth in that every episode is really 2 episodes.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like a 45-minute runtime, and then you get like 22 minutes and then 22 minutes. So there's an A plot and a B plot. And generally those are completely different themes, completely different main characters. They are connected.
There's usually a thin connection between them.
Thin little connection. Yep. So it's kind of like Tales from the Crypt. You know, it's a Tales from the Crypt-esque show but instead of like, it's Tales from the Crypt if you just had the one story.
Right.
Or instead of just one story, you had 2 stories. So it's like Tales from the Crypt if the Crypt Keeper showed up halfway through the episode and was like, and now here's a second tale that's slightly related to the first tale. That's this show. Right. Yeah. There's A and B. What did you, because it caught me off guard. The pilot episode doesn't do this. But then,
it kind of does.
Kind
right?
of,
Yeah.
kind of.
Yeah. I don't mind that. I know a lot of anthology shows will do that. They'll have 2 stories in each episode, right? So that's not uncommon. I found it did really hurt both stories by having to have them connected because sometimes those connections are very thin, or they try to make the connection bigger than it needs to be, and it hurts the B story. I found usually the B story in a lot of these episodes was
Suck
the
shit.
weaker story,
Yeah.
which made it difficult to rank these episodes because you could have an excellent A story with a terrible B story.
Or vice versa.
Right.
Sometimes the B story was pretty good and the A story was like, oh, what was that?
And you got to weigh that off. Like, okay, as an episode as a whole, how do I feel about it? Even though knowing half of the story, half of the episode is kind of terrible, right?
Yeah.
So I felt like it, that was something that hurt the show in a lot of episodes. The ones that I tended to like better were the ones that made that connection feel more natural, and where it kind of felt like one longer episode.
So a lot of
rather
the
than two
A
separates.
and B stories, so not every episode has completely different A and B stories. Some of them, the A and the B story is almost
Pretty
a
tight.
continuation.
Yeah.
And not often, but sometimes the protagonist in the A story is also the protagonist in the B story.
Right.
I also tended to like those episodes the best.
Yeah.
Without further ado, why don't we get into
Let's
it?
do
Because
it.
this actually perfectly translates into my number 5 favorite episode. This is The End of the World.
Tell me exactly, what did you see?
I saw the end of the world.
Do you remember this episode? This is the episode with the psychic girl that can, her dreams predict the future.
Ah, yes.
Is it on either your best or your worst?
It is. It's on my worst list.
Oh, it's on your worst. We're already there. Okay.
I have The End of the World as my number 4 worst pick. So just to clarify, we're going to count down our worst episodes 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 with my number 1 worst episode being the 22nd worst episode if I were to rank them all
In the
top
whole
to bottom.
show, yeah,
so just
right.
so that you know, viewer, how
Yeah.
we're doing this. So,
So
number
this
4.
So this is
for
your
me.
21st,
This is my 19th.
19th
Worst
overall in the whole
overall,
thing.
right.
But so really, 4th worst. You hated this episode.
Yep. Yeah, I could stand it.
Well, that's so funny. I actually liked this one. Okay, let me get into the
Yeah,
plot before
do
we
your-
start
do your
dunking.
thing.
That's hilarious. The first one immediately. Okay, so our main character is this cute blonde girl named Amy. She lives at home with her alcoholic father, which is a little over the top and comedic. It's like the holidays or something is the intro of the episode, and her father's just like, "Happy holidays, honey," and he's like getting sauced like first thing in the morning. He's depressed because it turns out he's a widower, and Amy's mother died when she was really young, but we don't really know what happened to Amy's mother. They keep that a kind of a mystery. And then Amy keeps having these recurring nightmares. Well, they're not really nightmares, they're dreams. She's having these recurring dreams, and she keeps seeing the same scene. And they show us, now I get why you hate this episode, because they show this scene like 5 times. So she keeps seeing this same scene play out, which is a woman on a ladder. She's like painting or fixing a gutter or some shot, like an eaves trough or some shit. And 2 little girls playing. And then the little girl accidentally gets inside a car. This is like at a house.
Driveway.
It's in a driveway. And the little girl accidentally knocks the car into drive out of park. And then the car runs over and kills the woman on the ladder. It's pretty obvious what we're seeing. It's like, okay, this is clearly a memory of her as a little girl, and that's her mom, and this is how her mom died, which is really sad and like kind of fucked up. That would be like very traumatic, for an
not
actual
sad
person.
enough though.
You're not going to give the show an inch. Okay. So Amy learns that, yes, in fact, this was a memory from her childhood, but she also learns, and this is where I think the episode is the best, is the A plot. She also learns that not only can she re-experience, so she's going in and seeing this, she can, if she alters the dream, because the memory, it will then be altered in the present. It alters the future. So she's almost able to time travel through her dreams. I like this idea.
Too much credit.
What do you mean too much?
You're giving it too much credit.
I thought this was a neat concept. I liked that idea that like your dream somehow is a wormhole into your past, and that like if you go back, if you have a dream of you like in your childhood and you altered something in the dream, that when you wake up, that has now been altered in the present.
Right.
It's a form of time traveling through dreaming. I don't know. I like that concept. The There's some like really dark moments though. Like, so once Amy figures this out, she's like trying to alter it so that like the scene doesn't play out poorly. And one of the things she tries to do is she like, I think she like pushes her little girl self away from the car or something, but the car still like comes out of drive, and then it runs over the legs of her childhood friend. And then when she wakes up, her friend is now like crippled in a wheelchair. Right. It's like so fucking dark. And that has that thing where she's like, "Hey, are you ready to go to the dance?"
That's really mean. You know I can't do that.
So, I'm sorry, that's my dark humor. She like calls her friend and she's like, "Hey, you ready to go to the dance?" She's like, "Why are you being so mean, Amy?" And then she's like, "Huh?" Like, 'cause she doesn't know her friend is now a cripple. And like the phone, like she hangs up and like zooms out and her friend's like in a wheelchair and just like starts crying. Right. Anyways, Amy uses her new ability to try to save her mother, the mother she never knew. I like that motivation. That's a good, clean motivation. Yep. Like I like that. It's not selfish. It's very believable. Like it's that to me is a thing. It's like if you knew you had the power to alter the future by changing the past, who the fuck wouldn't try to save people, like loved ones they lost, you know? Especially in Amy's case, because she grew up, she was so young, she doesn't even really remember this incident. She doesn't remember her mother. Like she basically grew up without a mom.
Yeah.
So she successfully is able to alter the past and save her mom, but womp womp, twist ending. Turns out that by saving the mom, the father now died. Because it was like, during that incident when the mom got killed by the car, the father like didn't go on a business trip to deal with this. But then since the mother lived, he did go on the business trip and he just like dies in a plane crash. It's like, and that's the end of plot A. That's how it starts off. Do you want me to get into plot B, or do you want to talk about plot A first?
Let's do the,
because they're very different.
Yeah.
I don't know.
There's some things about this one I do like.
This feels like a Twilight Zone episode. Yeah. It doesn't feel like Freddy's nightmares, and that's why I like it. Yeah. Because I love the Twilight Zone. Right. This is a cool what if thing, you know?
I will tell you that the idea of this is pretty good. And they did one thing that I think really helps the episode and really tends to help any of the episodes where they do this well. One of the things where this series suffers is when the writers, directors, producers, creators can't utilize the dream, nightmare, hallucination hook properly. One thing you need to know about the show is that every episode has some element of dreaming.
Somebody falling asleep. Somebody daydreaming.
They're tying it into the Nightmare on Elm Street mythos, right? The problem is some of the episodes use this hook very well, and some of them do not.
Most of them do not.
This one's not bad, right?
Yeah,
Using it almost like that
neat
sort of time travel piece, going back, trying to use your dreams to go back in time and sort of fix something. The problem is when you've got 22 minutes, right? That's not a lot of time. They show that damn scene so many times.
I think it's like 6 times.
And it's not exciting. It's so boring. I'm like, this episode is just so slow. Which is a shame because I could see what they were trying to do, but they didn't do it. Right. Like, they want to make a Twilight Zone episode, but they don't. And I think you're giving it credit for what it wanted to be. I'm not giving it credit for what it didn't become.
I'm giving it credit because, like you said, a big problem with the show is that every fucking episode is like, it's all about nightmares. Every episode is nightmares, right? Characters constantly having dreams and nightmares, but the dreams would always turn into nightmares. And every time the nightmare is something where it's like, oh, this could be a Freddy Krueger nightmare. But 95% of the time, it's not. It's not for Freddy Krueger. In case you're wondering, Freddy Krueger actually does show up in a bunch of episodes. In the show, he is the crypt keeper. So at the beginning of every episode, he does a little intro thing, and then he'll show up during the commercial breaks. And at the midpoint, when the A plot wraps and the B plot begins, he does some little one-liner pun thing. That's his role in the show for the most part. He is a crypt keeper host, but sometimes he's also the antagonist of the episode. There's a few. There's
Sometimes,
like 4 or 5 episodes where Freddy is actually the main conflict in the episode.
Mm-hmm.
But the rest of the time, characters are just having nightmares, but they're like, they're over the top, like, they're Freddy Krueger level nightmares. But that doesn't make sense if Freddy Krueger's not causing them. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And that's my problem. That's one of my biggest gripes with the show is like, it wants to have Freddy Krueger type nightmares, but it doesn't use Freddy Krueger. So it doesn't really make sense why someone would be having these over-the-top dreams that also manifest in the real world. Like, is the implication that it's always Freddy causing them? Because so many times, like, someone will have a nightmare about, like, oh, I broke my neck. And then the twist, they did break their neck. But it's like, but Freddy doesn't show up and go, like, you know, sore neck, buddy, or some shit. Like,
or, and this happens a lot across the episodes, they have nightmares or hallucinations, but then those nightmares or hallucinations don't impact the real world. They just wake up and realize, oh, I was just dreaming.
Yeah, it's like a morality dream.
Right. Which
it's meant to
really
teach them like a lesson.
Kind of sucks the wind out of the episode because it's like, well, then what was the point?
And another big problem, like we're going on a bit of a rant, but this is going to be coming up.
You'll see why it's important we talk about this.
It's very important we talk about this. One of the biggest flaws of the show, 90% of the time, you cannot tell when they're asleep, when they're awake, and it is so confusing. The lines between, and so it's like characters will act not human. Everyone acts goofy and over the top. So it's not really grounded, and very often you're going to question. You'll be like, so are they asleep right now? Because everybody's acting like a doofus, and then you realize like, oh no, he was awake for that, and then suddenly they're asleep. But like it's so confusing, and there's so
uneven,
many. It's so like in these movies. Generally, it's pretty clear when people fall asleep. Okay, now they've gone over to Freddy's world, and then when they wake up, okay, they're grounded. Everything, the walls aren't moving. There's no Snake Freddy hunting them. It's like, okay, now we're back in the room. Yep. In this show, they blend it so much where you're just like, are they awake? Are they asleep? It's so fucking confusing, and the amount of fucking false wake ups they do in this show. Oh, I'm not doing a compilation, but like the amount of times somebody wakes up.
See compilation.
No. The amount of times somebody wakes up. Oh, and then twist, they're still asleep. Yep. Oh my God. They overuse that so much that they overuse it to death. Yeah. So like the result is it makes the episodes convoluted and hard to follow. So this episode is a fucking breath of fresh air because they're not nightmare sequences. Yep. They're just straight up normal dreams, and they're using a different mechanic. They're not trying to scare you. And it's very clear when she's awake and not awake. You know what I mean? Like, I agree with you. They show that dream 10 million times. But at no point does she wake up and go like, and then she sees like the little girl version of herself running around or some shit like that. It's like, they don't pull any of that crap. It's very clearly, she's asleep. Now she's time traveling. Now she's awake. Now we're going to see what happened from that. You know?
Yeah, I ranked this one at the bottom because I wish it were better than what we got.
I actually thought you would like this episode. I actually thought this was one of the ones you were going to like.
I like the concept. I'm just disappointed. And I think you might hear that word a few times. I'm disappointed with what we ended up with because it doesn't just suck. It's terrible because I could see where we could have got with this episode if they put a little bit more time and effort into it, but they didn't. So this is what we have. So, but I will say though, shout out to George Lazenby, who was the
I have that on my notes. Yeah,
one-time James Bond actor George Lazenby.
Yes, renowned James Bond actor George Lazenby. Yeah, Her Majesty's Secret Service.
One and doneer.
Yeah. Yep. Oh, it only took one, buddy.
Yeah, that's it.
He knocked it out the first time. That was it. Yeah, he plays like the doctor.
Yeah,
he plays the doctor. I also want to give a shout out to the actress. Because it's the same actress in both plots. Yep. Amy is the character. The actress's name is Mary Conhart or Conhart. Yep. Mary Conhart. She's really good. And most of the actors in this show can't act.
Right.
She's one of the few that I think does a pretty damn good job. She's very likable. I think she's a likable protagonist. She's not like obnoxious. She's not annoying. She doesn't just cry and scream the whole episode. Yeah. I like that she tries to use her powers. Like, I don't know. I liked her character, and I like this actress.
She meant a lot to him.
I never knew her. Seems like he can never forget her. I guess that's the way it's supposed to be. But it's bad sometimes. He's all alone.
She didn't really do much else. One of her last acting credits was she played an ensign on 3 episodes of Next Generation.
Who hasn't?
Yeah, I know. Who hasn't been on Next Gen? Everybody, but yeah, that's cool. Yeah.
I will say, and I'm not sure if we're at this point yet, but this is one of the episodes where the B story really lets down the episode.
Right. So let's get to the B story.
Yeah.
The B story sucks shit.
I
appreciate kind of where it's going.
Nope.
But
No.
Okay.
It was okay. Go ahead.
You thought the first part dragged. I think the second part drags. Okay. So the twist ending happens, and then what's funny is they just continue. So it's not like the second B plot is like, okay, Amy's gonna go back and try to save both her mother and her father. Nope. Her dad's dead, and now she just lives with her mom. And she's like, well,
I'm done trying to change this.
She's like, well, no, she stops having that dream and starts having another dream, but this is the reverse. So first she was dreaming about the past and she was trying to alter it. Now she's having prophetic dreams about the future. And she's dreaming about some it's like in a military base, and it's some military guy, Officer Skews, I've got written down here.
Yeah.
And it's like this just burnt out military guy that's like on his wit's end, and he's ready to just push the nuke button.
I do feel like that sometimes. Yeah.
That's partly why they got bonus points, because I was like, Mark. He's ready to push the nuke on all of us.
It also means anytime I see anything military related in anything,
you have to criticize it.
I scrutinize it a little bit tougher
More.
than probably. So obviously this, with its $7 budget,
right?
Just
that is exactly what a nuclear bunker would look like. You are
exactly.
nuts. It looks
Right.
like just some
Right.
office building. Okay.
Right.
Okay. So she's having this prophetic dream about some military guy, and he's like, the dream is like, she keeps having this dream, but it's like they keep revealing more. But basically, the dream is some military guy like burning out and going nuts, and then like launching nukes. That's the dream she's having. She contacts the military. It's actually George Lazenby, I believe, that contacts the military for her. Doctors have this connection
Right.
somehow.
They know.
Yeah, they just have this connection.
Yes, get me Langley, Virginia.
And the military is interested in Amy because of her psychic abilities. So they actually believe her immediately because she's able to tell them one of the launch codes, and it actually turns out they check it and it was one of the launch codes. So they immediately are like, okay, we have to use this girl. We have to stop this from happening. And this is where the episode just drags, because it's just scenes of Amy sweating, sitting in a chair while military officers are around her being like, think, Amy, think. And they try different techniques. They like hypnotize her, I think, at one point. And they're just like, you got to give us more details. Give us more details. And it drags. Yep. And then at one point she goes into the same dream as the military guy, and like they're sharing a dream, and the military guy's dream is, I don't even know.
Doesn't make sense.
The
now.
military officer, I don't really get his arc. It's basically he's just stressed and burnt out. That I guess it's a lot of responsibility, like being in a nuclear bunker. Like, cause he's in, or what would it be called? A silo? Like he's where they launch it, right? So he's in, I don't know what that you would call those.
I don't think anything like that actually exists, though.
Well, no, they must have had that during like Cold War and shit, like the two guys and where they have to turn the keys and all that shit. Wouldn't have been computerized.
No, but like sitting off on their own in like a dome in Siberia. I don't know.
I don't know that. Yeah.
I mean, the thing for me was just that most of this 22 minutes is spent sitting around essentially a card table.
Right. Yeah.
I'm like, oh,
with Amy sitting in a chair.
Jeez. Yeah. It's like, an episode of Golden Girls where they're all sitting around the table talking to each other is about as exciting as this.
It's literally just the military guys being like, think, Amy, think, we need you. We need more details. And then the military guys will talk to each other, and she's like sweating, and the military guys will talk to each other and be like, oh, okay, she gave us this detail. Now we got his name. Look that up in the database. There are 4 people with that name in the data, and it just goes on and on. But I love that ending.
That it goes off, right? Doesn't it?
No. The ending is like, the ending is they get just enough information. They identify the officer. They identify where he's stationed, where he's working. They send in the MPs, the military police. He's barricaded himself in this like launch bay thing. He's like in this room where he can launch it, and he like he just goes insane for no reason. He just snaps, and he like aims a gun at like his coworker, the guy that like because it's two people have to turn the code. And he's like, turn the damn key, man. And he's like, you're crazy, man. And then the MPs bust the door open and then just machine gun him to death. And that's it. And then it ends with there's a little setup line, which is like, oh, poor Amy.
Then we can start all over again tomorrow.
Again?
Just put it out of your mind for right now. We've got a couple of other things we'd like you to look into.
They're like, well, after that was so successful, we have a few other things we'd like you to take a look at, implying like she's now basically a tool of the military.
Right.
Yeah.
We have you forever.
Right.
Right.
Yeah. It should have been a different plot.
Right.
Or maybe even, honestly, the B plot could have just been her. They could have exacerbated the A plot and been like, okay, now maybe her ability expands a little bit and she's trying to get both her parents. Like ultimate goal should have been to get both parents back. Not this military plot crap. I don't know where this came from.
Or like if you're going to do the trying to find someone before time is up, you need to kind of stretch that out a little bit more, right? Do a little bit more with it. 22 minutes, it just felt rushed. Which makes it sound more exciting.
Because
it's not.
Because it drags like fuck.
But,
yeah. Nah, it's just, the B plot sucks. But that's my number 5 best. That's my number 5 best. And that's your number 4 worst.
We're off to a good start. Just a point of clarification. So this show came out 1988.
Yes.
So that would have put it around Nightmare on Elm Street 4 or 5 time frame.
Right around this time, buddy.
So Freddy was definitely in his MTV for jokes.
Yes.
Yeah.
This is not serious Freddy. This is borderline Freddy's Dead Freddy.
Right.
This is like pop culture reference Freddy.
Goofball.
Right.
Yeah. One-liner jokes, but not like welcome to primetime bitch one-liner jokes.
We should mention, I forgot to mention this at the beginning of the show. Yep. We always ask each other a question. So the question for this episode is, what are some of your favorite Freddy appearances in the show? In no particular order, just for funsies, we're both going to be talking about our favorite Freddy moments in the show because he pops up in every episode. He pops up about 4 or 5 times. Usually two like skits though. There's like little Freddy skits, exactly like the Crypt Keeper.
Little bumpers in between episodes as well.
Right, that's a good. Yeah,
or
that's
between commercial breaks, things like that.
Yeah. So Mark Skews, what is your number 5?
Number 5
favorite of season 1.
Love stinks.
Excuse me, hello. Has everyone here stated their unconditional love for one another in no uncertain terms?
Yes, I have this on my favorites, and not far from where you have it. I have it. This is my number 3.
Number 3. Yep.
All right.
I thought this one was pretty good.
Yeah, we got one. Hey, this episode may not take 7 hours.
And it's on the right half of the...
right, yeah.
Do you want to do the plot?
Let me
summary?
do the plot.
Yeah.
I got lots. Okay, so I think you'll agree with me. The B plot is the better.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
For one very specific reason, which I knew. Off camera before we started filming, I told Mark, I go, "There's 2 we're both going to talk about for sure. Maybe 3.
Yep.
This was one of them.
Yep.
Yeah, I knew. Okay, so plot A, it opens with a commercial advertising that Beefy Boy Burgers is being, remember Beefy Boy Productions.
Right.
So Beefy Boy refers to an in-universe burger joint in Springwood, which we're going to get to that later, maybe.
Chew me.
We're going to be talking a little bit more about Beefy Boy Burgers might come up again. So Beefy Boy Burgers is shutting down, and it's being turned into a pizza shop called Cheesy Boy.
Yeah.
That's just an advertisement. Keep that in mind. this episode does a pretty good job of setups and payoffs. That was a good. So that sets up the B plot. That's not the A plot.
We're not talking about that one yet.
No,
Like, that's just
but that
they
is
show
the
it to you.
opening.
Yep.
That is the opening. Yeah. So it's in your mind, right? So it opens with our character Adam, and he's either like an early college or I think he's like a late high school kid, but he's like 18 or some shit. Most of the protagonists in this show were like late high school. But one of the neat things about the show, a lot of the protagonists are adults. That's interesting. You have a face like you don't like that.
It goes against the whole mythos of Nightmare on Elm Street.
I'm not against it.
Like-
I'm not against it. I think it's different. I don't know. I'm okay with it.
Why break your own rules? I don't know.
This show doesn't give a fuck about any rules. Yeah.
That is true.
Right.
I will give
This
you
show
that.
doesn't give a fuck about any established lore. Okay, so Adam is in bed and he's getting hot and heavy with his girlfriend Laura, and Laura says to him, "I love you, Adam." And Adam's like, "Yeah, that's great. Can we finish having sex now?" And she's like, "Well, if you can't say it back to me, then maybe we're not right for each other and you're not getting some tonight." So then she storms off all upset. And Adam, this is during a party. It's like a party at Adam's house. Right. I think it's Adam's house, but there's a party happening. And Adam goes downstairs to all the other party people. And everybody's like making out and shit, right? It's like a typical like high school party. Everybody's trying to get some. And then he meets the hot girl, who I've got two different names written down because I swear to God, I could not make out which one it was. So I've got Ronnie or Lonnie. I think it's Lonnie because to me that makes more sense. Laura, Lonnie, both L.
Right.
But it might be Ronnie. Yeah. It doesn't matter. He runs into a hot girl and the hot girl is basically just like, "Hey, let's fuck." So then they go upstairs and fuck.
So they do.
He literally just cheats on his girlfriend. And I think she says some shit where she's like, "Oh, don't worry. Like, this is just a one night thing, yada, yada." Okay. And then what proceeds is the hot girl is like a crazy psycho stalker, and she just like starts stalking and tormenting Adam, and it fucks up his relationship with his actual girlfriend, Laura. And there's like a bunch of scenes where it's like Laura will show up but like Lonnie will be there and Lonnie's like, "He's mine now, bitch." And like shit like that. And he's like, "I can't get," and Adam's like, "Oh no, I really want Laura. How do I get rid of this chick?" And it's a stupid. Yep. It's kind of whatever. The twist ending is so dumb. So so it turns out that it was how do I wrote this here? It was all under. I'm already because like even I'm like, how did this one end again? Okay, yeah, that's what it was. That's what it was. It's so fucking stupid. So it turns out he wakes up and everything we've seen up to that point was a dream, and it turns out that in the dream, the girl who was Lonnie, the hot girl, like the slutty girl,
right,
that was actually Laura, his girlfriend. So that's what she actually looks like. But then there's like a knock on his door, and then he answers the door, and his parents are there, and his parents are just like, "Oh, hey, son, our friends are in town, and they have a hot daughter we want you to meet." And then the daughter shows up, and her name is Laura, but it's actually the psycho girl.
"Oh, she's dying to meet you."
I've already got a girlfriend.
Well, maybe not the right girl, Adam. Meet Lonnie.
Hi, Adam. I've heard so much about you.
They switch places, but it doesn't really make sense. It doesn't help the story.
No, the A plot is kind of whatever. I don't know. It only had one. It has two things I like. There's a really cool body horror shot.
Yes.
And it's very Elm Street-y.
Yeah.
Very rarely. So the show is very low budget.
Yep.
They don't have a lot to work with. Very rarely do you get anything even remotely close to the god tier production value in the actual Elm Street films. This is a cool effect.
They do, and this is the reason why the A plot is enough to on the A plot its own. The A story itself is not enough to propel this episode.
No,
but the effects in this one were pretty good.
Yeah,
yeah.
There's just enough to get you to the B plot.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's a really cool body horror shot where it's like Adam wakes up in bed with his girlfriend, and because he's having like anxiety about basically being tied to this person. That's why he doesn't want to say, he doesn't want to commit to her. But he like wakes up and she's like, "What are you talking about? We are connected, sweetie." She like lifts up the cover and they're like, it's like some kind of fucking a Cronenberg movie.
Right.
They have this like weird appendage that's just connected the two of them, and it's really gross looking.
Then they start cutting it apart.
Great.
Right.
Yeah, it was well done. That was a good effect. I love Adam's over-the-top playboy dad because he's just so cartoony.
There's a lot of that in the show, though.
Oh,
yeah.
Everyone hams it up.
Yep.
Everyone hams it up. Very rarely does anyone give you a grounded performance. Right. But his dad is just like, "Hey, son," like he's like Mr. Playboy. He's like the schlubby fucking like grease ball, and he's like, "This is how you get ladies, Yeah, this is how I won your mother, I slipped to the salami." He doesn't actually say that, but like that is
That's what you would expect.
No, but that's literally the level that
Yeah.
his dad is just like so over the top, and his hair is just like slicked back. He's got like he just looks like a fat schlubby impersonation of John Travolta in Saturday Night Fever. Like it's so over the top. Anything else you want to say about the A plot?
There's Laura's head boiling in a pot. Again, just more decent effects. I felt like they put their money, the little money that they had, into actually making this look like a spectacle. They knew that the story was going to suck. They're like, screw the story. Let's just try and make this look cool. And I think that they've, for the most part, succeeded in that.
There's like some finger chopping
Yep.
too, I think at one point too.
So-
It's like kind of a bloody effect. Yeah.
It kept me awake.
But
So-
fuck all that. Let's get to the B plot, because the
Let's get to
B plot fucking is awesome.
This is one of the rare instances where the B plot crushes the A plot.
Oh, without a doubt. Okay, so the B plot. So remember I said there was a commercial for Cheesy Boy?
Yep.
Cheesy Boy Pizza is now the central focus of this. Is the main setting for our B plot. We are not following Adam. We are following Adam's friend Max, which, did you catch? He was introduced. He's right at the beginning of the A plot. It's like Adam comes downstairs and he's like annoyed because his girlfriend wants him to say "I love you," and then he confides in his friend Max.
Right.
He's just like, Max is like eating something out of the fridge.
Just like a throwaway character in the A story.
Right, but that's enough of a connection.
Right.
Again, there's very loose threads often where somebody in the A plot is just kind of like in a scene, and it's like now they're our main protagonist. So Max is like the stereotypical like lazy stoner. He's Mr. Chillax, Mr. Cool Guy. He doesn't want to conform to society's like boring 9-to-5 lifestyle, and that causes friction between him and his mom. Max dreams of going on a big surfing trip. Surfing trip with him and his friends following graduation. That's everything to him. This is what he wants.
Yep.
He is dying to go on this trip because he's all about like live life to the fullest, man. Like,
so obviously that doesn't happen at all.
no. So his mom is supposed to give him a graduation gift in the form of money to go on the trip, but surprise, his mom is convinced by her brother, aka Max's uncle Ralph, played by one Jeffrey Combs.
The one and only.
Or Combs. I don't know. Is it Combs?
Combs, I think so,
Combs. Jeffrey Combs of Reanimator fame.
Please don't add us if we're wrong about that.
Yeah.
By the way.
Who we both love. Jeffrey Combs is a frequent.
Yep.
He's always in horror films, always in sci-fi project. He's like a career character actor. I love Jeffrey Combs.
Yep.
We both love Jeffrey Combs.
Reanimator, Deep Space Nine.
Reanimator, both of our favorite horror films of all time.
Yep.
I actually had so we should say there are actual guest appearances in the show.
Yeah.
There's not a lot of them, but there are some. I didn't know this one.
Yeah.
When he showed up, I literally did a double take and I was like, no. But then
as soon as you see him, you're like, of course you would be in this.
Of course,
Right, yeah.
Jeffrey Combs would be in this. Yeah. One of the lesser. Now, you know what? I'm not going to spoil it in case it comes up. But there's
I know where you're
There's
going.
another crazy cameo in this show that was like one of those before they were famous. But I won't spoil it yet in case one of us has it. So Jeffrey Combs plays Max's like dickhead uncle, and he's just like this obnoxious do-gooder shithead, and he basically like convinces Max's mom. He's like, it would be a lot better for Max if he earned that money. Don't just give it to him. You're spoiling him. It's like he needs to learn responsibility. He needs a good foundation of what it's like to be in the workforce. So he gets Max a summer job at Cheesy Boy Pizza.
Cheesy Boy Pizza.
Yes, which is a fun setup.
Yep.
I like this setup. And basically the episode is, it turns out that Uncle Ralph also works at Cheesy Boy Pizza as the manager. So Max now has to work for his shithead uncle, who just is needlessly like mean.
It's almost masochistic with long shifts, just treats him poorly.
Overworks him, like constantly berating him. Like it's basically like the perfect example of a terrible boss, but like it's also your relative. So it's just such an awkward, shitty situation.
You were wasting time. I was hoping you'd be a little bit more grown up than this.
Look, head cheese. You're my mom's baby brother, all right? Where do you get off making judgments about me?
Someone's got to keep you straight. You know, at least I didn't take off like your dad. I made something of myself.
Oh, yeah. I can see you've really made the big time.
Hey, a business is a business. And in a year, I'm going to own this place because I understand something about responsibility. Do you? Or do you follow in Daddy's footsteps?
And what follows is a war between Max and his Uncle Ralph as Max tries to get fired because he doesn't want to work there.
No.
So Max like tries little schemes and shit. He's like, I'm going to get fired. But then like his Uncle Ralph, it's like he keeps setting it up. So it's like he almost can't get fired in a sense because he keeps like almost like playing defense between the owner and Max. So the owner never really, and the owner ends up really taking a shine to Max too. So Max is just like, fuck, I can't get fired. I'm stuck here.
He tries to turn the place into a nightclub at one point, and then it just does really well.
You're right, yeah.
So it's like, damn it.
Every attempt Max has to get out of there, Max has this scheme where he's like, I know it'll piss off the boss. He's like, I'll make a little like a hangout for teenagers because Uncle Ralph is like trying to be a shit, and he's like, all right, you're going to work the midnight shift. And he's like, for fuck's sakes. But then he's like, all right, fine. I know it'll get them going. We'll set up a little hangout spot for teenagers at night, and I'll do a pizza bar, which is not something that they even offered, which is like you get to make your own pizza. But then it ends up turning into a big hit, and then it's like super successful. So then they like congratulate Max, and then his uncle gets like jealous of his success. And then his like uncle, like because of his jealousy, he like shuts it down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like the most successful part of this new business, and he wants nothing of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We don't even need to get into the ending or anything. Well, I mean, it'll come up in a second, but like some pros. Jeffrey Combs is great.
Yep. I think he's a great example of this whole B story that the creators for this episode knew what they were doing, or this story. They're like, you know what? Let's just go wild and have some fun with this one. They didn't try to make it scary or anything like that. They're just like, hey, this is going to be a blast. We've got Jeffrey Combs. We've got a goofy idea. Surfer boy in a pizza place. We've got a crazy twist ending that is just ridiculous. Let's just have a lot of fun with it. And I was laughing and smiling the whole time.
Yeah, because it's like they're like, we got Jeffrey Combs. Jeffrey Combs will perfectly play an asshole
That's right.
like uncle. Like he plays the fuckface uncle, like the douchebag uncle so well.
Hey! Dance fever was last night. The party's over.
Look, never mind him, okay? I'll come over and explain.
No, you won't. No, you won't. You're staying right here. No, you're going downstairs to count flour sacks. That's better. Right now.
And they pair him with like the laid back, chill, just like
they played well off each other.
They had good chemistry in their scenes. And Max is a likable protagonist.
He's not bad, eh?
I like Max. I wanted to root for Max.
Yeah. This is 22 minutes that you won't waste of your life if you watch this story. Yeah.
Max is basically, he's just like a typical like 90s teenager.
Yeah.
And I think that's why I liked him. I'm a 90s kid, and I so much, I remember what it was like to be that to be a high school kid, that you just wanted to have fun.
Right.
And there's always the adults like, get a job,
I
get a job.
I don't care if I get fired. Like,
yeah, I love that attitude of like no stakes,
Right.
just, so I think he's a likable character. You want to root for Max, and I like his little schemes he comes up with to try to get fired. I think that's clever too. Some credit to this episode.
Yeah.
We have world building.
Yes.
Yes,
Yeah.
because so Cheesy Boy Pizza was so one of the cool things about the show, for budgetary reasons, they reuse a lot of the same sets.
Yep.
I don't know if you noticed this. There's like one house that's in like 5 episodes. Do you know what I'm talking about?
The big staircase.
Well, there's
right?
like the pilot house.
Yep.
The house that they use in the pilot, they use that in like 5 or 6 of the fucking episodes. They keep reusing that interior. So a lot of the sets get reused, including the restaurant set, which was previously a burger joint, and then now it is a pizza shop. That is to the detriment of the show. They're kind of forced because of budgetary reasons to keep reusing the same sets. So that's kind of a negative. But to the positive of the show, because of that, they're kind of forced. Like for the house, that one doesn't really work because they don't
acknowledge it whatsoever.
No, they're not like, oh, the previous person, they went crazy because Freddy made them run off a cliff or some shit. It's like they don't do it that way. But the town itself is kind of a character in the show.
Right.
I love those little moments. They're so few and far between, but the episodes will reference other episodes sometimes. They'll reference events, implying that like this is they're not as self-contained as you think.
Mm-hmm.
And often some episodes have sequel episodes.
You don't need to have watched them all in order, but if you do,
you get a little rewarded.
You'll be rewarded by having those little links between them.
And one of the links is they reference, I think it's the 2nd episode of the series. They reference an episode called It's a Miserable Life. And this is the episode with the kid in the Beefy Boy Burgers. And they reference without spoiling it, they reference the events of that episode. And they also reference the episode Rebel Without a Car. Because that kid also worked at Beefy Boy Burgers briefly.
Yep.
So what happens is like they just mentioned one-off. It's like a one-off line of like, yeah, the owner decided to sell after this happened to his son, and then this happened to one of his other employees. I don't know, a neat little world building.
Hey, did you hear about this place when it was Beefy Boy?
I don't know. They tell me a lot of stories. Bad things that happen here. One boy gets killed by a car. Another one gets shot. But I tell you the truth, I think I'm going to have a good luck here.
Well, the odds are in your favor.
It doesn't matter if you don't know what they're referencing, but if you do and you paid attention, right? It's a little bit of a...
I don't know. I like it. Yeah, it's good. It's good.
Little treat there for you.
There's not a lot in Freddy's Nightmares, so when they give you something, you gotta,
what you can
gotta
get.
latch onto it. Yeah. My favorite thing, we get a happy ending. This never happens. No, literally, it never happens.
Okay, we do.
No, Max wins.
He does.
He does. Uncle Ralph gets it, and Max totally wins. And
right.
That's what I like. That's my favorite thing is the fact that 99% of these episodes ends with a twist of some kind, some ironic twist of like, oh no, the person I killed was actually my brother or some shit. They're all like that, with the exception of a couple.
Yeah.
This is one of them. The protagonist actually wins, which I like. Do you want to get into how dumb the twist?
Well,
like what the twist is?
There's the secret ingredient.
Right. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
So, and I'm trying to remember. It was Jeffrey Combs' character that it was always his secret ingredient.
So Jeffrey Combs is he starts having a rivalry with Max because Max's little nightclub in the pizza shop took off. The owner's happy. Jeffrey Combs shuts it down, and then Jeffrey Combs, he introduces a secret ingredient into the sauce, and then it makes pizza sales blow up, and Max is like, what's in that? And he's like, it's my secret ingredient. I can't say. And the Max is like, well, whatever, who cares? Like, he's not, that's the funny, he's like, he doesn't even look into it. And he just happens to stumble into one of the locked up rooms, and inside he finds a bunch of dead bodies.
Hanging, yep.
And so it turns out the secret ingredient, they pull a Texas Chainsaw Massacre, and Jeffrey Combs is cutting up customers and then blending them into I guess sauce or maybe even like pepperoni or some shit, and then serving it to people.
But that was a dream, right?
Right.
And then
that would again, the show is so loose with the dreams. So that actually didn't happen.
That didn't happen.
But what did happen was they set it up at the beginning of the B plot that the owner says to Max, he's like, "Oh, this old pizza oven, it
doesn't work so.
It doesn't work like it used to. You have to watch it. If the heat gets too high, she may blow up," which makes absolutely no sense. But for whatever reason, I guess this oven doesn't have a limiter, and it doesn't have like a self turn off switch. So it's like if you see the temperature get too high, you got to shut it off. So Max falls asleep in the stock room, and then it goes too high, and then it goes supernova, and then they don't show it, but you see Jeffrey Combs like, oh, and then it just like, I guess it blew up, and then cut to Max, and he's like, now he's looking very different. He's got like a tie on. He's looking slick, and his girlfriend's like, I can't believe you made a deal with the owner. And he's like, yep, things are looking good up for me. Yeah, things are looking up for me. Made a deal with the owner. Once it's rebuilt, we're going to be 50-50 partners. So it turns out that Max's laziness blew up the pizza joint, killed his uncle, and now the owner who took a shine to Max has made a deal with him, and they are going to be 50-50 partners in the rebuilt Cheesy Boy Pizza. And Max now has a new calling.
And I believe he references that he's going to make pizzas with a special ingredient as well.
You think they set that up? Do you think they were saying that?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Maybe.
That he's going to take the idea from his dream.
I just kill people.
And put it into the pizza. I think I caught that. Maybe I didn't. But,
it might have been a tongue-in-cheek joke. Yeah. It doesn't feel like Max would do that.
Nope.
So the Max I know wouldn't cut people up and feed them to people. Yeah.
Oh, this was a great one.
This is a fun.
I'm
surprised you don't have it higher because you have what was yours?
That was my number 5. Number 5.
I'm surprised you don't have it higher. This is my number 3.
Yeah. Jeffrey Combs gets killed by a pizza cutter to the face. In one of the dream sequences.
At one point. Yeah. At one point.
Like just dumb, awesomely dumb.
Yeah, they're just having fun with it.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, and he also gets like Max in the one dream. He like punches him out and puts him in the oven.
Yes.
He just like punches his uncle, and then like Jeffrey Combs is just like knocked out, and he just like puts him into the oven, like turns up the dial.
Right.
Yeah. When he's like, it's one of his fantasies. Yeah.
No.
Fun.
Loved every bit of it.
Dumb fun. Yeah. That was your number 5.
Number 5.
So wow, we're burning through them pretty quick because that's 2 for 2 now.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. I have not done. What do I got? My number 4. This might be on your worst.
Okay.
So my number 4 favorite episode, The Art of Death.
I'm not one of them. I'm not handsome. And I'm not strong.
But you have power. Your talent. Use it. Draw her.
No.
This is the comic book one?
That's one of my mid picks. Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah. I kind of was hoping.
I didn't mind that one.
Yeah, it's fun. Okay. Yeah. So the A plot follows Jack, who is a high school kid, and he's a tortured comic book artist pining for the hot girl in school named Joan. And Joan has an asshole, dumb jock. It's like so stereotypical boyfriend. He's like just literally exactly what you think he is the obnoxious, like, get away from my girl, you wiener. Like, just so over the top. And it's like, why would this girl be with this fucking meathead? But whatever. The boyfriend sees that Jack actually has a crush on her because he starts like drawing like fantasy drawings of this girl, and the boyfriend like finds the drawings and gets jealous. And he actually like fucks up Jack quite a bit. He like beats him up and then like tries to break his hand, which I thought was like, that's pretty dark.
Yeah.
Because like he knows that he's an artist. So he like intentionally tries to like break the guy's hand.
Wreck his bread and butter.
Yeah, like I don't know. That was pretty dark. I mean, it intentionally I think it has to be that over the top so that you're like, man, Jack, I hope you fuck up that boyfriend guy.
Yep.
Yeah. So angrily, Jack draws this character, this like phantom type looking character. He's got like a white mask. It's like some sort of Avenger phantom character.
The relentless, powerful, merciless Avenger.
There it is.
Yep.
There it is.
Ha 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 ha.
But he looks like the Phantom.
Yeah.
Like he looks like sorry, not the Billy Zane Phantom. He looks like the Phantom of the Opera, kind of. He looks like the Phantom of the Opera. The Phantom of the Opera was jacked. Yeah.
Yeah.
It has a okay, sorry, yeah, I didn't continue finish the plot here. So he draws this character and he falls asleep and his creation comes to life.
Relentless, powerful, merciless Avenger!
He like looks at the drawing that he did and it's like it's cut out of the drawing all of a sudden, and then the character he created, the Phantom character, now manifests in the real world. And he coaxes Jack to draw his innermost desires and he will help them come to fruition. Which, that's a neat setup.
Yep.
I like the idea. I always love the idea of somebody creating a fictional character that then becomes real. That's always fun when you blur with those lines.
Right. But it's a trope that we've seen a few times before, right? Like,
we're going to get to this episode is very clearly inspired by something, and it's going to come up here in a second. But so what follows is like a series of like the Phantom just like keeps coaxing Jax to draw something. Jack will draw something. So like the first thing he draws is like, oh, the boyfriend gets like fucked up. And then in reality, the boyfriend gets killed in like a tragic, like some fucked up incident. It's such a dumb incident. It's like he draws the boyfriend like dying on a treadmill and then like he has a tragic treadmill accident. Who dies from a treadmill? It's like, it's so fucking cartoony. Like the idea that you could actually die from that. You know what I mean? Do you remember this?
Oh yeah, I've got it in my notes. Treadmill, treadmill death.
Yeah, because that's a real believable thing that could actually happen. Yeah, there's some funny things in this episode, that's one of the reasons I like the episode is there's some goofier moments in it. There's like, so he draws the treadmill. We have the treadmill kill. There's some funny like illustrations he does of like the jock boyfriend. It has a very Revenge of the Nerds feel to it almost. I don't know if you got that at all. It's kind of like, because there's like him and his best friend and they're kind of like the social outcast. The main guy's pretty nerdy, but there's also like the group of jocks. There's the scene where they like pants him in public.
Yeah, a little bit.
It's a little bit. I know it's not. It's like a little bit. I'm always for the nerds versus jocks plots. Like if you got that in your story, you got my interest. I won't get it. Like what follows is basically just like the Phantom character just being like, draw more, father. I think he calls him father or master or something like that. He's like, you created me. Draw more and you can have her. I know you want, now that I've removed her boyfriend, you can have the hot girl, right? And I'll get to the twist ending in a second, but I want to comment, the actor playing the Phantom, this is probably why I like this A-plot. He is so fucking over. Do you remember this?
Oh yeah.
He is so over the top. The actor's name is it's Judd Omen.
You looked it up. Wow.
I did. He is Pee-wee's Big Adventure? Mm-hmm. He is Mickey. He's the escaped convict.
Oh, wow. So he's a
veteran,
a legend.
He's been in other things, but he is hamming it up so fucking much. It's literally just him every time. He's just constantly like cackling. Like he's basically acting like a comic book villain.
This isn't happening.
The pen is mightier than the sword.
What do you want?
What do you want?
Me, I don't understand.
You will.
And the costume is terrible
Oh,
as well.
it's terrible.
Yep.
And he's just like, ha, 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 ha. Draw, Mark, draw for me, Father. Bring your desires to life. Like, that is the level we got here. And it is hilarious. It will, you will laugh in this. I also, the main character, Jack, and this is where I said, like, I think this episode is borrowing from something. If I had to guess, I would say this is highly influenced by Nightmare on Elm Street 5's character Mark, the comic book artist. It's very similar.
Which came first? I want to be, because I knew that this was going to come up.
Good question.
And
this is 89.
So
it would have been right at the same time.
The episode might have been first. But
possibly.
Either way, they were probably making the movie at the same time that the show was on the air. I like that idea.
It's very similar.
What you draw comes to life.
Yeah. But I mean, like in Elm Street 5, Mark creates the something Avenger. In this, he creates, what is it? The Ultimate Avenger, whatever.
The merciless giant. Yeah, whatever it was.
It's so similar. Like, but I actually, but you know how much I love Mark. Mark's one of my favorite characters in the Nightmare on Elm Street franchise. So that works to its benefit. I like it. There's also some cool effects. When he gets pulled into the drawing, I thought that was a pretty cool effect. They do some okay stuff.
Yeah. Again, we've seen that in the Aha Take on Me music video,
right?
So again, that one of the reasons why this one didn't finish higher for me. I didn't dislike it. I mean, it's sort of mid-table as you would expect, but I feel like we've seen this trope before. Drawing something, that drawing coming to life, and then the twist ending was.
Yeah, so the Avenger guy convinces him to like draw the girl, and then like the Avenger guy just kidnaps the girl, but he kidnaps her in the drawing world. Yeah. There's like a separate world that's like in the world of, I don't know, like fiction.
But it's not.
But
it is.
But it's not, but it is. Again, Freddy's nightmares. So she's being held prisoner in the drawing world, and then he shows up, and then for whatever reason, he has like a falling out with his creation, and then like the creation starts chasing him. And I kind of like his creative way of defeating him. The Avenger's like chasing him, and then he like takes out a sketch pad and he draws like a hole
in the ground.
Yeah. And then the Avenger guy just like falls in the hole. And then like he grabs onto his fingers, and then Max just like erases his fingers so that he just like falls into oblivion. That's kind of clever. And then he's like, he goes to Joan, and he's like, "Don't worry, Joan. Everything will be all right." Except the twist is now he's wearing the Phantom outfit. What? Makes no sense.
Yeah.
So it turns out he was doing the murders the whole time. Like it doesn't make any sense, because how did he kill the boyfriend?
Like, I guess like he draws it, then he falls asleep and sleepwalks and doesn't realize that he's actually it was that's a very thin plot point. And almost like if you're going to put a twist in there, it's the twist that everyone expects. So it's not a twist.
I didn't expect it. I was like, he is the drawing?
Like,
why? That's so fucking stupid.
Why have a twist?
It's like, what if I drew like a crazy cartoon cat, and then the twist is I dress up in a cat costume with sunglasses. Like, no, I didn't see that twist coming because it's so fucking stupid. It's a terrible twist. But and it's like, that is the twist. That's the ending, because then the B plot follows Joan.
Yeah.
Follows the victim. And she's in therapy. She's like in the hospital in therapy. Turns out this is months later now. And Joan has been, she was kidnapped by, like, in reality, she was kidnapped by Jack. And like that actually happened. So now she has like, she's suffering from like severe PTSD from basically being a kidnap victim.
That is actually one of the things that I did like about this episode, is that the A and B stories did tend to flow a little better than some of the ones. It didn't feel as disjointed because it was the B story with her is almost a continuation of the A story with him.
Yeah, this one has a good connection for sure. And Joan is a main character in the A plot. So yeah, no, it flows better. But so she's dealing with the trauma from the aftermath of the A plot, and she's like just coming out of therapy, and she's like, her doctor's like, "Are you sure you're ready, Joan? Like, you've made a lot of progress, but just to be safe." And she's like, "Don't worry, I'm going on some trip with my friends," and I don't really know the whole details here. I didn't quite get this, but Joan, she like goes to stay with her friend. I think it's Sherry, and they're staying at her family vacation home. I don't think it's Joan's home. I think she's staying with her at her friend's place, and she's like staying there basically just to like, I don't know, detox and get reintegrated into like normal life. But then Sherry and her boyfriend and her boyfriend's friend, Jamie, are going on a ski trip, and they're going to be leaving Joan alone at the home. But I don't think it's Joan's house. It might be.
It's not.
No,
Yeah.
I think it's Sherry. I think it's the friend's I think it's the friend's like family vacation home.
Her psychologist like wants her to go and just be somewhere else.
Right.
Yeah.
It's like, go be with friends, right? And then so they
obviously abandon her.
Yeah, so then they immediately leave, and they're like, "Are you sure you don't want to come skiing and like get out?" And she's like, "No, I just want to stay here." And the gimmick in this episode is that because of Joan's PTSD, she has developed severe claustrophobia to a cartoonish level.
Yeah.
Yeah. But what happens is they leave her at the house, and Joan's friend's boyfriend, Jamie, boyfriend's friend. So Joan has a friend named Sherry. Sherry has a boyfriend whose name I don't remember. He has a friend named Jamie who they also invited on this trip, and he just randomly shows up at the house when Joan's alone, and he's like, "Oh, I forgot something. Hey, Joan, it's Sherry's friend Jamie. Like, can you let me in? I just forgot something." And she like lets him in. He instantly turns into a fucking monster.
Right.
Where is it?
Where's what?
Look, I really don't have time for jokes. Just find the book and leave.
Oh, yeah, sure. Sure. I'm not gonna stay long. Just gonna use the bathroom, maybe make a few phone calls. So, did he keep you in something like this?
Excuse me?
The guy! You know, the guy who kidnapped you. I mean, did he stick you in the closet?
Like, the second he crosses that door, he is now a different character. Because first there's a little introduction, and he's like, "Hey, I'm Jamie. I'm a nice guy." But then he comes back, and he's just like instantly a piece of shit.
But see, here's where I think the show fails, because I think she imagined that. I don't think it's real.
I agree with you.
Yeah.
But again, Freddy's Nightmares does a terrible job of showing you when someone's asleep and when they're not. And this is a perfect example because the way this episode plays out, it's very believable. It's like, oh, all that shit happened.
Yep.
Because what follows is basically this Jamie guy just proceeds to torture her for like 15 minutes straight.
Right.
He basically just like, it's like one of those cringy, uninvited guest type scenarios where he's like, she can't get rid of this guy, and he's just like so over the top. He is hilariously over the top in this. Like,
he goes from 0 to 100 immediately.
Make me something to eat. And don't make me none of this crap either. I want something that's gonna roll off my tongue. Move!
Right.
And constantly.
Right.
Like,
yeah.
he's just constantly berating her and like teasing her and being cruel for like no reason.
Right.
He's like, what do you want me to leave? Huh? I thought we could get to know each other. And he like molests her. Like, oh, I guess I can't say that word. He like, no, I don't know if I can say that word. I'm going to keep it in. I'm not sure. Maybe this video won't make any money now. But he's like just groping. He like gropes her and shit. It's so uncomfortable. And it just goes on.
And it's all in that closet. Like, that closet is just, I've had a hard time finding a closet to be a scary beast.
Well, it's like, it's supposed to be claustrophobia, but they really only do like 2 shots of her actually having a claustrophobic thing.
Yep.
Most of it is just this dude torturing her for no reason, and that's kind of why I love this episode. In case you're wondering, again, it's one of my favorite episodes, and it's my favorite episode. It isn't good. It's a terrible episode. They're all fucking terrible. But it's one of those, it's so bad that it's good.
Yeah.
The first part, that Phantom character is just so fucking cheesy and over the top. I was howling laughing. Every one of his scenes made me laugh. Every delivery of his was great. In the B plot, the Jamie guy, I should have looked up the actor's name. All the credit in the world to him, because he's such a piece of shit, and he's just so needlessly evil.
Yeah.
He's like, at one point, I think she like wants to eat something. He's just like, I'll tell you when you're allowed to eat something. Like,
yeah, but then they completely undo it when you realize that it never happened, because he shows up again for real. He knocks on the door. He actually comes by to pick up some book or something. And he's like the nicest guy.
Right. And I don't care. Who cares? It's Freddy's Nightmare. Who gives a shit?
But it's just like, okay,
there is no logic in half of these episodes. Who
like
cares?
the last 8 minutes I just watched, you just completely
Didn't
nullify
happen.
it.
No, but here's the thing, Mark. They did happen because they filmed it, so you got to watch it. So you got to watch a stupid thing happen.
Right, but even in the movies,
you can't buy into the plot. Like, their plots don't matter.
Even in the movies, though, when it's a dream, it happens. Right? Like, the whole idea is that in Nightmare on Elm Street, if you die in your dreams, you die for real.
Yeah, in Freddy's Nightmares, whatever the episode wants the dreams to do, that's what they do.
If it's a dream, sometimes it's just a dream.
So, yeah,
right, like,
or
then why am I here?
Because it's Nightmare on Elm Street related. That's
right.
why.
The series.
The series. Nightmare on Elm Street, the series, aka Freddy's Nightmares. Rolls right off the tongue. The only other positives I'll have to say, in the first A plot, I like the comic drawings.
Yep.
Whatever artists they got, those were pretty good, actually. There were some cool comic panels they did.
As a comic book kid, I'll give him credit for that.
I'm a sucker for anytime they do, and I've seen this shot done in many different shows and movies. Anytime they do the shot of the main character's fate is now captured perfectly in the final panel.
Right.
The final panel shot is Jack being like, no, and they have that panel.
Yeah.
Love it.
Yep.
That never gets old to me. Keep doing it.
Yep.
Creators, keep doing it. I love that. I love that idea.
It reminded me of
like you are now a victim to your creativity.
It reminded me of the Tales from the Crypt show, which came after this, which was heavily inspired, maybe not so much in the content, but in the formula, right?
Nope. Tales from the Crypt would not exist if not for this. Freddy's Nightmares paved the way.
That's right.
It was a trailblazer.
Yeah, it was.
We would have never gotten we would have never gotten X-Files.
Yeah.
We would have never gotten Lost. The Sopranos, in fact.
Breaking Bad. Let's just list every show that came after. Yeah. No, the Crypt Keeper would always sort of start with his little thing, and then he'd show you the cover of the EC Comics comic book, and then the characters would kind of take over, right?
Yeah.
Like, it would sort of blend into real life.
And that's fun. That's never not fun, right? Yeah. I also like the little wraparound ending to this. I don't know if you remember this. So it ends with like, okay, yeah, it was all a dream, and Joan like has a nervous breakdown. But then they do this little mind fucky thing, and it makes no logical sense in the episode, but I still thought it was kind of clever.
Yep.
She's getting stretchered back into the hospital where she was at the beginning of the B plot, and she gets stretchered right by. Do you remember?
No, I don't.
She gets stretchered by herself from the beginning.
Oh, that's wild.
Yeah, there's they do a little bit of a Mobius effect.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like she's getting stretchered back into the hospital now that she's like had a nervous breakdown, and then she goes right past her at the beginning of the episode getting discharged from the hospital.
So in the beginning of of that story, and she's being discharged, did they have a scene of somebody being wheeled in?
I don't think they did.
Well, that would have
been amazing, but I don't think they did.
And in typical
Freddy's...
Freddy's...
And if they did, I will cut to that right now.
Yep. In typical Freddy's Nightmares fashion, it was you the whole time. They love this idea.
I know. Yeah, I know.
It was always you from the beginning.
So that's my number 4.
Yep.
That's my number 4. So I've already said my 5, 4, and 3. So what do you got, Mark? Is this number 4?
My number 4.
Yeah.
Yep.
Number 4, best.
Best.
Yeah.
My number 4, Killer Instinct.
Chris, run faster. Faster. Mom? Win for me, Chris.
Trying, Mom. I'm trying.
Track and field.
This is one of my meh picks.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is the Lori Petty episode.
It is, yes.
Yeah. I'll let you take away the plot. It's okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
So this is an earlier episode.
Oh,
in
very
the series.
early. It's like 4 or 5.
Yeah, and I felt that it kind of started to redeem the show a little bit for me because some of those initial episodes were really hard to watch. But this one seemed fairly straightforward. It was a fairly understandable story. They utilized the hallucination or out-of-body experience hook properly. It had a bit of a monkey's paw element to it. You find this. So the Lori Petty character, her and her, I guess, friend, are competing track and field
They're
stars.
rivals. They're rivals,
right?
yeah.
Lori Petty's character, her mother died. She was also a track and field star. And
Like
she's
a prodigy or something.
And she's kind of living with, being in that shadow and the depression that's sort of come as a result of that. And Lori Petty's character, I'm trying to remember what her name was.
Lori. Her name was
Is it
Lori.
actually Lori?
No, I don't know, but who cares?
It is now. She was great, but she started falling off. She's not as fast as she was. She's not as good at running as she was.
She's like hitting a plateau,
That's right.
which is what a lot of athletes experience. So she's like, I need that thing that
her rival is getting better and is starting to beat her.
A better title for this episode would have been Killer Edge.
There you go. Sure.
Not Killer Instinct, because it was Killer Instinct, right? I think Killer Edge.
Yeah.
I just need that killer edge to get me over the top.
And so her coach, who, one of the high school teachers at the high school, who was obviously, who knew her mother, has the unenviable job of cutting her from the team. You're not fast enough anymore. I got to cut you loose, right? So totally crushing this girl at the worst possible time. But while cutting her from the team, she also gives her a necklace that used to belong to her mother. And this necklace has powers. When you're wearing it or you're holding it, whatever you imagine happens. Like it has the ability to kind of bring your...
It manifests your desire.
Right, yeah, into real life. And
it's actually exactly like the Jack drawing the thing.
Right.
Yeah, it manifests it, but it's never exactly, it's a monkey's paw. Yeah.
You don't get quite what you ask for.
Yeah.
Right? But one of the things that I really liked about this story is that our quote unquote hero is a terrible person. Normally the stories that we have in this show, your main character is a protagonist. They're a hero.
And they're usually victims.
Right.
She's not the victim.
She is the villain.
Right.
In this
big
story.
Big time.
And she uses the power of this thing in the worst kind of way. Making herself faster, doing terrible things to her rival. So I just thought the A story in particular was really tight. They didn't waste any time with it. I could follow it along, as you've seen from what we've talked about already. A lot of these stories don't make sense. This was a simple idea. I thought they did it very well. I thought it was a good type of story that you would expect to find in an anthology short story Hollywood series or horror series like this.
I appreciate that it doesn't rely on dreams to be the thing. So the dreams in this episode are more like fantasies. And it's not, and again, it's not her having a fantasy of like, oh no, this is happening to me. It's more like, I fantasize that bitch gets it. Like that kind of shit. Mm-hmm. She's having it's basically like intrusive dark thoughts. What I don't like is that we have this magical totem that exists now in the Nightmare on Elm Street universe Why?
Oh, dude. But you just finished telling me how, yeah, but you can draw things and they come to life.
Right.
So
yeah, but I said that episode's so stupid that I like it. This episode isn't quite dumb enough. That's the problem.
Yeah, it takes itself seriously.
Yeah, a little bit.
That doesn't work.
That doesn't work for me. I need more goof. I need more stupid, you know. I don't even remember the B plot. It follows the boyfriend or
so
because the B plot in this was way weaker from what I remember.
Essentially, our Lori Petty character dies.
Which that is a...
Do you remember how?
It's so stupid.
She gets her head cut off?
No, but not actually.
Not actually?
Yeah, but not actually. I still don't understand what was happening there. Yeah.
Either way, she dies, and the rival character who comes across this necklace, like she ends up having it and kind of wills Lori Petty's character to die. So now the B plot is her kind of feeling guilty for that and feeling like, did I really do that? Was that my fault?
But I think it was supposed to be she unintentionally did. I don't think she she didn't know what the thing would do.
Right.
So it's like she just has the locket, but then she was like, man, I wish that bitch would just die or something. And then she
lo and behold,
die.
it happens, right?
Yeah.
So the B story follows her and Lori Petty's boyfriend, who's just kind of guilting the heck out of her, right? She's trying to kind of get forgiveness from him. Trying to see if there's any other notes that I have. Involves Lori Petty's boyfriend after she dies. Bob Shea plays the minister at the funeral.
Right.
So if you want a little cameo there.
That's right. Yeah.
Reference to Lori's to the boyfriend and the rival runner being kids of Springwood haunted by guilt and by Lori's corpse. So Lori's corpse kind of keeps coming back in her visions, right?
Yeah, I hardly remember this B plot. I remember the A plot vividly. The B plot I don't remember. Would you remember? Was there like a twist ending to this one?
She ends up killing. I think she kills the boyfriend with a trophy. So he she goes nuts.
It's stupid.
And then she just
it's stupid.
That's awesome.
It's awesome, is it? Oh, it's awesome. Yeah. I like how Freddy's Nightmares is at the same time.
Yes.
It is both terrible and stupid and awesome and fun. Make of that what you will.
So you know what? Maybe you do have to watch it.
No, but okay. If you're actually gonna watch Freddy's Nightmares, watch it with someone.
Yeah.
Because I know what you experienced, and my heart goes out to you.
Yeah, it was tough.
But in a sense, I watched it in that this is how you should watch it now. The proper viewing is with a friend, laughing your ass off at how bad the show is.
Right.
At just how cheesy it is.
Yeah.
You watched it in what would have been an authentic experience of like, okay, no one else is around now. Mom and dad are asleep. I've got the TV to myself. It's close to midnight. Because I think this show ran at like 11 or 12 o'clock at night.
Yeah, we should look that up.
I'm pretty sure it was a late time block. It was not like an afternoon show.
Yeah, for me, these actually had to stand on their own as horror stories.
Right.
Right. Whereas
Like,
for you, they could just be
whatever.
a good time.
Right.
Right. I think if we watched them together,
dude, Art of Death,
our list
man.
would have been completely
Oh,
different.
Mark.
Yeah. So
that was what?
That was my number 4.
Number 4
best favorite.
Okay. My number 2, which I'm worried is on your worst, but I love it. It's a Miserable Life.
Oh, God. Oh, beefy boy God. Hear our prayer. Won't you accept this sacrifice and grant us fewer hours this weekend? I will sample your sacrifice.
No, it's not on my worst list. Let me just check. Where do I have that?
Is it a mid? I thought you would hate this episode.
Number 9. So yeah, it's mid.
Okay. No, number 9. That's actually pretty high.
Yeah, I mean, it's
that's not bad.
top half, but it's not in
that's
my
not bad.
top or bottom 5. Yeah.
I really like this episode.
Yeah, it was fine.
It's got a lot of good things to it. Fuck your fine.
Yeah.
It's better than fine, damn it. Okay, so the A plot. So remember we said we were going to talk about Beefy Burger. This is like episode 2.
This is actually, yeah.
This is the introduction of Beefy Boy Burgers, like Beefy Boy Productions. This is where the name comes from. So Beefy Boy Burgers is a family-run burger joint that's been in the family for seemingly like a few generations or something like that. Brian is our main protagonist, and he is a young man working at said burger joint owned by his father, his overbearing father. Brian wants to move on with his life and enter college. So it's like, the implication is that like he's been working at this burger joint since, he was able to, like, all through high school, and he's like, I want to move on. But his overbearing father pressures him to reconsider college and join the family business, running the burger joint. You know what? That's not as stupid as it sounds. That's actually a believable setup. A lot of parents guilt their children into buying into the family business and like, hey, it was good enough for me. It put you through, it fed and clothed you for years. It's good enough for you too. Don't just turn your nose up because it sounds like, it's just a burger joint. Yeah. It's like, hey, there's money you made. I see that. His father definitely takes it too far and is very overbearing, but I like that's a very relatable setup. It's a very relatable situation that he's in. So Brian is stressed because he simultaneously doesn't want to disappoint his father, but he wants to move on with his life. And he confides in his girlfriend, played by, do you want to say it?
Lara Park Lincoln.
That's right.
Yes.
From?
One of my personal favorites, Friday 13th, Part 7.
Tina, the psychic girl.
That's right.
From Friday Part 7. That's right. That's actually why I thought this would be one of your top picks, just because of her. A fun guest character. Yep. Fun guest character. So that's his girlfriend in the A plot. In the B plot, she's actually the main character. We'll get there. And Brian, one night while working, his father's like, I need you to work the graveyard shift, which is hilarious. It's like, what burger joint would be up all night? What
burger joint shouldn't be open all night?
Right, all night. Not open till like midnight or 1 a.m. All night.
They should all be open all the time.
Yeah, so he has to work the graveyard shift. And what happens is like Brian just being bored at work, and then out of nowhere, this weirdo on a motorcycle shows up, and he's seemingly shot by the man. Mm-hmm. He like pulls up to the window and like pulls a gun and shoots at Brian. And what follows is a series of dream sequences that hint at Brian's fate, but you're not 100% sure. The whole A plot is basically, after that initial 5 minutes, it's like 15 minutes of a fever dream of like all these weird things happening, and they keep putting in these subtle little clues. Like Brian will be like standing there like in the dream thing, right? And all of a sudden he'll start bleeding, and then like he starts hearing like the motorcycle sound like in the dream, and they keep like flashing back and alluding to what his fate, like what might have happened. Like, was that? And the question is, which was real? Was the motorcycle bit the dream, or is what he's dreaming the dream? And they play it along, I think, pretty well. I think they do a pretty good job of playing it off. It's also so now getting my like pros and cons. It's a fun title. It's a Miserable Life.
Yeah,
I like that. I every time, like when I would, because you try to remember the names of episodes, you'd fucking forget.
Right.
A lot of them are just kind of whatever. I like that one. It's a Miserable Life. It's easy to remember. Obviously, a take on It's a Wonderful Life.
Right. Yeah, it's fine.
It's a cute, fun little title. We've got not one, but 2 Friday the 13th alums. Did you catch the second one? Probably not. It's not like a main character in Friday the 13th.
No.
Okay, so in the second part, there's a nurse character played by Nancy McLaughlin. She is a character in part 6.
Oh, okay.
She's the, when there's like the 2 people driving like the car and they run into Jason.
Oh,
and he, like,
yes.
that's that
American
girl.
Express.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's that girl. Yeah.
Okay.
So she plays a psycho nurse in the second part.
second one.
Yeah. So you
Yep.
actually have 2 Friday the 13th alums in the B plot.
The B plot.
That's pretty cool.
Yep.
I really like the setup for this episode. I think like the setting of a single character isolated, working alone, the graveyard shift at a fast food joint is a really fun setting. I like that premise. Now, we talk about Freddy's Nightmares where it's like it has great ideas sometimes, but it just doesn't have the budget to pull them off. This could totally work given money. Like this could have been awesome. Like even as like an indie film, like I love single location films. This could have worked really well. The idea of like you're at a fast food joint, you're alone, it's at nighttime, you get like any kind of weird you're kind of exposed, but like you're inside a building, but you're not really safe because it's a public building. You're kind of open to the elements.
Yep. I used to work at a all night video store.
Yes. Here we go. Yes.
So and one of the things about this episode that did hit me is when the person before you leaves for the night and you know you're by yourself, right? So he always kind of starts his shift taking over, or he's working with somebody, but then the other guy like goes home and he realizes like, okay, that's it. You know, from now until, I don't know, tomorrow morning or whenever he actually finishes his shift, he's all by himself. And that's a good environment to host a story like this where you're on, like you said, you're on your own, you're isolated. Whatever happens, it's on you to deal with, and no one is coming to save you.
That's right.
So yeah,
I
like
also
that.
like the idea that like he's got like this voice box, but it's like outside.
Right. You can't see who it is.
You
before
can't
they,
see.
Yep.
Yeah, right. You can't. You can hear them. They'll talk in the voice box, but you can't see them until they pull up to the window. There's also some like fun shots of like he's just bored, so he starts like playing with the things. And I actually appreciate there's a scene where like seemingly it's his friends, Brian's friends pull up, and it's like it's so like on the nose, but it's like this like jock looking guy and like he's got a couple babes and they're like in a Jeep with like no top, and it's like, hey Brian, ditch work, come out and have fun. And he's like, I can't, man, my dad will kill me.
My dad's place. Yeah.
And you know what, I actually appreciate the fact that they pull up to the window and he's like doing something stupid. They laugh, but they don't actually just like bully him.
No,
I actually like that. They don't bully him in that scene. It's basically just like, all right, man, like we'll let you go. It's like, oh, okay.
They don't try
so
to
they were
peer pressure him into actually.
right, but it was like, oh, that actually, like, maybe those were actually his friends.
Yep.
It's like, okay, that's cool. Like that. Again, this would have been a really cool setup for a movie.
Yep.
A really could had they had some actual money. I think the concept of like one of the things that sucks about this show is it a dream? Is it not? When is it? When isn't it? For this one, it actually kind of works because the idea is his fate is unknown. You don't actually know. Like, did he just fall asleep when he was on his graveyard shift and like he's playing this out? Was there even a guy on the bike? Like, I think it works for this one.
So I'm going to counter that.
Okay.
And say I totally understand what you're saying. One of the problems that I have with this particular episode, and I think if it had appeared later in the season, I would have given it a higher score. I didn't give it a bad score. The problem is it's the second episode. And if you know about the first episode, this is essentially the first episode.
Yeah.
Right? So you don't know anything about the series.
You don't really know the formula yet.
Right. So all I know is Nightmare on Elm Street. If they're dreaming, it's happening. I don't yet know that, okay, Freddy's Nightmares, it's a crapshoot. You roll the dice. Maybe it's happening. Maybe it's not. I started to accept that more in the later episodes. But when I've watched this one, because I watched them in order, I didn't get that. So when he gets shot in the dream, I'm like, oh, that sucks. Only to find out, oh, it didn't happen. Like, so I wasn't prepared for the pulling the rug out from underneath you style that this show was going to repeat over and over. Right. I think if you watch it later, once you realize that that's absolutely possible with these episodes, I would have appreciated it a little bit more. But having watched it right away and then only to find out that, oh, things can happen in your dreams that don't happen, I was disappointed in that.
This show doesn't use the Nightmare on Elm Street formula.
Right.
It's not interested
Yeah.
in it. It's its own thing.
And the other thing too
yeah,
is
once you know that, you're like, okay, so every episode's just whatever.
so if you're starting to watch this, understand that.
Know
right?
that. Yeah.
Just because you see it
doesn't mean it's actually
doesn't
happening.
mean it's happening.
Just because
right?
somebody gets stabbed doesn't mean they're going to wake up with a stab
Right.
wound.
There's no
Except for when they do.
Right, except for when they decide to absolutely do what Nightmare on Elm Street is built on, right? So again,
Freddy's nightmares, buddy.
yeah, it is what it is. The other thing too that I found that this episode suffered from is, again, because it's so early in the series, one of the things that I unfortunately did was when you start watching something, you don't have a choice, but you start to compare it to other things that you've seen that are similar, right? So I started thinking about, okay, so this is kind of a anthology series in the same vein as like Tales from the Crypt or Tales from the Dark Side or
Night Gallery.
yeah, any of those kinds of, short, either movies that have, creep show, that kind of thing. You can't do that with this show because it always comes dead last. And it took me a few episodes before I realized, hey, stop comparing this to other similar shows and movies.
I think you could compare it to similar low budget anthology shows because there's some bad ones out there that have some neat ideas, but
it's
money.
No Tales from the Crypt.
No,
it's
nowhere near the A tiers, but I'm
Right.
saying there's like some like a show like Monsters, for example. You ever heard of that one? That was yeah. It's a very meh show. It's about that quality, I would say. It's about that level.
So I feel like if I had watched this one later on in the season, it probably would have scored higher.
Yeah.
But because it's literally...
It's not far off your top five, though. 9 is not
9.
far off. Yeah, it's not far off. Well, back to my positives. Brian's dream sequences are fun in this.
Hey, Brian, you don't mind about me and Karen, seeing as how you're gonna be here forever.
Besides, I never really liked the meat in this place anyway. Hey!
Yeah.
You know where I'm going with this.
Once you realize that they're just dreams. And
So
you can,
his so he keeps dreaming. His parents, they're so over the top in this, and basically it's like his recurring dream is he keeps waking up in his bedroom and then he'll go into the kitchen and then his parents are just like acting fucking weird and they're just like messing with him. And there's some great little moments in it, including one of the most iconic moments probably in the entire series. No joke. They introduce the earworm that is the little slogan / theme for Beefy Boy Burgers.
It's time for the Beefy Boy jingle. Chew me, eat me, you can't beat me. 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 Chew me, eat me, you can't beat me.
Chew me, eat me, you can't beat me. Chew me, eat me, you can't beat me.
And to the fine creators of this Blu-ray disc who have inserted that as the sort of the main menu overlay, it keeps playing over and over. Every time you go to turn it on, you're going to hear it.
Yeah.
Oh God, you're going to get sick of it.
Yeah.
Good job though. Good job. But oh man, it hurts.
I like it. It's a fun little moment. And actually, that's actually one of that's my favorite moment in this episode is, so the whole thing is like in the dream, his parents keep being like, Brian, you need to come work for the family business. He's like, you can't escape it. This is your destiny. And like he's like, no, I'm gonna go to college, mom. And they're like not even listening to him. They're just like singing the theme of the, like, it's just so cartoony. They're like singing the little what's the word I'm looking for? Jingle. The little jingle for the burger joint. And then he's like, no. And then it cuts back to him, and he has now turned into the Beefy Boy Burger logo. That's a great shot.
Ridiculous, but ridiculously awesome.
You know what I'm talking about? Where like his hair is like slicked up and he's like, that's a fun shot. Yeah, I like that. And then let's go to the B plot.
Yeah.
To the credit of the episode, we get a concrete answer in a Freddy's Nightmare episode, very rarely do they give you the concrete answer of what happened. It's very ambiguous where it's just like, oh no, or maybe not. Yeah. No, I like this ending.
Yeah, it is important to note Brian and Karen, they do get shot.
Yes. So
yeah.
We have all this dream shit, and then it hard cuts, and it's not dreamy at all. It's like a still shot. You see a guy on a bike, fucking point blank shoot and kill. Shoots Brian.
Yep.
We don't know if he dies, and then shoots his girlfriend Karen because she was coming up to visit him.
Yep.
Yeah.
And it doesn't really tell us why.
No, it's just some maniac.
Yeah, which okay, like
Whatever.
why though? Like,
it's because. Decades of very loose gun laws in the States have allowed maniacs to purchase firearms and
drive up to drive-through windows.
But they didn't have time in a 40-minute episode to give you all that backstory. But
and again, another reason why the A story was a little bit meh. I'm like, why did this happen? But okay, fair enough. Yeah, B story. They're both shot.
Yep. And Karen, so now we got, what's her name again? It's Lar
Park Lincoln.
Lar Park Lincoln, who is really good in this.
Yeah, I thought she was good. Yeah.
We said most of the actors kind of ham it up. Some of them kind of sucks, She's actually acting.
She took it seriously.
Yeah, she took it seriously. Yep. That's the way to say it. She takes this seriously. I got a lot of like Tina vibes from Friday 7. Like just in some of the shots where like she's being manipulated by the doctor. It reminds me of how she's being manipulated by her own personal doctor. It's very similar kind of feel to it, but she's really good in this. Her plot is, it's immediately right after she's rushed to the hospital, goes into emergency surgery, and she is now in recovery in, I guess, the emergency wing, or what would it be? Intensive care, like the intensive care unit of the hospital. And what precedes is she's basically just having a series of nightmares in the hospital in general. Like they're not really specific about anything, but I guess you could say the theme is her anxiety about hospitals, which is a great setting in general. We talked about this in Halloween 2.
Yep.
Hospitals are creepy by nature.
Yep.
Because you don't know if you're getting out, when you're getting out.
They're foreign.
They're vague on it. Like often it's very frustrating where you're just like, I just want concrete answers, but no one really gives you a straight answer.
You're never in there for a good reason.
Yeah. It's definitely weaker than the A plot in my opinion. But
I agree.
What it has going for it. So the whole thing is like, she doesn't know. She just sees fucked up things happening in the hospital and she doesn't know what happened to Brian. Which I like. That's a nice touch. So she has a lot of anxiety about like the fate of her boyfriend. She doesn't know. She keeps dreaming that like the hospital staff are just being like weird and cruel to her, and like they do fucked up shit. And she's like, "What is this? I don't understand." And that's really the whole thing. Yeah. It's like 18 minutes. It's like 2 minutes of initial, and then 18 minutes of her just having like a series of. And they do the fake wake up like 5 times in this, where it's like, oh, she woke up and now she's in the hospital bed. And it's like, oh, no, that nightmare is still going on, right? But what you do get, though, is you get some really cool visuals.
The set is pretty good. Yeah, I feel like that's where they put their money.
Yes,
yep.
And they pulled it off. You get some really cool visuals. We got a cool shot of her mouth is sewn shut at one point. That was a cool little visual. I liked that. A neat little thing, a neat little visual thing. The biker that shot her and her boyfriend, he plays an orderly in the hospital.
Oh, I didn't catch that.
Yeah. One of the orderlies is the biker, and they keep showing him, and he like looks in and he's like, like, yeah, that's a nice little touch. A lot of the way they shoot some of her nightmare sequences in the hallways, it's shot and filmed. The cinematography is very much like a Nightmare on Elm Street movie.
Right.
Like some of these shots, you very much feel like, oh, this could have been in a Nightmare on Elm Street film. Like they definitely could have done this, They could have had some hospital nightmare sequences,
I feel like this was a good sort of concept demonstration, but it didn't really have much meat to it. Like they wanted to showcase, hey, here's what we can do if you wanted to give us money to make a movie. But it's 22 minutes of kind of showcasing cool things, but it's not really telling a story. And I think that's where it kind of let me down.
It's just a series of nightmare sequences.
Right.
That's literally
Right.
what it is. It's almost like a demo reel.
Yeah, exactly.
But it's good. It's
all
good.
right. Yeah, it's fine.
Brian makes a return.
Yep.
I like
Yep.
his scene. He shows up, but he's got like a bullet hole through his head.
Yeah.
And he's like, "Am I alive or am I dead, Karen?"
Yeah.
Like, I like that. That was a cool because I mean she doesn't know what happened to him. The ending sucks though. So the ending is just like she just actually wakes up, but she's like crazy.
Yeah.
And then the doctor's just like, oh, she can't get over it or some shit. I don't know. It's a fizzle out ending.
It's what they do when they don't have a good way to actually end it. They just let's
fizzle it out,
make her crazy,
fizzle it out.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a fizzle out ending. Yeah. That is my number 2 favorite. Moving on to your, what is this, 3 or 4 or 2?
So let's see. My number 3 favorite.
All right. I only have one left in my favorites because you knocked 2 of mine off. Maybe this will be one of my worst. Speed things up.
Missing persons.
What? You've had your fun and now we're history?
Low fiber, high fat. No one's perfect, bubblehead.
Yeah, who you calling heart attack food, roly-poly?
It's just an expression.
All is forgiven. Yeah, sure. Come on over and finish us.
You want to?
Come on.
Oh, I hate this episode.
Is it on your
It's
worst?
not on my worst,
Okay.
but it very easily could have been. This
Yeah.
is the spy one, right? This is the second. The plot.
The B story.
The B
is,
story
yeah.
is yeah. This would be like maybe my 6 or 7.
Yeah.
Like yeah. Go ahead. I don't like this one. Wait, is this the A plot with the babysitter?
Yes.
Okay, so the A plot is fun.
Yep.
It's that B plot that is just
kind of
drags.
Yeah.
But go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. So, missing persons. We've got a high school girl. I mean, everyone's in high school in this show, unless they're not, unless they're adults and they're
Sometimes they're adults.
weird.
Yes,
Yep.
and there's a couple college kids.
Yep. So she comes over to babysit 2 kids, but we find out that she's recovering, or she's in the process of recovering from an eating disorder, where she used to eat a lot, but she's managed to fight that off. She sort of eats in more sort of controlled manner. She looks great now, but she still sort of spies food, and
she's wrestling with those
That's right,
demons.
right.
Yeah. She still has like body dysmorphia
That's
as well
right,
too.
right.
Yeah.
So she's babysitting these children. They're awful children. They're
cartoonishly.
Yeah, like over the top bad.
Look, lame-o. This is our house, and these are our rules. We eat what we want, watch what we want, and go to bed when we want. It's damn straight. You get the living room, and if you behave, the kitchen, when we're not in it. You don't hassle us, we don't hassle you. Damn straight.
And through the frustration and stress, she starts to eat.
Right.
And the sort of the main plot point is it really happening to her? Is she just sort of dreaming that this is happening? She's eating, she starts to eat like whatever she can find, and she starts to grow into this like fat monster.
Literally
Right?
turns into a monster. Like, and the makeup effects are pretty good.
Yep.
Pretty good.
So this A plot gets me because the effects are so awesome.
Yeah.
I thought they actually did really well with this.
The episode's kind of gross.
It is.
Like they created like this. She turns into like this snarling pig hybrid monster, and it's really gross at times.
Yep, I got a note that says she turns into a legitimate scary beast and eats the sister.
Yeah. She like eats one of the kids.
Yeah. So I give it points because you could never get away with something like this today. Doing some kind of show that either pokes fun or where the villain of the story is based around someone who has an eating disorder. This is 80s all the way.
Right.
If you try to do this in 2024, it's never making it out of the writing room.
Yeah. So it's like she was a fat girl who was teased and tormented for being a fat
and that's
fat
bad.
girl, and that's bad. Now
she's improved. Now she's a better person.
Now she's hot.
That's
and
right.
she's thin.
That's right.
But she reverts back to her fat self, which manifests as a literal pig monster.
That's right.
Yeah.
Right. And in the
Where
process
she's
of this,
eating children, trying to.
And the food that she sees comes to life.
Some of those shots are fun.
Yeah.
Where,
Like, there's a pizza slice.
It like talks.
A Twinkie.
Yeah, and it like talks to her.
And a
doesn't
hot dog.
Yeah, and I think they actually talk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think similar to what was the episode with the cheesy boy pizza with Jeffrey
Love
Combs?
Stinks. Love
It was
Stinks.
it knew that it was going to go so far off the deep end, and it just pushed it right to the end.
Right.
And I thought it was just fun. With some legitimately horrifying moments for good measure. I thought this was a fun episode that kept my interest for 22 minutes.
Did you catch at the beginning of the episode when she is introduced to the kids what they're doing?
They're playing Super Mario Brothers, legit Super Mario Brothers,
with the music,
right?
With the actual proper audio.
I'm like, did they have to?
They didn't pay for that.
Here are my angels. Say hi to Gina. She'll be sitting with you tonight. Ken, this is Gina.
No, but I mean, it's possible they did because at that time, this is early Nintendo. This is 89 Nintendo, 88.
Yeah.
Nintendo was still a very new company. They probably would have been very liberal with their license.
Right. New with video games. Yeah.
They were, sorry.
That's
What,
right.
yeah.
Yeah.
But like specifically trying to take over America, though.
Right.
Like they were very new to the American market. They would have been liberal. Now they would never
Right.
let a TV show even fucking use anything.
You would see some kind of like hybrid made up controller with some faked out video game that just looks so bad.
Or if they are playing an actual video game, the sound effects are the generic like insert sound effects of like, 80s or 70s arcade machines,
Right.
it doesn't sync. They're legit playing Super Mario Brothers on the NES. They're playing it on an NES with the proper controllers, and the sound effects and music are that game.
Yep.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome.
So I actually
It almost
have that
made it
as
in
a
my
note.
top 5 just because of that.
Kids legit playing Super Mario Bros. Is in my notes.
And they're not faking it. I mean, they are kind of playing it up a little bit, but they're actually playing the game. So many times when you watch, that would drive me nuts when I was a kid, when you'd be watching something and the kids are playing a video game and they're just like feeding every button,
mashing,
and like what they're playing doesn't even match.
It's like
the sound
when they're
effects.
driving and they're doing this. It's like you're not even pretending like you're doing this for real. Like,
Well, that's how I drive.
Yeah.
You have to constantly swerve.
That's why Justin no longer has his driver's license.
Correct.
And we have to do all of these episodes in your home studio because you are not allowed to leave now. Yeah.
Correct. Yeah. So can I say the B plot transition?
Please. No.
So I have a list. We're going to get to it once we get to our worst picks, but I made a list of the most jarring / worst A to B plot transitions.
Okay.
This one is on the list. So the twist ending is that it turns out that the girl, the babysitter, was actually all a dream. It was the dream of this chunky little girl.
One of the daughter of the two children, right?
So, is that what it was?
I think she was the kid, wasn't she?
No, I don't think it was the parents from the first A part, was it? You think it was? It doesn't
turns out
matter.
She's a kid dreaming of your future, and then her babysitter turns out to be. I thought
it's confusing, but it doesn't matter. What it is it's a little girl was dreaming all of this. So it was this little chunky girl, and she dreamed this whole future scenario where she gets in shape, but then has to babysit these two little shits, and then she turns into a monster. It's like, that kid's got quite the imagination to come up with an elaborate dream like that. That's a stretch. So then you're into the B plot and you're like, I guess we're going to follow the little girl. No, the little girl's in it for about 60 seconds. We follow the father.
The pervy dad, by the way. In the A plot, he's very pervy to the babysitter.
Yeah, well, believe it or not, I used to be a blimp. I mean, my answer to anxiety was to eat it and everything else within reach.
Wow, certainly cured that habit.
Have a great time tonight.
Wait, so it was those parents?
I think so.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right. I thought there was a completely different set of parents. Whatever. We are following the parent, the father of the real little girl who wasn't even in the A plot. Wrap your head around that.
Yeah.
Freddy's Nightmares.
And then he ends up getting pulled over by the cops because he's just having the worst day of his life.
Oh, yeah. So now we're following him. And then, go ahead with this stupid plot.
And so he's in prison, and his lawyer, I think, is Gina, who is the actress from the A plot, who was the babysitter.
The babysitter. They reuse her.
Right.
And now
she comes back.
she's like a mistress.
Right. But she bails him out, and then
they're trying. Okay, what they were trying to do was like a noir type like thriller.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be like an espionage war thriller. That's the whole thing. Is like the title of this episode is what?
This is Missing Persons.
Missing Persons.
Yep.
It should have been called Identity Crisis.
Yeah.
And I think
then it would have made sense for both, right?
Right. And I think Identity Crisis actually, because Missing Persons only refers to the B plot. Because that's the whole thing is like, no one knows who he is. Everybody thinks he's somebody else. That's the whole plot.
Yep.
It's very confusing and convoluted.
Yeah. And
fuck this B plot. Fuck this B. No, it's so stupid. It's like, you're not Mr. Thompson. You're Mr. Johnson. What are you talking about? It's like, you're what was his job?
I'm just trying to work on this case. It's very important. Might mean a partnership. That's what you want, isn't it?
You make it sound like I forced you into law school.
Well, let's just say it wasn't my first choice.
He was supposed to be like a spy or something. Like I couldn't follow what the fuck was happening. It's just a bunch of scenes of him being like, that's not my name. My name is Thomas. I live here. And then it's like, no, you don't. You live here and this is your job. And like, don't you remember? We've been lovers for years. And then some guy will try to kill him. And it's like, what is happening?
They're like trying to convince him that he's convinced he thinks he knows who he is, but they're all like, what are you talking about? That's not you.
Doesn't he like go to like his actual home and his wife's like, I never met you.
I don't know who you are. Yeah. But none of this is a dream though, if I remember correctly. So this is like happening.
No, it all ends up being a dream. No, because the twist ending is that the accident he gets into, I think this also does the loop around thing, because it ends with him in like a high speed chase from the cops. And then he crashes, and then it turns out that he crashes into himself at the beginning of the B plot when he crashed.
Right.
So it turns out that he crashed and died, and this was all happening in his head as he was lying dying.
And then he gets shot in the dream because he's apparently a spy.
It all sucks.
Yeah.
It all sucks shit. I couldn't explain anything.
It is sexy though.
You just liked when that chick took her clothes off.
I mean,
you know what? I want to mention this for a second. Because we haven't brought this up.
Yeah.
What do you think a Nightmare on Elm Street TV show would be rated? Because this is one of the things I wondered, is I went, okay, there's no way they went R. Like they couldn't have, because R TV shows didn't really exist until like HBO. HBO is really when they started doing like, they can show you like all the bits, right? And they can say all the shit. They didn't really do that before. You know, they might have done some edgier shit, but they couldn't get away with showing tits. And they couldn't show like actual sex, and they couldn't say fuck, you know? So I'm like, especially at this period. So I'm like, what is this show? Like, who is the target demographic? The answer is it's an edgy PG-13.
Yeah. There's a lot of underwear.
There's a lot of underwear shots, a lot of butt shots, but they're not showing, there's no titties in this.
Nope.
There's definitely no bush in this. There's no heavy swearing. Like, I think someone might say like son of a bitch, but like nobody says fuck.
Yeah, there's no like big five
there's
or
no,
big seven or whatever.
Yeah, there's no big like crash shit. And there's almost no gore. They do, it is the Friday the 13th Part 7 approach where you will see, it's always coming back. You will see cool things about to happen, cut to a blood splatter, that's it.
Yeah, they
never show real gore, not really.
They do a lot of results shots, like, you know, the final.
Yeah.
But you don't get to see it happen because that's what costs the money,
like,
right?
You're never going to see someone's tendons get pulled out of their arms and they're turned into a puppet.
But you might see the final scene of them having their tendons out.
Yeah,
right?
they pushed it. Sometimes they get some stuff. And actually, I think I forgot to mention this. In this Blu-ray set, there is 2 uncut episodes. Cabin Fever and Safe Sex for the first time ever. Beefy Boy Productions actually tracked down the missing footage and put it into those episodes. He re-edited them in. Did you watch either one of them?
You told me, I think, to watch one of them.
And did you or no?
Yeah, I think I did.
I'm going to give him credit for the attempt. Yeah. It's cool. The problem is it's so jarring because it's clearly like daily shot footage and not like it hasn't been fully processed. Like, so the issue is like he found the deleted, like the extended cuts of the episodes, but those parts haven't been properly processed. So what you get is it's 720 and then suddenly it's like 360p resolution and the audio mixing is not completed. He did inject the scenes as best he could. He does a pretty good job, but ultimately it's like,
why?
I mean, that's the other thing is like, I don't
like, thank you again, Beefy Boy Productions.
The effort is appreciated.
We cannot thank you enough for the love that you put into this.
Yeah.
I don't know why you did any of this.
I don't know why you did it.
I am very glad that you did
Right.
because I would not have the patience.
I would never in a million years.
No. So, yeah.
But so yeah, this has 2 extended episodes. So where it was a little too hot for TV, where it's like it adds a little bit more. It's basically like the gore effects are a little bit longer, but like gore effects for the most part, it's like blood spurts and implied things happening. There's not a lot of gore in this.
Yep.
Every once in a while they push it and you get a few things, but
I also want to point out that if you haven't caught on already, this episode, we're going back and forth trying to remember what happened and whether or not the plot of an episode followed a certain path or whether,
And the answer is, who cares?
Right.
Because it sucks.
This is exactly what you get with this show. It's like you can have 2 people who have watched these episodes fairly recently being like, is that what happened?
I don't quite,
Was Gina the babysitter and the one that broke him out of prison and
No, that was
daughter?
the same actress.
Like, it's the same actress. But are we is this supposed to be the same character? Is it the lawyer's daughter that becomes because if that's the case, then he was in her vision. Her dad is like perving on her, like, and they don't answer these questions. Like, they just don't bother. Like, maybe if you watch this and you like studied it, I did not. Right? Like, you can't watch these more than once. There's a couple that I watched a couple times because I wanted to be sure of a few points. It's a struggle to get through them one time. So understand that if you're watching this show and you get to the end of an episode and you're like, what? Did I remember that correctly? Don't worry about it.
There's nothing wrong with you. Do not attempt to adjust your television set or your brain.
You have watched it correctly, which is to say that it was incorrect to have watched it.
Freddy's Nightmares will alter your brain chemistry.
That's right. You will not be the same.
You won't be the same person. In order to understand a lot of these episodes, you need to think backwards and inverted.
If Wes Craven had a hard time with any of the movie
Do you think
sequels,
he had to have watched some of this?
I don't know.
He had to have.
I don't know.
He had to have, because there's no way. Bob Shea would have been like, hey, Wes,
look what we got.
Look, you want to see what we're working on?
Who is this?
Your executioner!
I could just imagine him being like, oh my God.
Do you think?
Oh,
I want to see that.
I think between now and our season 2, we need to find out if there's any nexus between
Wes Craven being forced to watch it,
and whether or not he said anything about it, or if there's any kind
feedback.
of
Yeah,
or if he was just like he noped the whole thing right from the start, which I would give him full credit for. Right?
Nope. He has to be involved in all of it, the good and the bad.
He probably made some money off it.
Oh, probably.
But,
yeah. Probably.
That does not mean he had to.
Do you think he had creative input on anything? Like, do you think at any point they were like, yeah, we got this great A plot, but we really need some help with this B plot. And he's like, okay, what is it about? And he's like, so we got this guy and he's on an airplane and he's and Freddy Krueger is messing with the plane, but maybe he's not messing with the plane. And then we got a B plot where the steward and it crashes,
but it doesn't.
And then you can just see
it does.
And then you can just see Wes just like,
Oh, what are you doing with my baby?
Yeah, right. Yeah, right. Yeah.
Yep.
This podcast is sponsored by the fine folks at Fly By Night Movies, Games, and Toys. Fly By Night Movies, Games, and Toys is your one-stop shop for everything cool and collectible. We are located in the heart of downtown Oshawa. That is Oshawa, Ontario, Canada. If you're looking for movies, video games, and toys, check us out. We are worth the drive. And we're back. We took a little... lunch break, went to the fine folks at Wendy's, got a burger. We both got burgers and Frosties.
Yep.
Excellent Frosties. You just did your number three top.
Yep.
Why don't you go again? Because I only have one. I only have my number one left.
So I think we've already done your number two, right?
Yeah, my number two was It's a Miserable Life.
Right.
Yeah. So
my number two, Sister's Keeper.
Go back to sleep. I'll be okay. Merritt, you have to sleep.
I can't.
Not while Freddy's in there. Give me a break.
Yes.
My number one,
Sister's Keeper.
Sister's Keeper.
Yep.
The almost a Nightmare on Elm Street thing.
It's the closest one
So
you're going to
close.
get. Yeah.
So close.
Yeah.
Yeah. I thought this is the other one that I knew. I was like, we both have to have this on something. Either you're going to hate it or you're going to like it. Let me get into the plot.
Yep.
It's so it is a sequel episode to the pilot.
Right.
The pilot is No More Mr. Nice Guy. So this one, the pilot follows like the cop that arrests and is part of Freddy's death. This one follows his two twin daughters. Their daughters' names are Lisa and Merritt. And Lisa is like, they're kind of opposite personalities. So they are twin sisters. They look the exact same. I got to give some credit. It gets a little confusing at times. We were like, wait, which one is this?
They start swapping.
Well, the plot also makes it confusing. Yeah. But in general, because they're twins, sometimes you get confused. You're like, oh, wait, is this Lisa? Is this Merritt? You're like, okay. So it kind of throws you off. To their credit, they do style them differently.
Yeah.
Lisa is like the confident, outgoing one. She's like popular, at school. She has like a pretty strong clique that she's with. Merritt is kind of like the outcast, like the weirdo kid that everyone's kind of like, something's weird about her. Because Merritt, from the result of the pilot episode, is aware of Freddy Krueger. She is now, she's basically the Nancy in the Freddy's Nightmares timeline.
Yeah. Okay.
And this is part of the issue with this episode is that, Freddy's Nightmares, they don't give a fuck. They basically retcon Nightmare on Elm Street 1. So this is basically Freddy year 1 in a sense. Or sorry, is it year 0 you would call it?
So we'll talk a little bit more about that.
Do you know what I mean by this?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
This is similar to...
When does this happen
That's
on the timeline?
it. And in my opinion, this happens before... It either happens before Nancy or it is Nancy.
Yeah.
Like it's one of the two.
So whether you want to pull at this thread now or later, I looked this up because I wanted to get an idea of when was he killed? Like on the original timeline. And the estimation is about 1968 is when he was killed in, the Wes Craven Nightmare on Elm Street storyline.
It's supposed to be killed in the 60s?
68.
But then it takes place in the 80s, so it's like it's like 2 decades later.
That's right. So the kids, the parents, they've had their kids, they've now grown up, and he's now...
So he was negotiating with the time demons, the dream people. Yeah. He was negotiating with them for 2 decades before they finally inked a deal.
Yep.
You know those little worm things?
Yep. Oh yeah. 3D, put on your glasses or whatever. Yeah. Right. Yeah. And so it if you try to hold the TV series to the sort of parent storyline,
it does not work.
It does not work.
No, again, this is just his own thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it retcons everything.
Yeah.
There is no continuity.
Except that they it is tied to the
Kind
Nightmare
of.
on Elm Street storyline.
Kind
right?
of. Kind of.
Right?
You talking about the pilot?
I'm talking about the pilot episode. right?
Kind of. Because it
not
immediately
kind of.
because it immediately retcons shit.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anyway, I think we'll probably talk a little bit more about that.
Nope.
No.
It's never going to be brought up again. All right. Moving back to the plot.
Yep.
So Merritt is like convinced that she starts seeing Freddy Krueger in her nightmares. And she's like, you don't understand. Like, the town killed Freddy and now he's become something else. And she's basically the prophecy of doom type character. She's trying to warn everyone. And she basically gets teased and made fun of because at this point, none of these movies have happened.
You know, it's funny. First your dad goes nuts because he let Freddy go. And then you go nuts thinking Freddy's back. What's it like being crazy?
And or maybe they're happening right now.
Maybe they're all at the same time.
Whatever.
Yeah.
But like nobody knows that Freddy Krueger is Freddy Krueger. When they know Freddy Krueger, it's like, oh yeah, he was that child murderer who got burned alive and is now dead.
Right.
That's what everybody knows from that. Because they're like, people are teasing her, like, oh yeah, Freddy's in your dream. Sure, Merritt, right? We get I'm gonna save that for a second. I've got a good point, but I'm gonna save it. What else?
Sorry, this was your number one?
This is my number one.
Number one.
This is
Okay,
my
yeah.
number one.
Yeah.
This is my favorite episode of the entire of season 1.
Yeah.
Because it's the one that feels the most like it could have been a night. This plot could have worked for a Nightmare on Elm Street movie,
Right.
like an actual film.
Or you could take this plot element and have had these characters be characters in one of the movies, and it would have made sense.
Yeah, I think Merritt and Lisa, they're of all the characters, like most of the characters in this show feel just kind of like stereotypical one note, whatever, one dimensional characters. Merritt and Lisa feel like actual Elm Street characters.
Right.
Like I could see them in the group home in Elm Street 3 and they would fit right in with that group. You know, we're both having nightmares. We share one dream. Like these two feel like Nightmare on Elm Street characters. And they're solid protagonists too. They're good. Back to the plot. So Merritt is having nightmares about Freddy, and she wakes up one morning. No one believes her, including her mother and her sister. They're both just like, Merritt, you got to get over this. Like, let it go. Fred Krueger's dead.
Yep.
And Merritt is jealous of her sister Lisa, because Lisa's like the popular cool kid. Merritt is not. And Merritt's like, you don't know what it's like being me, being the social outcast. You have no idea, Lisa. Everything comes so easy to you. So after a nightmare, Merritt decides to stay home, and then Lisa goes to school, but she pretends to be Merritt.
Because why?
Because she wants to see... I'm actually not against this part. I'm against what comes after. So the idea is she's trying to see, like, okay, I'm going to pretend to be my sister. Let's see how the world treats me. And it turns out they treat her pretty poorly. So, like, people are mean to her.
Yep.
People that she, if she was Lisa, would be more friendly, but now that she's trying to be Merritt, they don't even give her the time of day, so she gets to experience what that's like. She has a goofy boyfriend, which is really funny. So Lisa has this boyfriend that's like just this typical, I don't know, jock douche boyfriend. He hits on Merritt. Well, he hits on...
It's Lisa.
It's Lisa, but Lisa's pretending to be Merritt. But he hits on Merritt because she's more confident.
Right.
So she's acting like Lisa. But in his mind, he thinks this is Merritt, and yet he still hits on her. And I like that he actually tries to get with both of them, like multiple times, even when he knows. And I like, like he gets like slapped, and he's just like, just isn't my day.
Yeah.
Womp womp. Like,
I better get back there and explain. She's gonna kill me.
Oh no, please don't say anything.
Don't worry, I won't. This just isn't my day.
this character is so stupid.
Right.
It's so pointless, but
like this whole plot point did not have to be a part of the episode, but
Right.
they're just like, meh.
it was kind of like they had to stretch out, because this is one of the few times the A and B plot is the same
It's
plot.
one
It's
continued
one
story,
continuous
yeah.
story. It was almost like they had to come up with something to stretch it a bit.
Yep.
So they're like, all right, how about a thing where the sisters swap personalities? Okay.
I guess.
It gets
Yep.
very confusing. What follows in that first half is Lisa, after pretending to be Merritt, people start like, they don't believe she's Lisa. And then Merritt gets a little bit more confident. And then it gets very, I don't know. I didn't really like that A plot. I can't fully explain it.
I feel like it's in the writer's handbook that if you're going to have twins, there has to be a scene where they swap roles.
Right,
So they're
because it's
just
so
like-
easy to do. You don't have to use makeup.
Yeah, it's like, well, then why do you have twins if you're not going to do the old switcheroo?
Right.
It's like, okay, but you don't have to do that. But
I-
they
yeah.
did, and
I-
they
the
butchered it.
The
kind
A
of.
plot in this is definitely the weaker. I got to give a shout out to the bizarre hair clip that they use. So this is so strange. So a hair clip normally is like a small little clip.
Yep.
But I've seen hair clips that are kind of like, they almost look like a headband, and it's like a larger clip. This clip is used twice in this episode. So once it's used by, I believe Lisa's using it, and she's using it like normally it would be like in your hair on the top. You know, like those colored bands women have sometimes, girls would use these. But she's using it on the back of her head vertically. And it's creating like a fan fin. Instead of a ponytail, it's like this fin coming off the back of her head. Did you catch this?
Yeah. The only thing I could think of is maybe they needed to do something that made them look so completely different so that you could tell the difference. But
well, I don't. To me, it was kind of just like I wrote it off as 80s.
80s.
Yeah, I'm just like 80s.
You wouldn't get it. So
It's just like stupid hair, 80s. And then later, Merritt uses the same clip again, but she uses it horizontally. And the clip is huge. So it just creates this weird like fan of hair just coming off the back of her head. It looks so weird.
Insert image of
Oh, absolutely. I will be showing those images. Yeah, it's just so fucking weird looking. What else do I got here? Okay, the first half has, I'm skipping ahead a little bit, my favorite Freddy Krueger scene in the entire series.
Okay.
Is in the first half. So Merritt's having I believe it's Merritt. Yeah, maybe it's Lisa. I don't know. It's one of them. One of them's having a dream, and it's like in a classroom, and it's like some guy is like playing on a guitar. I think it's Lisa's boyfriend, maybe. He's like playing a guitar, and then like all of a sudden it like cuts back, and now it's Freddy, and Freddy has the guitar, and he says some stupid one-liner about like, time to rock with your new boyfriend, honey.
Yeah.
And he jumps in the air with the guitar and does like a little kick.
Merritt, I love you so.
Merritt, I need your soul.
Amazing.
Yep.
Amazing. That's my number one
Is it?
Freddy Krueger scene in the entire series, because this to me, this distills the essence of Freddy's nightmares, which is fuck you, who cares? We're just gonna do stupid shit. We're gonna dress Freddy up in stupid costumes. We don't give a fuck. If you like MTV era Freddy Krueger wearing the sunglasses, this is the show for you, because this at no point is he very serious, Freddy.
No, this is not part 1, Freddy.
It is basically always part 4 onward, Freddy. Yeah. It's just constant bad puns. And something about this scene, this is the iconic shot too. When people think of Freddy's nightmares, it's this shot of him jumping in the air playing an electric guitar. Fuck you, Freddy's nightmares. That should have been that should have been their ad campaign. Just show that little clip and then fuck you, Freddy's nightmares. Boom. That's it.
We're so far gone.
Yeah.
So don't even,
we don't give a fuck.
Pretend that,
Love it. I love that scene. So the first half ends with Lisa, who didn't believe Merritt, having a nightmare of her own about Freddy. And she wakes up and she now finally believes her sister. And she has like some dream about, the dream is actually kind of poignant because the dream is like, her dream is like, she is Merritt and she's like chained up and all the other kids are like throwing rocks at her, like teasing her. Do you remember this? Yeah. It's very much just like it's an exaggeration of what her outcast sister feels like, right? Which Freddy was always really good at preying on your insecurities and manifesting that in the dream world, right? So clever dream idea. She wakes up and while she's initially hesitant, Lisa finally believes Merritt because she actually has, I think it's that dream, she wakes up and she has like claw marks. This episode uses the Nightmare on Elm Street lore. Right. If you die in the dream, whatever happens to you in the dream will physically manifest in the real world.
And I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong on this, but I think they established early in the episode that they can feel what the other one's feeling. Right.
That's more the second part.
Okay.
So the second part sets this up. So it ends the first part. Oh, Merritt's crazy. Lisa has a nightmare. Oh, okay. You're not crazy. I believe you, sister. Yeah. But nobody's going to believe us. And this is the part where it feels the most like an Elm Street movie. So the entire second part is the twins trying to find a way to fight Freddy.
Yeah.
Do you believe me now? Or does one of us have to die first?
You were right from the start. He got inside my head, knew what I was thinking about you, all the awful things that I was thinking about you.
That doesn't matter now. He knows where to hit both of us.
Well, what are we supposed to do? No one will believe us. They'll put us away.
We're not going to tell anyone. We're going to do this ourselves. We're sharing each other's nightmares. If he gets you, I feel it. And if he gets me, you feel it.
How are we supposed to stay alive?
I don't know.
That's the whole B plot. It's great.
Which works.
It works really well.
That's
the formula.
That's Nightmare on Elm Street.
Literally,
right? What
Nightmare
do we
on Elm
have?
Street.
How can we use this against him?
Yeah,
right?
They use that formula, and the formula works really well.
Yeah.
So they feel just like Elm Street kids. So they immediately realize they're like, no one's going to believe us. We're on our own.
Right.
This is happening in our minds. So we need to figure this out together. And what starts happening is, and this would be a neat idea if they added this to the Elm Street lore with the twins. So when one of them's having a dream, the other one can feel it. They can feel like some sensation. They can feel like they're also getting some of the effects of their sister dreaming. So they have some sort of like, dare I say psychic, but they have some sort of psychic connection. And they look for help. And they find a character, they find a teacher to aid them. Because there's like this, they set him up in the first part. It's like some like more like new age progressive teacher, Mr. Sligman. And he's basically the Neil Gordon character of part 3.
Right.
Where he's somebody who's actually willing to listen to the children and then try to give them some actual like useful advice. And through him, what are you showing me? The
picture of the...
that's iconic. Freddy's Nightmares.
Yep.
Yeah, Mark just flashed me the image of Freddy playing the guitar. Legendary, man. Legendary. I want that on a shirt. I want that. I just wanted to say, Freddy's Nightmares, fuck you. We don't give a fuck.
Sorry, I didn't mean to.
No, it's okay. So they go to the teacher and they have an idea of how to fight Freddy, because individually they're vulnerable, but if they can have a dream together, they feel that they have a better odds of surviving and fighting back against Freddy. They don't know how to beat him, but they know they need to work together. So they need to learn to dream together.
Yep.
And that's where Mr. Sligman comes in. Is he helps coach them on how to simultaneously link their dreams.
Yep. It's kind of like a play on the
Elm Street 3 and
bringing other people into your dreams.
Exactly. Right? It's a play on this one kind of copies Elm Street 1 and 3. It kind of like mixes the two plots.
But just adds the other element of we're also twins, we have a connection.
Yep.
Good idea.
So they test the theory and realize it actually works. And they have an initial encounter with Freddy. It plays out like an Elm Street, like a plot of a movie.
Yep.
So first, they have a conflict. They got to figure out how to solve the conflict. They get the aid of somebody. They have a plan. They put it to the test. Turns out it works. They do a test run and Freddy materializes and they both are able to come into the dream and they wake up unscathed. So then they have their final showdown that they're going to have with Freddy. That the two of them are going to go into the dream together and fight Freddy. And this actually has one of the very few cool Freddy effects in the show. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I don't remember, no.
The extended arm? Do you remember this?
No, I got it. Yeah, I think I got a picture
So
here too. Yeah.
there's a shot where the Freddy grabs one of the sisters and he's like holding on her with his claws up, and then the other sister shows up and is like, "Get away from her, you creep!" And then he does this cool effect where his arm just kind of like straight. Yeah, that's the shot.
Yep.
His arm just like stretches out at the other sister.
Get away from her, you bastard!
Oh, sister. Sister's keeper.
You can clearly see the piano wire like holding the fucking thing.
Sure, but
up,
they did the same thing in part 1, and it looked great there too, right?
It was a cool effect. That's one of the very few like Freddy effects, we'll call them, and it works really well. Things you liked about this episode, Mark. Why don't you take it away?
If you're looking for any episode in season 1, I think we've already kind of established this. Any episode in season 1 that could tie to the Nightmare on Elm Street film series, this would be the one. It has Freddy Krueger in a traditional Freddy Krueger role.
Acting like Freddy.
Yep, he does what he does. You can get to him the same way. What he does to you has the same impact that you would find in the movies. The characters are likable, right? The twins are a good idea. It's something that we hadn't seen in the movies and would make perfect sense.
I would actually like them to bring them in.
Yeah.
Like that would have been cool. Twin characters, and maybe they have some weird connection. Like maybe they give them some more lore. Like
I found in the pilot, they were a little bit kind of one-note-ish. So it was nice to see them kind of expanded on a bit.
Yeah, absolutely.
In this one.
Yeah.
No, they used the full 45-minute episode to tell a decent, tight story. And that's really all you can hope for from these. They knew they didn't have the budget for the effects, but they didn't try to do things. They didn't try to do something that they couldn't afford and then only find out that it's going to look terrible. They worked within the limitations that they had. And I give them credit for that, right? Like,
I like the idea of these twin sisters that are trying to work together.
Yeah.
And it's like, they're not Alice and they're not Kristen. So they're not dream masters or dream, whatever Kristen's ability was, but they're not pulling. The way they explain the lore is different. They're not pulling people into the dream. They're syncing their minds.
They're having the same dream.
They're having the same dream at the same time. They're going into the dream at the same time and then somehow syncing their minds. So they basically have a psychic link. So it is a different way of explaining the whole pull people into your dreams lore. And it works. It's clever. I like it.
So I have a question for you.
Yes.
Before you started watching the series, did you imagine that the episodes would be like this or that they would be like Beefy Boy Burgers?
Beefy Boy Burgers.
So
I fully expected, because I knew the show was Freddy's the Crypt Keeper character. So this is one of the few episodes where Freddy is the antagonist. That happens in like 5% of the episodes. Most of the episodes, he just shows up and he's like, why isn't that a killer story? Like that's literally how it goes.
So again, if you are going to subject yourself to watching this, understand as much as Freddy is in the title, as much as he's in the bumpers between the A and B stories,
he's not the antagonist.
The commercial breaks, you're really not going to see him except in those few episodes. And this is one of the ones where he is a primary part of that episode, and they actually do it very well.
Yeah, it's good. Let's talk about the ending. I like the ending, but I can see if you didn't like the ending. So they go into the dream world together to fight Freddy, and Merritt figures out that she pulls a Nancy and she takes Freddy's power away from him by basically being like, I'm in control here. You don't exist. I'm taking my power away from you. And she turns her back on Freddy and Freddy disappears.
That's exactly what happens in the first movie.
Exactly. Right? She wakes up and she's so excited. She goes over to her sister and her sister's sliced up and is dead.
Yep.
you? What did you do to your sister?
It wasn't me. We were helping each other. It was Freddy. Lisa died for me. It was Freddy. It was Freddy.
Well,
That's a dark twist ending.
You know that they couldn't beat him because, this was a fairly early episode.
Yeah,
I think.
No, it's like mid-season. I think it's like episode 11 or 12.
Well, if they want to do more seasons, you can't stop Freddy if you expect to continue doing this, right? So,
Yeah, but see, I think it's a dark implication. So the way I interpret the ending was they didn't actually link up in the dream. That
that's a good one. I like
Lisa
that.
and Merritt were actually having different dreams. Merritt was dreaming that they were synced up and that Lisa was in the dream with her.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Lisa was having some other heinous Freddy nightmare that we never got to see because when she wakes up, she's like slashed and cut to shit.
Yeah.
And it's like, we never saw that. So the implication to me was like, no, they actually failed to link up for whatever reason. Maybe they pulled it off in earlier parts, or maybe they never pulled it off. Like maybe they just believed they were able to do this, but they never actually were able to do it. Because theoretically, why would Lisa have been dead when Merritt woke up? When Merritt took away Freddy's powers, that should have been it. They both should have just woken up.
And normally on any other episode, I wouldn't be willing to give them the credit that you are giving them. But for this one, I could see that was their intent. And I'm willing to
this
give
one's
them
a
the
little bit
benefit.
smarter.
I'll give them the benefit of the doubt to
Yeah.
say that maybe they intended that to be the impact.
There's also a great shot of the mom. She's in the kitchen. It's in the first part, and it's just like a random nightmare sequence. And the mom all of a sudden out of nowhere starts acting like Freddy, and she grabs like kitchen knives and sticks them into the ends of her fingers to make the glove. That was a cool effect.
Yep.
Do you remember this?
And it's very similar to what you might see in one of the movies.
In an Elm Street movie. Yeah, this is my number one, buddy.
Yeah,
this
that's
is
a good-
this
that's
is
a
the
good
one
pick.
that feels the most like an Elm Street movie. And I really I would honestly really like to see these characters in an Elm Street movie.
Yeah.
Like I think you can play. There's potential here. I think the ending really sets up for a fun sequel too, because it ends with immediately Lisa's mom comes in. She's like, Merritt, what did you do? Because at this point, no, they're not going to believe the kids.
Why would they?
So here, I'm going to pitch it to you right now. Merritt could have been a character in the group home.
Oh,
how cool is that?
Yep.
Where it's like, yeah, they blamed me for killing my sister.
And who knows, maybe
that would have been cool.
Maybe if they hadn't done Dream Warriors when they did, then they could have done that, right?
Yeah,
But
that would have been a neat idea if Merritt had shown up, and then like the reason she got sent to the troubled home was because they thought that she killed her own twin sister.
she's clearly going to have some difficulties after that.
Well, not only would she have PTSD, she'd have a hell of a fucking grudge against Freddy, setting her up as quite the protagonist. She's got a lot of motivation.
Yep.
Ooh!
These two felt like Elm Street children.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Genuinely felt like Elm Street kids. Yeah. It was like you were watching like Taryn or any of the other kids, Joey and them. They felt like troubled kids that they were facing this like unstoppable demon on their own, and they really felt like you were actually rooting for them.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of times with Freddy's Nightmares, you just don't care. It's just shit happening, and you're like, it's most of your energy is like, wait, what? This is different.
Most of the time, I'm pressing the button on my remote to see how much time is left in the episode.
Oh.
I did that a few times.
Yeah,
I gotta say.
I did it a couple times, and the funniest part is always when I'd go, there's like 2 minutes left. How are you wrapping this up? There's so many times I'm like, how are you quickly wrapping this up? Yeah. They found a way.
They found a way.
And they found a way, and it was always expertly written.
Yeah. It was you the whole time.
Right, yeah. All right.
That's it.
Mark, you're number one.
So my number one.
Your favorite episode.
Yeah.
It's probably my least favorite episode.
Well, I hope so. No.
This ought to be good.
Let me scroll back up here.
This is going to be funny.
Do dreams bleed?
Do you know what time it is?
It's time to take yours.
This is my least favorite episode.
Are you serious?
Yeah. I hate this one. The coach one?
Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
I hate this episode.
No way. This is a great episode.
This is my least. I fucking hate
So
this episode.
all 22 episodes in the first season.
Fuck this episode.
Wow. That's
this-
incredible.
Do dreams bleed. I swear to God.
We
this
did
is
not
my
plan
lead.
this.
I got to scroll all the way to the fucking shit stained bottom to get to this one. I cannot believe you liked this episode. Oh my God, this episode sucks so much shit. Yeah, Do Dreams Bleed. Look, #1 worst.
Wow.
Yeah.
Love it. I love it.
Wow. Freddy's Nightmares. Anyone can love or hate any
Right.
episode. There's no rhyme or reason. Here's the thing. You're like, oh, it's my favorite episode. I'm like, oh, it's my least favorite episode. You're right.
Yep.
I'm right.
I have no criticism
No,
whatsoever.
the thing is, we're both right. Yeah, it is equally great and bad.
Right.
They're all like this. Yeah. No, I hate this episode.
Really?
I fucking hate it.
So okay, do you want to
I mean, I'll go through it, but okay. Feel free to interject with your version of the plot.
Yep.
But okay, so this is one of the ones where plot A and B are basically the same story.
Yep.
Okay, so plot A, John is the main character. He's like the star football player at Springwood High. Talk about world building. Springwood High comes up a lot. It's like the local school, the high school.
Yep.
I appreciate that we get this little home base high school that they can keep bringing
Coming
random
back to.
kids. They can keep coming back to it.
It's a horrible place to go to school, apparently.
Oh, all the kids are just getting wiped out. Right. Yeah. Well, there is that one guy from part 4. He goes there.
Yeah, that's true.
Hey, baby. It's not all bad. There's some cool kids there. So John is the star football player. He's like the most popular kid in school, yada, yada. He happens to stumble upon, there's a local killer on the loose called the Springwood Chopper.
Mm-hmm.
Not the Springwood Slasher, the Springwood Chopper.
That's right. Uses an axe.
So
of course.
Oh, it's so clever.
Yep.
Okay. And he happens to just like, the chopper is literally like murdering someone, like chopping them into pieces. And then John just like runs into him. He's like walking, I don't know. It's like, I think it's on the school grounds or near the school, but he's just like, oh my God. And then the guy runs off. And then he's like traumatized from this. No shit.
He sees it. Nobody else seems to see it. Yeah.
Well, no, it happened because it was in the paper.
Yeah.
So it did happen. Like he stumbled up, he found a dead body basically. It's the equivalent of like, he found someone getting murdered. That is a horrible thing to have to experience. Yeah. So he's like suffering from PTSD. He's like having recurring nightmares about it. And he's like frustrated with himself because he feels guilty that he couldn't identify the killer or stop the killer. So he's like living with this,
Yeah, because it is a dream, right? He sees these in dreams, but he's seeing an event that does happen.
It did happen.
But he's seeing it in his dreams. So
Right.
he's not physically there.
No, but it did happen.
It does happen. Yeah. These murders
no.
are actually occurring in
No,
real
but
life.
it did happen.
Yeah.
He did, because I think it was in the paper, because before the episode started, he found a dead body.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. No, I'm pretty certain.
But he's not standing there when the guy's killing him. He sees it, but he's not physically present there.
No, I think he was. Yeah, no, that was the way I interpreted it. I think it happened before the episode.
Right. One of the things
Like he's having recurring nightmares about it.
Yeah.
I could be wrong.
Yeah.
No, you don't agree with me?
No,
You
I think he's just because he keeps having like, and
right,
then his
but
girlfriend's
because he's traumatized about what he saw.
Yeah, no, but I don't think he was like physically present for
that
these
event.
Murders,
No, see, I think he was there for the one time.
Because remember, this is their link to okay. How do we?
This episode sucks shit.
No, it's awesome.
Before the episode happened, he stumbled upon one of the murders happening. Like he actually ran into one of the murders. That's why everyone was concerned about him. That's why, because I swear to God, at one point there was a paper article that was like, local boy finds dead body.
Oh man! And again, Justin could be completely right about this, even though it's my favorite episode. Can't tell you for certain if that's what happened.
Okay, well, it makes more sense because that's why he had PTSD, because he felt guilty that when he stumbled upon the murder, he didn't stop the guy.
John, I just want to know what's going on with you.
What do you think? He's still out there somewhere. The Springwood chopper with 3 deaths in 3 weeks. I found the last victim, remember? No offense, Coach, but I've had all my counseling from the cop.
That was the whole thing where she's like, I could have done more, Coach. I could have done more. So anyways, everyone is, we'll debate about this, but I mean.
It doesn't matter.
It
does not matter.
So everyone is concerned about John, and his grades begin to slip in school because obviously he's going through PTSD. So the way you interpreted this was he was just dreaming?
So you'll get to it, but there's an answer to both of this because we're both right.
No,
But
we're not.
We're not.
No, we're not.
But we're not.
No, we're not. Okay. No, we're not, damn it. No. It belongs on my side of the spectrum, not on your side. I can't believe this is your number one. I can't wait to hear your positives. But all right, finishing the plot. So everyone's like concerned. They're like, John, like you know, you went through this horrible thing. Like, you know, don't let this get to you. Like you saw a person get murdered. That would fuck anybody. And then my least favorite character in the entire series, John's fuckface coach. Do you know his name? It's Coach something.
Yeah, I actually kind of liked him because normally he plays scummy characters,
and he does in this too.
No, in this he's kind of decent. He's a decent guy. He's not like he's
what?
not like the coach in Nightmare on Elm Street 2.
No, he's just as bad as the coach in Nightmare on Elm Street 2.
He's looking out for his students. You know, he hits them with hard truths, but he's got their interests at heart.
You've been a superboy at this school for 3 years. Any chink in the armor is going to draw attention.
Yeah, attention from everyone except my parents, right?
It's the price of fame, kid.
What's that supposed to mean?
What would you do if you had a kid that did everything right? After a while, you'd stop paying attention. You'd expect perfection.
My mistake. I should have been a chronic screw-up, right?
Like the chopper?
Mark is out of his mind right now. Okay, so John's coach is like this fuckface that's like this weirdo.
I think you are so used to seeing him being a scummy guy.
What else? I don't know him in anything else.
Every role that he ever plays
because he has a fuck face. He just has one of those. Just like, I just like to rearrange that fucking face. Yeah,
but I think that plays into it because
shit-eating face.
You're expecting him to be a slimy, smarmy jerk,
but he is.
But he's not. No,
he is.
He's a decent, upstanding guy.
Then what the fuck happened in the B plot?
Well, we'll get to that.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah. Okay. So no, Mark's wrong. My radar was right. He's a fucking fuckface. So John has a girlfriend named Ronnie, and she's constantly being annoying and constantly asking him to open up to her, which, you know, women try to change men. That's not like this is the most believable part of the episode is that his girlfriend just wouldn't leave it alone and just keeps digging at him. But basically she's just like, John, why won't you open up to me? Why won't you talk to me? It's like,
I didn't even know that you found the chopper's last victim until I saw it on the news.
What do you want me to do, Ron?
I want you to talk to me. You don't have to hide anything from me. Don't you understand? Get it?
He saw someone get murdered. Give the man a fucking little bit of space. Christ. Like, let him work out his feelings. But what precedes is John having nightmares about the chopper and about watching this happen. His coach constantly showing up being like, how'd that make you feel, buddy? How'd that make you feel? Did you see any details about the chopper? Anything interesting stick out to you?
He just looked up at me, swinging his axe.
Did you see him? See his face?
No, it's just like it was in real life. I only saw him for a second. In the dream, I'm so close, though.
But you still didn't see him clearly.
No, I'm always on the verge. Just know he's after me.
Maybe he wants you because he thinks you saw him.
And he just keeps coming up and keeps coming up and keeps coming up. And then Ronnie and his parents being like, John, you got to get over this. And then this formula goes on and on and on. Where I got until, it goes on and on and on until the chopper shows up and attacks John and Ronnie. So like Ronnie's staying over at John's place or John's staying at Ronnie's place. Who cares? The chopper shows up and there's like a struggle. It's like in the dark and then the light comes on, and the coach is sitting on top of John's unconscious body holding an axe. And it clearly looks like the coach is the chopper. But he, for some reason, is able to convince everyone that no, John is the chopper, and the coach arrived to stop him because the coach suspected that John was doing all these awful things. How are you selling us on this? It's so clearly even the build of the chopper is like a guy that's like 6. He's like your height, but John is like my height.
Nope.
It's so clearly not John. Like a silhouette of the chopper is so clearly not John's body. It's so clearly the coach's body.
Yeah, and the Phantom was actually the artist. Come on. Like, somewhere along the line, they swapped parts there.
So, yeah, the coach, and then it's so.
And just to be clear, Justin is only able to say this because he knows how the episode ends. Right?
Yeah, but it doesn't. The
benefit of hindsight.
No. It was so obviously the coach in the first part. I didn't even have to see the second one. It was so obvious. Okay, the coach is needlessly interested in all the details. He continuously asks questions to John, being like, "So, did you see what he looked like?"
Any of your friends know about them? Did you see him? See his face? But you still didn't see him clearly. Maybe he wants you because he thinks you saw him. Did you see any more of the chopper? Any more detail?
If I could just see the face. I'm so close. Every time I dream, I see more.
Well, don't try too hard, John. You might not like what you see.
Do you get any more details? Like, it's so obvious that he's like looking, he's like probing for information. And then there's like a shot of him like evilly like looking up John's address and then like circling it. And I swear to God, it doesn't show his face, but I'm sure if it did, his face was probably like, but like, there's like that shot where he's like, all right, I'm circling John's address.
He's concerned for his star quarterback. And
yeah, that's what it was.
Yeah,
that's what it was.
You know,
Mark, were you the star quarterback and you had a coach that was just like this man? Because the fact that you're like, no, this guy's a solid dude.
This guy's all right.
Yeah. Is there someone in your past that,
Well, he's interested in making sure that our protagonist here doesn't fall off the wayside, that he's got his future because, he's getting scouted and, he's got a great college career ahead of him. Stay focused. Don't let this stuff distract you. He's a great man.
Fuck this plot. So then the ending is so bad because it's just like, then the police get called and like John's parents are there and Ronnie's just like, I don't know what I saw. And then the coach is like, no, this is what you saw. What you saw was John was trying to kill you and I knocked him out and John's really the killer. And that's what you should all believe. And they're all like, yeah, okay, we'll commit John. We'll commit our son. And then like, so they're like, yeah, that's obviously what it is. Coach Guy, for some reason we're believing you, not our son. And then like, he gaslights John, so then John's like in a stretcher, and it's so goofy. He's like getting stretchered out, and he's like, Coach, I'm crazy? And the coach is like, yeah, I'm afraid so.
I'm the chopper?
Yes.
I'm crazy?
Yeah.
Go figure.
I don't think it was quite as ham-fisted as you.
Bullshit!
Yeah.
Bullshit! I will cut to it right now.
I'm the chopper.
Yes.
I'm crazy.
Yeah.
That's literally what he says. He goes like, "I'm crazy, coach," and he's like, "Yeah, I'm afraid so, buddy."
Okay, but within the confines of this show, it's about as good as you're gonna get, right? Like every actor in this series is chewing the scenery, right? Like other than maybe Lar Park Lincoln, who did a decent job, everybody else is just leaning into their characters way too much. So you kind of have to just buy some things when they tell you.
So Mark basically what, in case you're wondering what you just saw, basically Mark watched Freddy's Dead, and then he was just like, yeah, that's the best one out of all of them, obviously.
that is the level of performance that I'm going to hold as the benchmark for every episode in the series.
Why don't you say the B plot? Why don't you tell us it? Because I've already said a lot. Get into the B plot, please.
So basically, his girlfriend is now having PTSD about all this, right?
Which, good connection.
Yeah.
Good connection.
Her boyfriend is in a mental institution or whatever, in some kind of hospital.
He gets committed.
Yep.
No, because the parents commit him because
Yep.
they're like, we got to do this quietly.
Yep.
Yeah. So he's now committed.
Yep. And, so she's having a really hard time of it, and they kind of have a bunch of filler in the middle there. But essentially what ends up happening is killer comes back for her.
Yeah, because the killer didn't get caught in the first fucking part.
But you didn't know that. So it's double twist.
You didn't know that unless you've seen a film or a TV show before. Then you could probably figure it out pretty easily. But so basically the coach is revealed to be the killer. Like, to me, it was really obvious in the first part, but in the second part, they are hammering you in the head with how obvious it is. Like, the coach goes to visit John, and he continues to try to gaslight him, where he's like, you should fess up. Like, you did all this, son. Like, you're the killer. Like, nobody else. And he's like, here, take your meds. And she's forcing drugs down his throat, so he stays drugged up, so he can't talk.
Ronnie persists in thinking you're innocent. She asked me to come and see you.
How is she?
She's very upset. You don't want to upset her anymore, do you?
No.
And you know what you did, don't you? You are
Chopper.
You have to accept it. And then we can start the long road back.
And then he gaslights his girlfriend. His girlfriend's name is Ronnie.
Yep.
He gaslights Ronnie into thinking, she's like, you got to let it go. Your boyfriend, he was crazy. Just let it go, okay? And then Ronnie's like, yeah, but new people have gotten chopped up. And he's like, yeah, don't worry about that. You have anything else you want to add about the plot?
And then he comes in, and then turns out...
I hate the ending. The ending can suck my dick.
He gets out of the hospital, and he's still in his full football uniform.
You're right. You caught that.
Awesome.
You caught that. Yeah.
Because otherwise we wouldn't recognize who he is if he doesn't have his shoulder pads on.
Why wouldn't they just give him a nightgown or something, like a hospital gown?
Nope.
So Ronnie starts having cryptic dreams about the Chopper and John, and it's something, it's like a fever dream. It's something like David Lynch would concoct. It's just random shit. And I just found them so nonsensical. It's 20 minutes of that. And then it finally ends with the coach shows up, attacks Ronnie, but again, it's in the dark and she can't quite see what's happening. And John is in his football gear.
Yep.
And he attacks the coach and tries to stop him. And he saves her from killing the coach. And then he kills the coach with the axe. But then Ronnie's confused with what she saw. So then the cops show up and they just arrest John. They're just like, oh, okay, so he was the killer. And for some reason, this situation just happened again, but he killed somebody. Yeah, you're coming with us, son. You're locked up.
Well, remember, they always thought it was him.
Right.
So when they show up and they see him over the body of the coach.
With the axe.
Right?
Yeah.
All that does is confirm what they already believed to be true.
Right.
Was that he was the killer the whole time. So it's it's a double twist, buddy.
I hate everything about this show. I want you to tell me, just go into your positives. I got nothing to give you.
So I felt like if you take all of the Nightmare on Elm Street fluff off of this is a great horror story. This could have been like a Tales from the Crypt story where you've got somebody who everyone believes is the killer, or someone is going around killing people. You have somebody that knows about it and is sort of broken up about it. Whether or not you can kind of see where they're going, because as we know in this series, it was always you the whole time, except when it's not, right? But they make you believe, they do, that he was the killer and that was the end of the A story. So I'm like, cool, they've got a tight, it's a good horror story. Someone's killing, we don't know who it is. Turns out it was him the whole time. They take him away. But then there's another twist at the end. It wasn't him the whole time. It was the coach the whole time. And I thought it was just a cool horror story. It was tightly wrapped. They made good use of the 45 minutes. Hey, on a level of suckitude, it sucked a little less than the other episodes. I thought I could make sense of this one in as much as you can make sense of any of these. I thought it was the effects were okay. They didn't go too crazy. It boiled down to a simple murderer plot, which after watching some of these episodes that are so convoluted, I felt, okay, good. I understand what's going on here. Someone's killing people, and that's all we need to know, right? And they stuck with that, and they fooled you into thinking that the coach was a good guy. And watch the episode. Tell us in the comments whether or not I was totally out to lunch and that you could see. I think Justin, because he knows how it ends, he feels, yeah. But I imagine you were watching that. And you're like, yeah, this coach is a good dude.
No.
Yeah.
I think you were watching and you're like, oh, it's just like Coach Jacobs I had when I was the star running back. Like,
you only tried to murder me twice.
Right. So. Yeah. I think I'll summarize my feelings here with a little note I have here. I go. It's 46 minutes of nothing. No arc, no real story to tell, no interesting characters, and the most obvious twist of all time, it's complete shit. That's how I felt.
I think the first twist was obvious, but the second one, that one was kind of cool.
It was so obviously the coach.
Yeah.
Did you honestly not think it was the coach? I'm blown away by this. You're smart.
And I'll have to go back and...
now we have to add an asterisk.
Now we're not sure. I don't know if there were continued killings in the B plot. And I think that is part of it. I think they stopped.
They stopped, but then there was one more.
Okay.
There was one more, because that's why Ronnie was like... Yeah. Oh, didn't you see? It can't be John. And then the coach was just like, shut up, Ronnie. Like, you fucking, and that's why he goes after him. Yeah. And then John realizes it and he's like, I got to save Ronnie. And then he does. And his reward is basically the cops just like, come on, psycho, back to the loony bin for you.
I mean, he technically did kill somebody.
A murderer.
Yeah.
Right.
No, I mean, no one's ever going to know that he was the...
number one, Mark.
Number one. It was a
Number
good...
one. You
good
put this
horror
over
story.
Sister's Keeper? How is this better than Sister's Keeper?
Okay, so one thing you got to understand.
I know this is Freddy's nightmares. You don't got to understand shit.
Yeah,
You are meant not to understand what you're watching.
In a lot of ways, any of the episodes that didn't tie into Freddy Krueger tended to do better for me because...
Yeah, it seems like you like the ones that were just... This could have been any anthology.
Just don't.
This could have been Night Gallery.
Yeah,
like, it could have been anything. Yeah.
And I felt like this one stood out as a decent enough horror story that 16-year-olds could watch on TV. Right? Like, if you're expecting more than that from any of these episodes, your expectations are too high. I thought this was just a decent story. They tried to pull a twist off. Whether or not you believed it or not doesn't really matter. They tried to do something. It was a story that had a start and an end. That's really all I could say.
All right, moving on. Let's move on
I hope you leave that in.
100% will leave that in. That's our way of transitioning to the B plot.
Yeah.
Because now we've done both of our top lists. Yes?
Yeah, so is this our B story? Is the
now we're into the B story, buddy. Okay, so before we get to that, I've written down what I feel are the most ridiculous A to B transitions.
Okay. Yep.
Okay? So here's my quick little segue. So as we both pointed out, sometimes the A plot isn't bad, but the B plot sucks shit, and vice versa.
Yep.
What I found, for me, what became a really fun part of I turned to watching the show into a game, which was, okay, my friend and I would go, okay, let's guess which one of these innocuous background characters are now going to be our main protagonist.
Star of the second story.
Holy fuck, is that a fun game.
Yeah.
And I recommend for you, if you're going to watch this show, play this game. I want you to watch the A part and think to yourself, okay, one of these random jackasses is probably going to be our hero in the B plot. Yep. Who is it going to be? And you will be shocked how off you are most of the time. And these are some of the most random. So in the episode Saturday Night Special, that's the dating one. Yep. That's the dating tape one. Plot A follows some schlub who meets this perfect fantasy woman. And that's like the first plot. And then it ends with him getting hit by a car driven by the real version of his dream girl. So it turns out his dream girl is actually a real woman, but he doesn't know her.
Right.
Freddy's nightmares. And then Then the B plot, you're like, oh, so now we're going to follow the real woman, that like not the fantasy version. Nope. We follow the real fantasy woman, the real version of the fantasy woman's roommate. Her ugly roommate.
Yeah.
Who I think is maybe in one shot in the A plot. Lovely. From the episode Mother's Day, the plot A follows a kid who moves into a new area with his mom and her new boyfriend, I think it's her like fiance. He meets a local girl across the street, and hijinks ensue. Plot B follows the new girl's mom, who hosts a radio show.
Yep.
Doesn't even follow the new girl. Follows the new girl's mom. You following along here? This is the level of the show. Okay, we've got light at the end of the tunnel. This is the episode with the guy this is the Dick Clark cameo episode. He's like, it's a guy who's afraid of the dark, and he takes a job working in the sewer systems.
Right, yep.
And he has a girlfriend who works at a video store. The B plot, who are we going to follow? Are we going to follow Dick Clark, the owner of the sewage company? Are we going to follow his girlfriend? Are we going to follow his best friend? No, we're going to follow the owner of the video store that his girlfriend works at. Oh, and then I actually had missing persons. That was one of my words. I think I already mentioned it when we talked about the episode. I got one more. Identity crisis. This is the one about the guy he's got like anxiety about getting old, and his like son is like, he's afraid his son's trying to kill him or some shit. So it follows a man getting older who has anxiety about aging, and his son seeing him as nothing more than a useless relic. The B plot. Well, we got to follow the son, right? No. We follow the son's friend, who I am 99% certain isn't even in the A plot. Like, I don't even think she's even in a single... I don't remember her in a single scene. And in fact... right at the beginning of the B plot, because Amelia, you're going to be like, who the fuck is this? They have a line to establish the connection. The mom comes in and she goes, it's no wonder that misfit John is your only friend.
I just want you to fit in. Is that so wrong? How can you walk around school like that? It's no wonder that misfit John is your only friend.
It's like, that was the only way of connecting it. They had to add that little line. It's like, oh, you're just like your friend John. He was in the A plot.
Yeah. It makes me wonder why they felt like doing that was necessary or important, because it almost makes it more difficult, because then you've got to take characters that you've already established and then carry them up. Whereas if you just cut it, then you can tell two separate stories rather than having to have that link between them.
It's a bizarre plot like a formula that I've never actually seen in any other show that I can think of. It's interesting. It's an interesting idea, but you're right. It handicaps them in that it's like, no matter what, now they have to write in something to set up for the B plot.
And I honestly don't know. Were the A and B stories always written by the same writer?
That's a good question. I don't know.
Because if they're not,
I mean, that's another. Well, that explains why some of them tonally are so different.
Right.
Like that one you picked, Missing Persons. Like the second one is like a noir thriller.
Yeah,
it's not the same at all.
And if you've got two different people writing two very different stories, which a lot of these come across as, but then something has to link them, it creates this like artificial connection.
I know exactly what you mean.
Like you could just do without it. Like, you can't tell me you're saving enough money by having one actor appearing in both stories to make that worthwhile to have to constantly be mashing these two together. Just don't.
So we're gonna save this discussion. I want to put a pin in this for the next video we do, which is we're gonna do season 2. And the question we're gonna ask in season 2 is, okay, you are the producer of Freddy's Nightmares. What is your ideal version of this show? What is your pitch for this show? How would you, in a perfect world, what is the version of a Nightmare on Elm Street TV show you would make? Right. / how could you fix this show? So I want you to hold that thought, but we'll get into that in the next one, because that's what we're starting to get in that territory, because I think one of the big questions is, okay, should we ditch the A and B plot structure? Should it be two separate stories? Or should every episode just be a higher budgeted 40-minute episode like Tales from the Crypt? It's the same way, right? Tales from the Crypt, every episode's what, like 40 minutes? And it's all high quality.
It is. I can't remember if they had, I think they might have had two separate stories.
I don't remember them doing that. I don't remember them doing that, but maybe I'm wrong. Yeah. I very rarely am, but this could be one of those, 1 in a million
I mean,
times.
you're wrong about your last pick. How is that the worst episode?
Because it's so obvious and it's shit. You really won't let this go.
I'll believe.
How is that the best episode?
Because it's great.
No.
And it had a twist.
It's not even, there's no good, kills in it. There's no good gore effects. There's no Freddy's. No.
We'll agree that you're wrong.
Okay. Yeah, we'll agree on something. Okay. Time to scrape the shit.
Yep.
And I've drawn blood on my worst. One of yours has already been come up.
We've done, which one?
The End of the World was your number 4, I think.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. I'll kick us off. My number 5. This is a hot take. This for the very few people that kind of like Freddy's Nightmares, this is usually in most people's top 5. You're all fucking wrong. You're all fucking nuts. My number 5, no more Mr. Nice Guy.
Excellent.
I'm taking him in clean and legal. Anybody who wants to get in my way can come along. In handcuffs.
Hey, God, you got pretty little girls.
Shut up!
We got interrupted before I could get to know him. They'll like me a lot better next time.
Next time.
Where do you have it?
Number 3 worst.
It's shit.
Yep.
It's a shit episode.
I thought this was going to be your number 1.
Fuck
because
no,
I thought
it's
that
crap.
You'd buy into this piece of crap.
No, and anybody, see, the problem is, I think most people, this is it.
I watched this one twice just to be sure.
So did I.
Yep.
Most people, what they know of Freddy's Nightmares is very little. There's not a lot of info. Most people haven't watched the whole thing. They haven't watched all the episodes. So what they've heard is that, oh, there's a pilot episode that actually is a prequel to the first Nightmare on Elm Street. That sounds awesome on paper. When you hear that, you're like, oh, cool. We get to see some footage we never got to see before. It was directed by Tobe Hooper. Oh,
Texas Chainsaw Massacre fame. Yep.
Are you kidding me? That sounds like a match made in heaven. Oh, it's a courtroom drama, and Robert Englund gets to do some actual serious acting in it. You hear all that, so then people got it in their head. That was it. That was the best. Yeah, there was this one awesome episode.
Yep.
And then you watch it. And it's just, all right. So this is the pilot of the show. The A and B plot is the exact same. I'm so glad this is on your worst. So glad. It sucks so bad.
Yep.
It's just so disappointing.
I wasn't sure how you were going to come down on this one.
No, it's really bad. Yeah. See, folks,
every once in a while.
See, we're like a married couple. We have our spats, but at the end of the day, we always end up in bed together. we always find a way back to one another. Right. Okay. So it begins with a court procedure. Ooh.
Always exciting.
The trial of Fred Krueger. Yep. And it's like immediately I knew. I was like, as soon as I started watching, I went, oh, fuck, this is going to suck. This sets the tone for the whole show and the whole episode. So Fred Krueger's on trial for, I'm assuming like, so this is the part we didn't see, which is they have caught him now. He has murdered several kids.
Murdered kids, yeah.
He has murdered kids, not molested them.
Not anything more.
He has murdered them. We're going with that timeline. It's the only thing this episode gets right. And he's standing trial, and there's a defense attorney and a prosecutor, and they go through their statements, and then the judge, I don't remember where this comes out of. I think it comes from the defense, brings forward something to the judge. And turns out Fred Krueger gets off on a technicality.
The evidence presented to this court was obtained during an illegal arrest.
No.
Not in compliance with the Supreme Court's ruling on the rights of the accused. With great regret, I must grant defense's motion to dismiss.
Your Honor, this man cannot be allowed to walk free.
Then he should have been read his rights at the time of his arrest. I'm as sorry as you, but the law is the law.
He has his aha moment or a gotcha moment.
Yeah, and they fuck up. Okay, so they go. He gets off. The technicality is that it was an illegal arrest.
He wasn't read his rights.
Is that what it was supposed to be?
So
I see. I thought it was an illegal. I thought my mind. I was like, oh, maybe they meant illegal search,
right?
Because that is more likely.
Yeah.
But like, when does that ever come up? Like how often is like
that's why
cops didn't read their rights?
That's why they blame Lieutenant Blocker, right?
Oh, I know. Yeah. Okay, so I thought it was an illegal search.
Yeah,
but
I think it was.
I think you're right.
Yeah.
I think it was. He wasn't read his Miranda rights. Okay, whatever. Stupid. So he gets off on a technicality. The show, the episode's immediately off to a bad start. Freddy Krueger is like sitting in a cartoony prison box. It's like this stupid like prop they made that would never be in a courtroom, where it's like, I've actually sat in a courtroom where they have people that like did violent crimes. They are sitting behind glass, but it's like off to the side, kind of like where you would think the jury would typically sit, like that bench.
Yep.
They usually have like this plastic box. He's like sitting to the side of the judge in like the corner, and he's like all in shadows, which makes no sense. And it's like so overly stylized, and it's like something out of Sounds of the Lambs. It's like this glass box that he's in. And he's wearing his sweater? Why the fuck would he be wearing his Freddy Krueger sweater? And I don't know if you caught this. Do you know what he's holding? Did you catch this?
No.
He's holding his fedora.
Oh yeah, he's got his hat. Yeah.
Why would you have that?
Yeah.
Why would you be allowed? Why? Everything's wrong.
Right.
Everything's wrong. That makes no sense. This is a court case, right? This is a court trial. He would be in a suit.
Yep.
He would not be, his lawyer would not let him wear a fucking sweater. Firstly, why would he even have the sweater and the fedora? Also, what is the implication here? That was his trademark look? He always just wore this sweater and the fedora?
Or is this like the classic Abraham Lincoln trope? Like you won't recognize Abraham Lincoln if he doesn't have the big stovetop hat and the beard, right?
It's so obviously for the audience, and that's why I'm like, oh, we're into the shit immediately. We're off to a bad start here. So our protagonist is, as you've already said, Lieutenant Tim Blocker.
Yep.
And he is the father of Merritt and Lisa in the much
improved.
Yeah.
Yep.
Isn't it funny that like the best episode came out of the worst episode?
Yeah. Well, almost the best. Yes.
The true best.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. So Krueger gets off in a technicality, and everybody blames Blocker. They're like, you only had this one thing to do, Tim, and you fucked it up.
There's a woman that yells at him like incessantly.
Yeah, I don't remember, and the town is frustrated, and led by the lead prosecutor, they form a lynch mob.
Yeah. Exactly
following, I don't even have Elm Street 1 here on the table, but let's count this as Elm Street 1. Exactly following the plot of Elm Street 1. And then, it's just so stupid. One of his daughters, I think it's supposed to be Merritt, she has like an ominous line, and she's like, she says to her dad, she's like, you can't kill Freddy, you only make it worse.
Daddy, you can't kill Freddy, you'll only make it worse.
How do you know this?
What? From what?
From what? What are you basing that on? Yeah. If you kill someone that was a murderer, they come back as a vengeful spirit according to horror movie lore. Like, shut the fuck up. What are you basing that on? That's based on nothing. Like, did Freddy tell you that in one of your nightmares? Was he like, hey, tell your dad? Wait, no, he couldn't have even done that because he's not dead yet.
Yep.
So she couldn't even be having Freddy Krueger.
There is no Freddy Krueger at this point, right? Like,
and that's... Oh, hold off.
Yeah.
I have so many things I want to dunk him up in this fucking episode. So Tim places an officer at his house to keep watch. And his wife like comes out with like this shitty little paper plate of like 3 pieces of fried chicken. Did you catch this?
Yes.
It's like so like, oh, you had no money. There was no budget for
like
this.
Literally no money.
It's literally like a shitty little paper plate and like 3 little pieces of chicken. And the guy's just like, like nibbles a little bit. She's like, oh, you must be hungry. Thanks for watching.
He
over
probably
the
couldn't
family."
even take a bite in case they needed to redo the shot.
Right. So like, I think he just like nibbles on it. Yeah. Right. Freddy then shows, so Freddy's out on the loose. The lynch mob is hunting him, and Blocker is aware there's a lynch mob, and he's basically like, no, this is, we follow the law. We are a society of laws and regulations. Like, I got to stop this lynch mob before they go too far. So he's basically trying to find Freddy before they find him. Freddy goes to his house and kills the officer that was watching them. This isn't a dream, folks. Yep. Fred Krueger's still alive. He is a corporeal form. He's like flesh and blood. He kills that officer. The mob shows up, and I just love, I don't know if you call this detail, they show up, and then like they show up at like the exact same time that Blocker shows up, and they quickly like gloss over the fact that like there's a dead police officer just sitting there.
Right.
And they both just like rush off, and they're like, he's not gonna get away. Like, we're hot on his trail. Let's go, Tim. And they like rush off, and it's like, there's procedure to follow. Like, it's basically like the Ben Tramer thing over again.
I was gonna say, this is
literally
Halloween
Ben.
2
Yeah, this is
over.
Halloween 2 logic, where it's like, fuck that. We have a plot to get to.
I don't care if this corpse is burning alive.
Right.
So
Blocker just like leaves a dead cop outside of his family's
His
house.
own family's
his own
house.
family's
Yeah.
house. Yeah. Yeah. They are now like 20 feet away from a poor dead man that has been like gutted by Freddy Krueger. So the mob they're hot on Freddy's trail, and they track him down to his secret hideout, which is like, it's a boiler room in like a giant factory.
Yeah.
It's like in some industrial area. Where is this? Why does Freddy Krueger have unrestricted access to this? Does he own this power plant or whatever the fuck this is supposed to be? Like, that is a good question. So I want your take on this. Where do you think Freddy Krueger committed his murders? Because they hint at this in a couple of the movies. Some of the movies said he did it, like he took them to a place. That was the lore I always interpreted, was that he kidnapped the children, would bring them to some killing place, and then killed them. The 6th one explains that he kills them at his own house, that he like had that like fucked up torture room underneath the house. The 2nd one implies that like he brought them to that factory. So that's kind of what they're going with, that lore. They're going with like the part 2 lore. What's your take on this? I'm kind of curious what you think.
This is going to allude to why I don't like this episode, but I'll sort of touch on it here. I don't like that there's an answer to that question. Because
you think it needs to be ambiguous?
I think that part of what makes this, Nightmare on Elm Street, the first one in particular, as good as it is that nobody talks about it. It's this secret that the neighborhood parents have that they've held on to for 15, 16 years.
Right.
They've all kept amongst themselves. They're racked with guilt. Some of them have drinking problems now, but they've all maintained tight-lipped
secrecy
on this.
Yeah,
so you don't know what happened.
There's like this curtain of mystery.
That's
like,
right.
You just don't know.
And that needs to be maintained.
No, it doesn't.
doesn't.
Freddy Krueger
We
was a
don't.
guy walking
Yeah.
around
Yeah.
in a Christmas
Yeah.
sweater, wearing a fedora, and he works at this power plant. He has an ice cream truck. They give you all the answers, Mark, none of which make any sense.
Yeah.
But for whatever reason, he's got like, okay, so the way I was interpreting it was, I think Freddy Krueger had a kill room.
Yeah.
What that looked like, where that was, I don't know. There is a shot in one of the movies where they tracked him down and then like Molotov cocktailed him to death in the one, like his little hideout. So they're going with that.
Sure.
I'm not against it.
Sure.
The problem is, my beef here is, why, like, how does he have access to this power plant? And like, the thing is like, oh, they caught Freddy Krueger, right? Okay. Where did they catch him? Seemingly they needed evidence. So was the evidence this kill room? So why would he go back there? And why would there not be police there? Like, wouldn't it be police taped off? You know what I mean? It's like, it's the equivalent of like the police overlooked, like they didn't know he had this kill room. But again, why does he have, like, how does he have access to this room in a giant power plant that's seemingly an operational factory? Like, who is not noticing this? Is somebody else in on this? Does Freddy Krueger have an accomplice? It raises too many questions. I'm not against the kill room idea. The problem is it's executed clumsily here.
Yep.
It's dumb. But they track him down, and Lieutenant Blocker shows up just in time as the Lynch is like, Krueger is at the hideout, and the Lynch mob approaches him and is like, time to get your punishment, Krueger. I don't know that they talk like that, but whatever. And I'm giving them like...
That's better than it actually was.
Yeah. And Blocker shows up and he's like, no, we're going to follow the law. We're going to do this right, you know? And then Krueger like eggs him on. He like goats him and he's like, it's a shame I didn't get any time with those adorable kids of yours, Tim, or something like that. Yeah. And then Tim's just like, you son of a bitch.
He has a change of heart.
Too far.
Yeah.
And then he
douses him with the old gasoline.
Douses Freddy Krueger with gasoline and lights him on fire, which is, they loved this shot. It is a cool shot. They do the firewalk gag, like it's actually a guy lit on fire. They show that shot, I think, both in the intro of the show and many times in flashbacks.
Right.
Like, they really got their worth out of that shot. They got their money. Yeah. It's a cool shot.
Sure.
Yeah.
Anytime you're going to set a guy on fire.
Yeah. That's the end of the A plot.
Yep.
On to the B plot. And the B plot is a convoluted mess, I personally feel. The B plot is basically, what if you took Elm Street 1, but instead of Nancy being the protagonist, John Saxon was the main protagonist? That's literally what it is.
But not John Saxon.
But yeah, right. But it is John Saxon's character. That's the thing. See, this is where, it's also why I hate this episode, is it retcons 1.
Yeah, so that's, well, we'll get there.
Well, I mean, we're there right now. It literally retcons 1 because, like, why? Did you look this up, how they were supposed to explain this? Because, like, John Saxon is clearly supposed to be Tim Blocker. Like, it's like the same character.
Same character, but it's not the same character. And this is one of the
concerns. It's not, but it's supposed to represent that
he's
character.
The stand-in for him.
Right. So,
but it's not...
Like, are we supposed to think John Saxon's character was part of that lynch mob?
So... Okay.
This is where I get confused. It's like, yeah, you might as well bring it up right now because I don't have much.
So one of the points that I have is in the lynch mob group, we're missing some people.
Nancy's mom.
Where is Marge and Donald Thompson?
Who are they again?
That's Nancy's parents, Nancy Thompson.
Oh, okay. There you go.
Where are they? The problem is, if you're going to do something like this, if you're gonna take the whole pilot idea, the whole origin story down off the shelf, and you're going to touch that, right? That's sacrosanct.
That's sacred.
That's sacred, right?
You're fucking with the lore.
Yeah. If
you're
gonna,
retconning.
If you're going to do that, you have to do it. They did not do it.
Right.
They screwed every aspect of it up. You can't do this on the cheap. And if you do, it's going to look that much worse because everyone already has in their mind what this looks like. You did not live up to that expectation.
Right.
Right. Who are these people? Right. We never hear from them again. Right. Why is Lieutenant Blocker suddenly the guy? Like, I wasn't overly concerned with why is Freddy choosing him to kind of haunt. Like, I feel like Freddy could do this to whoever he wants. He just tends to choose the children of Elm Street to get at their parents. So maybe at this point he hadn't figured out that that's what he wants to do. All right, free pass, right? But he doesn't make a very good victim. And if you're telling an origin story, you kind of need to stick with the plot that's already been established. And they didn't do that. Yeah, so that's my kind of that's my point on
the retcon. Well, yeah. Okay, so going back onto the retcon here for a second, though. So they also retcon at Elm Street 3 because they use. Did you catch this? So
not sure.
Okay,
yeah.
So Tim and the lynch mob burn Krueger alive, right? Well, they got to get rid of his remains, similar to what they do in Elm Street 1, which is the plot of the subplot of Elm Street 3, which is putting Freddy's actual remains to rest because he was lynched, right? Yep. So the idea is like if you give him a proper burial, his spirit can move on. That's the thought, anyways. Of course, that doesn't work.
It doesn't last, but it works for that.
Whatever.
Yep.
So they use the junkyard.
Yep.
Did you catch this?
Is that supposed to be the same?
Yes,
Yeah.
the implication is that that's the junkyard. So Tim tells one of his fellow officers who realizes what happens. He like admits to him. He's like, yeah, we did an awful thing. And then he's like, no, Tim, you did the right thing. You took that piece of shit off the street. And then he's like, I'll help you cover it up.
I killed a man in cold blood, Jane.
What are you so worried about the feds for? So they find a body, so what? No one's gonna talk.
Springwood's too small. Somebody'll crack. Somebody always cracks. When they do, I'm history.
Not if there isn't any body to find. I'll go to the power plant. I'll take care of the body.
And then that guy goes and takes Freddy's remains and hides them somewhere. But then the whole B plot is Tim keeps having these recurring nightmares about Freddy, and Freddy's torturing him, and Freddy like slashes him in the opening dream, and then he actually has the slash marks.
Yep.
So he is literally the Nancy in this story. He is the victim of Freddy right now, and he's trying to hide this dark secret from getting out, and he enlists his coworker. And at one point, he's like, "I gotta make sure." He's like, "I gotta." There's like the FBI gets involved. That's what it is. The FBI gets involved, and then he's like, "Oh no! Like I have anxiety about this because they might find out this terrible thing I did. You know, I could also go to jail." So he's like, show me where you buried the body." And they go to the junkyard. That's,
Okay.
I think, supposed to be an allusion to the junkyard in 3. And his remains are also in the trunk of a car. But it's stupid because they open the trunk and there's nothing there. But
So then,
right,
what happened here?
Right, exactly.
And
So-
this movie has already happened, by the way.
Right.
So
So it's like they retcon it because it's like, oh, his remains disappeared, but then also he wakes up and it's like, oh, so was that a dream? Was it not? This is one of those, is he asleep? Is he not asleep? It's never clear cut. They just he's just constantly bouncing in and out of nightmares, and everybody's acting cartoony. Nobody's acting like real people. So it's so hard to follow. Like, it represents so much of what's wrong with the show,
Right.
you know?
I don't know why they didn't spend 45 minutes on the origin story, because the whole B plot was him just messing around.
You're just getting a typical Freddy Krueger victim story.
Right.
That's all it is.
Like, his kill at the end was okay. I mean, we
okay.
don't see anything,
Yeah.
but I mean, it's very Freddy Krueger.
It's very Freddy Krueger. Yeah.
Yeah. No, my biggest complaint about this episode is that if you're going to do this, you have to do it, and you've got to do it right. And they didn't. If I was Bob Shea and I saw that, if I was Wes Craven and I saw that, I'd be like, you have just ruined
I would have been appalled.
the legacy of,
Right.
of this. You know, and this movie has been around for a while. We already know that, you know, they were kind of in the midst of part 4 and part 5. So even though the movies were kind of tanking the legacy of Freddy all on their own at this point, at least there were elements that even the worst of the movies didn't touch, right? They don't mess with the first one. They all leave that one alone. This one messed with the first one, and you do not have license to do that, especially when you are a crappy weekly television series that, you know, each episode was like made for $300 or something stupid.
Yeah, I wrote down, there's literally no ambiguity of whether he's innocent or not. Ruins the mystery of the original series.
Yep.
Because that was one of the things we talked about in the original, when we were talking about the original series of films, except for the remake, where the remake was just like, oh no, he was bad. He was evil, which that was a missed opportunity. All the other ones, you never really knew.
There was
that possibility that they killed an innocent man.
Right. And that's part of
And
the
I like
reason
that.
why the parents are having a hard time with it.
Right.
Because they're
not 100%.
That's right. They're never going to find out. Right. And in this, it makes it clear.
But in this one, okay, so he gets off and he immediately goes back to his hideout, and he's got like an ice cream truck decoy.
Right.
He goes to like his ice cream truck and he's just like, we have work to do. And it's like, oh, so there's just no mystery whatsoever. It's like, okay, so you were evil. Cool.
Yeah.
Like that's so lame. And I've got to shit on Robert Englund here for a second, because people give him credit for this episode. His acting decision in this is fucking terrible. And I'm not saying he acts terrible. I'm saying he made the decision. He acts like Freddy Krueger before he's Freddy Krueger.
Right.
That's it. Pour it all over the spot. Gonna have a cookout, huh? Go ahead. Go ahead. Light it, I dare you, cop. Go ahead, you pig. Come on. I'd rather burn up than fade away. I'll be back. I'm free. Free.
Like, he's cackling maniacally. He has some dumb line where he's like, I am forever, before he even
Right.
gets killed. It's like,
He's not a demon yet.
but he's
He's
acting
just
like a demon. Right. He's not acting like Fred Krueger the man. He's acting like Freddy Krueger the dream nightmare
Entity,
demon. Yeah. Terrible decision. I don't know what he was thinking. Like, that's such a bad call.
I think this is the first episode of something we are trying to tie back to the movies, and we can't assume that our audience is intelligent enough to believe that this was a person before he became the character that everyone knows. So we're going to have to ham it up so that everyone makes the connection that, oh, this guy, even though we've got him dressed in the same sweater and the fedora hat, no, we got to hit that Freddy button really hard.
Immediately.
Right? It's like,
Instead of doing something clever,
right.
You know,
like, you can still make him evil, but he doesn't have to be the, like, you know.
No, but he's acting like
Yeah.
Freddy Krueger. Like, it's not right. It was such a poor choice.
So I have a question for you as well.
Please.
How do you feel about the fact that they don't show his face? So I went back and watched, he's always in shadow. And I don't know why they did that, because we know he's not burnt yet. And I thought it was a great opportunity to show Robert Englund in his, like, if you're going to do an origin story, show the man.
Oh, you mean when it's human form? Because once he's Freddy Krueger, they show his
that's
face.
fine.
Yeah.
But whenever you see him in his, like, human form, his before killed form, it's always shadow. He's always off in the.
So let's talk about direction.
Yeah.
Toby Hooper directed this.
Yeah.
You'd never know it.
No.
There's nothing that tells you. I've read people be like, oh, the Toby Hooper directed episode is so good. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Negative.
It doesn't even feel like a Toby Hooper episode. It feels like a generic, shitty 90s no budget TV show. There's nothing, or I got rid of here. Yeah. No cool Freddy effects, very bland and ugly cinematography, including some garbage Freddy vision shots. Do you remember this? There's some shots where it's like from Freddy Krueger's perspective, and it goes all like negative, positive, like stupid filters. And I'm like, this looks like, it's like early digital effects. It looks like shit. Like, this is the guy that did Texas Chainsaw Massacre? You'd never know it.
Like, and we know Texas Chainsaw Massacre was made on a shoestring budget, so you can't tell me.
And it looks like art.
Right.
Right.
Yeah. But you can't tell me that you can't make something out of nothing. You just mailed this one in, and that's disappointing.
And there's no clever cinematography. No. It has terrible effects, no good no good camera direction, and everything is shot in like wide, flat images.
Yep.
Everything's in focus. They don't play with the depth of field. Like, it doesn't feel cinematic at all. It's crap. So fucking bad.
So, of all the 22 episodes in this first season, we've joked a lot about some of these that we've watched. It is on you to decide whether or not you actually want to go and subject yourself to this. Watch them by all means and have a good time with it. I will say, though, this is the one episode from that first season where I would actually recommend that you don't see it. Because if you are a fan of this, like we are,
it's just going to piss you off.
This is going to ruin a part of that for you. There are some things that don't need to be made. This episode is not necessary.
Should not exist.
Not only is it not necessary, but it kind of wrecks something that you like. And this angers me. It's the only episode
you know what? It's funny. I had it as my number 5. It should maybe be my number 1 in many regards, but I got 2 more points I want to make here. A good way of summarizing my feelings on this episode. I hate this episode for what it promises and does not deliver. Everyone puts this episode in their top 5, and it makes absolutely no sense to me. A completely missed opportunity. And specifically, so it promises you a cool prequel. It promises you the origin story. It's a shittier retelling of the first movie.
Right.
A garbage version of an Elm Street film. Here's my pitch to how you make this better. You ready? The entire episode should have been a court drama. We should have never left that court. It should have been a courtroom drama episode, and it should have been well written.
Yep.
And and it should have had an ending where it's still ambiguous. He gets sentenced to death or something like that, but it's still ambiguous.
You don't know whether or not he actually did the things that
we should have just gotten to see evidence play out. We could have had like jury. Like it should have been a court drama episode. And I've heard people say, "Oh, that's the court episode." They're in court for 4 minutes of the runtime.
Yeah.
4 minutes of 46 minutes is them in court.
And then it's him stalking outside of the Blocker household, and then they somehow chase him.
And then it's just like Elm Street 1, basically, but like way shittier. Yeah.
And I felt like
poor decision.
They told a better origin story in one line when Nancy's drunk mother like kind of spilled the beans a little bit. Like that's all you need, right? Like sometimes it's better to just leave it unfilmed, right?
I'm not even like Freddy's Dead did a better job.
And we loved Freddy's
with like
Dead.
Teenage Freddy and like little boy Freddy and like that. Even that's crap.
Yeah.
That's better than this. Yeah. Moving on.
Cool.
That was my number 5. Have you said what do you?
So I have not given my number 5 yet.
Number 5 worst. What do you got?
Black Tickets.
George and I have 23 grandkids. We know what it's like to worry. Call them.
Well, actually, folks, Miranda and I have just eloped, and our parents don't really know about it right now, so I don't think that's such a good idea. Well, I'm sure you understand. I mean, who wants to be a big fish in a small pond, right?
You two disgust me.
This is the Brad Pitt episode.
It is, yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
This episode sucks.
Yep.
It's not on mine, but it's crap.
Yeah, and I don't really have it doesn't make a lot of sense.
It's so convoluted.
Like
This is one of those episodes this is also one of the episodes where the A plot and B plot directly connect, but it's one of those ones similar to The End of the World where the B plot, they kind of just accept the ending of the A plot where it's like, yeah, that happened. Oh, well, moving on.
Yep.
Like, because that A plot ends. So, spoiler, Brad Pitt is in an episode of Freddy's Nightmares.
And not just
Let
as
that
like a
sink in.
Not just a bit part.
Main character.
Yep.
In the A plot, not in the B plot. Go ahead. Do you want to try to summarize this?
So Brad Pitt and his girlfriend, they've run away from home.
Yes. They're like teenage lover runaways.
Right. And they don't really say why, but they start to realize that life is going to be difficult.
Right. That's supposed to be the lesson.
And
but life's real difficult when you're in Freddy's Nightmares and everyone's just needlessly evil that you run into for absolutely no reason.
They run into this old so I guess I can't remember. Does their car break down
so
or something?
It's like they're on the run and their car breaks down and then they meet and then they call for a tow truck and then I can't remember exactly what happens with the tow truck. Basically what happens, the whole plot, the A plot is a series of events where Brad Pitt and his girlfriend go to a place and then, or get into a situation, and then everyone is just needlessly weird and evil for no reason.
Brad Pitt gets hit by a car.
He gets hit by the old couple, I believe. Yeah, I think.
But like he gets hit pretty hard, but then for the rest of the
But they
episode,
just
he's
shakes it
just
off.
kind of like
No, he just like shakes it off.
They don't even really reference it
Yeah.
again.
Rick, what's that noise? Oh my god! Oh my god, Rick! Rick! We have to get to a hospital.
I got hit crossing the road.
Oh, you're lucky, son. Could have been a lot worse.
We'd be happy to help you kids out. But first, you call your parents.
And then they like stay at a motel, and the motel people are like these weird, evil people, and
they try to call.
It's a convoluted fucking mess.
She calls her parents, but her parents are like, "Well, you got yourself into this mess." Instead of the way that parents would probably be like, "Okay, our child has realized they've made a big mistake. Let's go and get them."
Right.
No. So like
it's a mess.
I don't have anything completely.
It also does the loop around ending.
Yeah.
Do you remember this? Because it's like, I think it's that they see themselves driving by themselves.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
It's got like a wraparound ending.
Yeah.
It's dumb. The A plot is a fucking mess. The B plot is not as convoluted. It's the A plot is a fucking mess though. Yeah.
I mean, the B plot is a little better.
So
Can we even-
okay, so the ending of the A plot is they get stuck in some town or something, and they're basically just like, so it time skips ahead.
It's like a
and
cave in a town.
And
or
now that
something,
now they've made their peace, and they're just like playing housemaker, and Brad Pitt's just like a cop or something. He like has a he's like a security guard. He like has a job, and then like his wife has a job, or his fiance or whatever. She gets a job at like an office, and then she gets pregnant, and that's the whole theme of the episode. Is that like she has to hide her pregnancy because you can't have it all. You can't be a homemaker. You can't be a mother and have a career. That's the theme of the episode. And it's done with as much tact and gracefulness as Freddy's Nightmares would, has to offer.
Oh, Miranda, I tried to call you. What's going on? Who's she? Like I said, motherhood and your job are incompatible. You've given her my job? The law requires that I offer you maternity leave. But it'll never be the same. You'll put her on the fast track. You're the one that chose to skid off that track, Miranda. You're the one that chose to kiss her hopes and dreams goodbye.
In that it is bonking you over the head, and it's just crap. Yeah, silly.
Yeah. So this one hits my list just because it just makes no sense.
It's just convoluted. It's so hard to follow. It's just scenes happening. You never know when anybody, especially that A plot, it is maybe the most confusing of all of the Freddy's Nightmares episodes. And that's saying something.
I made a note, like, if their goal was to try to simulate what a dream actually feels like, if you were watching it, then they succeeded.
Yeah, because it's like, first they get into an accident, and then they're at a telephone booth, and then they're talking to a weird old couple, and then now they're in a motel.
And the old couple's giving them a hard time.
And then something happens in the motel too. I don't even remember how that ended. I don't remember. It's a
like,
mess. It's a mess.
Snakes in the bed.
Yes.
And there's
one of them gets
locked,
and then like she gets locked in the jacuzzi.
Yep, that's in the B plot.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah.
Crap.
Yeah.
Crap. It's just fucking clusterfuck mess. Yeah.
It's just the best. I think the biggest criticism I could say is just a waste of your time.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Yeah. There's nothing to latch onto. All the characters are nothing.
Yep.
To Brad Pitt's credit, he's actually trying.
Is this where you wanted to spend the first night of our honeymoon?
Yes, Miranda, you have won a wedding night. A no expense paid holiday to that exotic, fog, and cold capital of the world, Springwood.
Let's hope there's a phone booth up the road.
Like you can see, he's not
that
bad.
Hurts. It hurts it though because
he's trying.
You
to
can
act.
see that he's going to have a future.
Yeah,
he's a pretty boy, but he stands out like a sore thumb.
It's so funny seeing Brad Pitt deliver this shit material and like have to work with it. Oh, I love it. This should be on. Like, why are people not mentioning this? That he did this? Because I didn't know this. This was a thing I discovered. Like people should be talking about this.
Right.
Someone post this. I will upload for free the clips of Brad Pitt in Freddy's Nightmares, and then I want everyone to just spread it like wildfire, so it gets back to Brad Pitt, and he was like, "Oh, come on,
so
fuck
that
off."
he has to show up on like the Tonight Show one day. They ask him about it.
They're like, "Hey,
so black tickets.
This is this has been blowing up, going viral on TikTok here."
I heard you were on a TV show where you hit yourself in a car that you drove and hit yourself in. Brad Pitt, we're coming for you.
Yeah, that's the theme.
Seriously though, Brad Pitt, I'm sorry you had to do this, but
he sings.
Yeah.
Do you remember that?
I do. I didn't. I haven't known. I hadn't gotten to that yet.
Yeah.
No.
Sorry, I'm interrupting.
No. That's
any other pros or cons
this
you want to talk
episode's
about?
all over the place, so there is no. Yeah. You talk about whatever you want at any time.
So in the B plot, at one point, Brad Pitt sings a song. He's in a chorus.
Rock-a-my, baby, you're in great distress.
Come on.
And your life is a mess.
Stop it.
Exhaustion and boredom, no sleep and no fun. Your life is now over. There's nowhere to run.
He sings with like 3 other people, and it's like a song about like how shitty it is to be a mom or something.
I've got a note here. In the B story, Brad Pitt's girlfriend thinks she's pregnant and dreads it. Has nightmares of being a mom, all cooped up with no life. The whole horror of the story revolves around how much a baby ends your life, which is surprisingly horrifying. She jumps on the bed to celebrate. The cuckoo clock falls on her head, and it's Freddy. Like, do you remember that? The Freddy comes out as the bird. I was like, oh my God, this is ridiculous. I had already given up on this episode by then.
Yeah,
but I did think that was kind of cool.
So under my favorite Freddy moments, honorable mention was the cuckoo clock Freddy clip.
Yep.
Yeah, that's actually. I don't think it's in the episode. I believe it's the. You know how they would do those commercial break?
The bumpers.
The bumpers. Yeah, it's one of the bumpers.
Yep.
Yeah, the bumper is like it shows the cuckoo clock and it comes out and then Freddy's head is like the cuckoo clock and he's like, "Grrr."
Why not?
Yeah, why not?
Oh, and then it hits her on the head. She suffers a brain injury and then becomes a child. She reverts to being a child.
Right, that's the twist ending. Is like Brad Pitt's like, now I got to take care of this woman who is a child. Yeah. Cool.
Shitty.
Yeah, cool.
Yep.
Can I move on? Can
That's
we go to
number
mine?
5 for me.
Okay. Tying into what you just talked about, speaking of mothers, my number 4, Mother's Day.
I just want her to talk to me. I want her to care about me.
Fantasy time. Your mom obviously doesn't care, never cared, and never will care. You're an orphan. Start making your own decisions.
Thanks, Mom. That's exactly what I'm gonna do.
Mother's Day.
Is this on yours?
I have that one low down on the list. I have it as number 17. So
it belongs. Yes.
Just falls out of the top 5.
Yes.
The bottom 5.
That's where it belongs. Mother's Day. Oh my God. Fuck this episode. Okay. The A plot. It follows. I mentioned this. This is that I said earlier, the awkward transition where the B plot is just we're following such a random character from the A plot that it feels so disconnected. It's such a stretch. So the A plot follows Billy. He's a kid who just moved into a new house. He's got like a young hot mom, and she like marries this clearly older, more successful man.
And it's recent. Like they've just
just got married. Either they just got married or they're engaged or something.
Yep.
But it's like this is a recent marriage, okay? And the old man is like, it's clearly just like this. He's like this old grumpy, like stereotypical shitty stepdad that clearly doesn't give a fuck about the kid. Or he's like, yeah, I'll deal with this little shit so I can bang his hot mom. Like, that's kind of the idea here. And his mom's a little naive, and she's like, oh, Al's such a sweetheart once you get to know him. You two will really get along. And then, like, he'll, like, look at Al, and Al's like, like, you know what I mean? And so they're moving into Al's house. And Billy is left alone as Al and his mom are going to go off and do some like trip.
Yeah, they're going on a honeymoon.
Oh, so it is a honeymoon.
Yeah.
Okay, so they did just get married. So they're going on a honeymoon trip. And Billy's at home alone in this new house, Al's house, which is all clearly set up. Like Al has everything in a particular spot, like where he likes things. He's being like as uninviting as possible to the kid, where he's basically just like, don't touch any of my shit.
You shouldn't be here.
Like,
and I don't want you here.
Don't inconvenience. You should be seen, not heard, right? So he's like aware of that. And while he's unpacking, out of nowhere, the hot girl next door shows up named Barbara. And Barbara ends up being a complete nuisance as she just like follows, what's his name? Billy. She like follows Billy around the house, but like Billy's just like, it's not his house. Like he's trying to just like adjust to the new space, you know? And she's just like, oh, what's this? Oh, what's that? Show me this, Billy. And it's like all of Al's shit. And she keeps like, oh my God, records. Let me look through all these records. Oh my God, there's a photography series. Let's play with the cameras. Like she's just like being a constant nuisance. And what precedes is some convoluted nonsense of Billy continuously falling in and out of sleep. And every time he falls asleep, he has some nightmare about like Barbara or her friends messing up the house and then Big Al coming home and then like finding out. Like that's the whole theme of the episode is like the anxiety of like, I guess having an asshole stepdad.
Yep.
And also / being in a new neighborhood. It's crap. It's just, it's just like, it just goes on and on and on about like who are these people? Barbara, why did you invite these? She like throws a house party, but it's all a dream. Like he keeps just like falling asleep out of nowhere. Like he'll sit on the couch and instantly just Like while he has company over?
Because again, everything has to be tied to a dream. So they've got to shoehorn that in somehow, right?
Right.
Nothing can happen in the real world. Yeah.
And I guess I'll give it credit in that they at least show him falling asleep. Because in other episodes of Freddy's Nightmares, it's like they don't really show you fall asleep.
Yep.
It's just like maybe they wake up, but sometimes they just go like blink. Sometimes there's like a daydream, but it's a day nightmare. You know what I mean?
Right.
They do that often. In fact, they do it in this episode with the B plot. So then Billy has some like terrible nightmare and he falls out the window. And as he falls out the window on like the second floor, and then like Barbara looks out the window and she's like, oh my God, Billy. And then at that moment, his mom and Al pull back up and it's so cheesy. And it's like Al's mom jumps on the car and she's like, oh my God, Billy, we rushed back because Al forgot his heart pills and he's having a heart attack.
Billy, you're gonna be okay. We'll get an ambulance. Al! 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 What is happening? Al's had a heart attack.
And then, but she's like trying to like take care of her son for a second. And while she does that, Al's just like, and then dies.
Yeah.
And so
I knew he died. I couldn't remember how he died.
Instantly has a heart attack. It like cuts back and then she's like, oh my God, Al. And it's like, hey, maybe call an ambulance.
Yeah.
Like he may not 100% be dead.
You might be able to get him.
Right. But instead it's like, oh, Al's instantly dead. That's the A plot.
Was there a scene or a dream where he shoots the father? I feel like
so. There's one where because the father's like a hunting nut, and he's got like
rifles all over.
He's got rifles, and he's got like big game trophies around.
Yeah.
And there's one of the plots where like he stands up to Al and he grabs a bear trap and he like puts it on Al's face, and then Al's just like, "Roar," and then it kills him.
Yeah.
And then his mom like starts incestuously like making a move on him. Do you remember this?
Yeah, but again, it's
uncomfortable as shit.
All of the coolest stuff happens in a dream, so it never actually happens.
No,
right?
it's all not. Yeah, the
coolest stuff. I should have got in there before your last comment.
Before the last.
Nope, incest, cool. Yeah. You heard it here, folks.
I don't think you listened to what I actually said before you said
I was ready to say it, and then I was like, oh.
Then you're like, oh shit, I just realized what he just said, right?
I have something that might throw you off a little bit.
Go for it.
So I believe, and I don't quote me on this, we may have to go back and look this up, but I think I read in a synopsis somewhere, because some of these I had to go and read to find out like what somebody thought the plot was supposed to be for some of these. And I think the idea is that all three of them are moving into this house brand new together, and that this house was the house that this is the Blocker house.
So it's not the Blocker's house. And I know it's not the Blocker's house because it looks nothing like the Blocker's house.
Oh, but that doesn't matter.
No, because they use the Blocker's house multiple times in this show. Now, they use them as a set. It's supposed to be somebody else's house. I don't believe it's the Blocker's house, but there is a throwaway line where Barbara's like, yeah, the previous owner had some kid that was having nightmares about Fred Krueger.
This house has been empty since the Freddy Krueger thing.
The what?
Nobody told you? God, there ought to be a law. Freddy Krueger was a psycho killer.
That's bad.
One of his last victims lived here. Don't worry, Freddy's gone.
Yeah, there is a little bit of world building, but I don't think it's actually the Blocker's house. I think it's because the driveway is completely different. Like everything is completely different. No, but they would have had that Blocker's house set still. So that's why I'm like, I don't think it was the Blockers. I'm pretty sure it was supposed to be just one of the kids. It was one of the whoever.
Freddy's Nightmares?
Right.
There we go.
Very correct. Yep. Okay, the B plot. I've already told you it follows Barbara's mom. So now we're following Barbara's mom. It turns out that the police are trying to charge Barbara because they think she pushed Billy out the window. I don't think Billy died. I think he just gets injured.
Yeah.
But they're trying to charge her. So then she goes to her mom, who's a radio host. And she's like one of those like Colin. She's like Colin with Susie. This is, I don't even know if I have her name written down here. Sherry. Sorry, you're on. Yeah, it's like you're Dr. Sherry Gamble. So it's like
a radio psychologist.
Thank you, the radio psychologist. Yeah, and she tries to get through to her mom, being like, "This is an emergency," and her mom's basically just like, "Oh, my daughter, whatever. Like, I'll deal with this later." So it's like
my career is more important than my child,
and that's the theme of the episode. The whole theme is her being plagued with nightmares about the consequences of prioritizing her career over her child. That's the thing.
And she's bad at her job too. Like the advice that she gives is awful.
I'm pregnant. My parents will disown me.
I have devoted dozens of shows to birth control, but nobody ever listens. Until it's too late.
I'm Catholic.
It didn't stop you from having original sin with old Romeo, did it? Look, kiddo. No use preaching safe sex at this stage. So you have no choice except to put your baby up for adoption.
I could never give my baby up to a stranger.
I know it hurts, but I'm here to tell you the truth, not to make you feel better. Look, you'll ruin your life, you'll ruin your baby's life, unless you do the smart thing.
Well, she's kind of like she's just a bit scummy. She's like kind of a cunt.
Yep.
Like she's just like needlessly like mean and undercutting and insulting to people. And they, sorry, I just caught my notes here. Okay. So there actually is a little bit more of a connection here than I forgot about this. So at one point, when Billy first moves into the house, Sherry actually is in the first episode. He calls into her radio station. He's like, I just moved in. My stepdad's an asshole. And she's like, suck it up, kid. Them's the breaks.
Yeah.
So she actually technically is in the first episode.
There is a connection.
It's a stretch.
It's tough.
Still fucking stupid. So Sherry, her like, the thing, her like nightmare scenario is like some guy calls in and she's like, the guy's like, yeah, I'm unhinged. My landlord's such an asshole and he's trying to get into my house. I want to kill him. Remember this?
Yeah.
And she like thinks it's a prank. And then she's like, look, psycho, I don't have time for this crap. Do whatever you want to do. You want to shoot him? Shoot him. And then you just like hear, he's like, okay, I'm going to do it. And then like you hear him like shoot some guy off camera. And then what proceeds is like, she keeps like, that keeps coming back up where like the cops come. They're like, you could be liable for this. And then there's like, she like gets charged for her involvement. And then she like goes to court and then she like gets locked up, but it's all like, it's all just a dream anyways.
Yep.
So none of this has any consequence. At one point, she has a nightmare that like the victim, so I guess it would be the landlord who gets killed by the psycho, his widow, like his wife shows up with like a butcher like blade comic, like a comic butcher blade shows up at like the radio station and tries to like kill her. And she's like, it's your fault. You told that man to kill my husband. Do you remember this?
Yeah. And there's like an element where they're trying to present like a boy who cried wolf scenario where no one believes what's happening to her, but they don't really execute it very well. So it's just very boring.
It's a fucking mess because it's just like constantly it's like, oh, that phone call didn't happen. That was just a dream. Or was it? Or maybe it wasn't a dream. Right. Like this is a perfect example of you're never sure when she's awake, when she's asleep, when it's a dream, when it's reality. There's no clear line on this B plot.
And again, for the creators of the show, when you do that too much, people stop caring. Right? By the time I got to, minute 45 of this, I'm like, I don't care what happens here. Like, she lives or dies. I'm not invested. Now, I know 23 minutes is not a lot of time.
You can't follow. You can't follow it.
Yeah.
This is Freddy's Nightmares at its worst. This is a perfect example of one of the worst aspects of the show. There's no clear line between the dream world and the real world. Everybody's acting cartoony on both sides of the fucking coin, and you don't know, like, is this character asleep? Should we actually give weight to this? Should we be invested in what we're watching right now? Or is it just a bunch of scenes? And it literally just turns into a bunch of scenes because I'm convinced that everything you saw Didn't happen. It was all just her dreaming. And then at the end of the episode, this is another reason, fuck this episode, she gets a happy ending. She's not a likable character. She's not a good person. And she gets a little reconciliation with her daughter at the end.
Barbara, I've been trying to reach you all day. I'm in trouble, and you ignored me as usual.
It's gonna change. I am gonna change. Give me another chance. Give us a chance.
Mom, are you okay?
Hey, I'm fine. Let's go home, huh? Together?
She gets like this little sappy moment where she's like, she makes up with her daughter, and I'm like, you didn't deserve that.
Yep.
Like, you're not a good person. You should get some comeuppance. It's like, of all the characters to give a happy ending to,
Just as well. Like, what else would you expect from an episode like this?
no, it's crap.
Yeah.
I want her to like, I want that psycho woman with the butcher blade, with the cartoony butcher blade, to like lodge it in the back of her head. And then I want Freddy to come on and be like, talk about some dead air. Which, by the way, is actually, sorry, that's actually, I'm skipping ahead.
Lines.
One of my favorite Freddy moments is Freddy is like it's a good shot. So it's like, it shows her in the booth, and then it like it like fades into the other booth. It's like the monitoring booth. And then it shows Freddy, and he's like, this show's going to get canceled. Talk about dead air.
This show is about to be canceled. Too much dead air. Next call.
I'm like, oh geez, if that's not a self-referential comment right there, it's like your whole show's dead air. It's gonna get canceled. Like, you called it, Freddy.
He was trying to tell us.
Yeah,
something.
he was giving us a message.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's crap.
Yep.
That was my that's my number 4 worst episode of Freddy's Nightmare season 1. That's Mother's Day. I only got left. I got 1. I got 2 more. 2 more, Mark.
So we already did my number 4.
Yep.
That was End of the World.
Yep.
We've already done my number 3 as well.
Which was?
So that was No More Mr. Nice Guy.
Oh, wow. We both got 2
Yep.
left.
Yep.
And we could have the exact 2.
Yep.
What do you got?
My number 2, The Bride Wore Red.
I mean, you're always asking me where I've been. You're always asking me when I'll be back. You never used to be like this.
You used to come home at 5, now you come home at 8.
Well, that's your father's fault.
You used to be romantic. Now you never kiss me unless you want sex.
Yeah. And I used to get homemade fettuccine. Now all I get is lean cuisine in the microwave.
What happened to the flowers you used to bring me?
Why don't you ever wear a dress anymore? All I ever see in is sweatpants.
Go! Get out! Get out of here!
I'm gone.
Is it? Where do you have it? You got it.
I have it. What number was that?
That was my 21st worst. So my number 2, second worst.
Number 2, buddy.
Yep.
Bring it up. Number 2.
Bride Wore Red.
Fuck this episode.
Yep.
One of the most convoluted, hard to follow episodes in the entire, it's just such a mess. It's a fucking mess. I've been giving a lot of the plots. Do you want to try to give the plot? If you want, okay, do you want me to do the Justin plot?
Sure.
Okay, all right.
And then I'll follow that up with the notes that I have, because I think you can see the frustration
of just anger
that just builds.
Okay. I hope folks don't get sick of me delivering plots. Out of the two of us, I tend to be that guy.
You like doing it, and I would not be able to get through it. So
then it works. So folks, fuck you. This is the format of the show.
Yep.
Plots will be delivered by me. It just is what it is. If you don't like my...
I tend to feel like if you haven't seen... You know what? Screw you. We had to go through this. You have to watch it too. And that goes for all of the shows, the movies that we watch. Especially this one.
Right. So you get the plot synopsis, damn it.
Justin is the one that actually cares, and he tells you a little bit about it so that you don't have to watch it.
Yeah.
Me? No. Get the hell out of here.
Go. If
you haven't seen it.
No, right. In all honesty, if it wasn't, I don't think Mark would be. I think you would be giving a few sentences and then just immediately get into what you liked and didn't like.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But I feel it's important that we should give you a little bit of context of what the fuck we're talking about. And I actually like giving plot synopses, so it works. So it opens with, do you remember the main protagonist's name? Oh, wait, actually, I got it. Gavin. Sorry. Gavin, he is a man. It's actually a man. It's not high school. It's not college. It's a man the night before his wedding. And I can't believe we had this both at number 2 worst. That's fucking amazing. Yeah.
I hope that your worst one is my worst
No, it's not, because mine's Do Dreams Bleed.
Oh, okay. We've already got yours.
Yeah.
Okay.
All I have is my number 3.
Number 3, okay.
Yeah. Maybe it's your number 1. Right. Yeah. So we have a man, Gavin, on his wedding night getting cold feet. The night before his wedding.
Yep.
And his douchebag friends take him out to a nightclub, aptly called the Ball and Chain.
I mean, that's
so on the nose.
Which hits the nail on the head with what the theme of this episode is.
Commitment. Marriage. Yeah. That's the theme of the it's kind of A and B plot. Yeah. The A and B plot are different, but it is a similar theme. It is the
unfortunately they are
sanctity
linked.
of marriage. Yeah. So, this is so fucking stupid. His douchebag friends are just like, come on, man, it's your last day as a single man. Like,
so stereotypical.
So on the nose. And they're like, your last day as a free man. That means you got to get laid. And they encourage him to like sleep with someone because it's like his last chance. Now, Mark,
does that really happen?
That was Now, Mark, as the resident expert on married men, because you are one yourself, you've been happily married for how many years now?
Don't ask me that.
Okay. She won't watch the show anyways. You can just make up a number. But you've been happily married now for years.
Yep.
This happened, right? On your the night before.
Yeah. You're required.
You are required to your groomsmen take you out to get laid, right?
Not a bachelor party. They're taking you out to have sex with another woman.
Correct.
100% of the time.
Yeah.
In fact, when you go to get married, they don't let you sign the marriage certificate unless you first sign off that said last night, eh?
Yeah, well, that you actually have to bring that person in as a witness.
That's correct.
To be
She's at your wedding.
She's well, of course, she is.
Or sometimes they literally are.
She is in this episode. So they encourage him to like have a one night stand because his last chance is a free man. Whatever. It's funny. Gavin's like, I'm 22, man. Which 22, that's pretty young to get married. I agree with him there. Except he looks like he's older than me and I'm 34.
He's like going bald.
He looks like he looks closer to your age. He's like 40.
Yeah.
And it's like, this is his first time getting married.
Yeah.
I'm like, dude, come on. Suspension of disbelief, maybe.
Especially since they don't have a hard time getting young people for the show.
Right.
Like,
it's like, why did you hire this schlub guy that looks like he's fucking 40?
You didn't have to do that. You could have just gotten somebody age appropriate.
You could have just cast younger. Yeah. Right. So what precedes is like 10 minutes of Dream World Club bullshit. It's like very convoluted. It's like there's a stripper, and then there's a bunch of people acting weird. Again, no one's acting normal.
Yep.
So it's like, okay, your mind just immediately tunes out because you're like, okay, this all means nothing.
Obviously a dream.
Yeah, obviously a dream. Yeah. Gavin wakes up the next morning and he's hungover on the couch, not remembering anything. The wedding proceeds, which, did you catch this? So it's in like a giant church.
Massive, yeah.
But they only could afford like 10 extras. Did you catch this?
There's like nobody outside.
No, but inside, when it shows all the pews, there's like they're using literally like the first 2 rows of like a 100 row fucking church. It's ridiculous.
And like based on the number of friends that took this guy out for his bachelor party, like they know people. You
well,
telling
it's
me
like
you couldn't.
They like the groom's party. It's like this. It's like 5-6 people, and same thing with the bride's party. It's like 6 or 8 people, including like her mom and dad, and that's it. Yeah, it's just very cartoony looking. And then among the crowd, he happens to catch eyes with this lady in red, and she stands out like a fucking sore thumb. It's so in your face where it's like everyone's wearing like traditional like wedding like black, white, like presentable.
Yep.
And then but she's wearing like this bright red, like she's just going out on like, a night on the town.
Yep.
It's cartoonish.
Yep.
And she's like, it's also weird because she's like sitting beside like the bride's parents, implying it's like, is that her sister or something? Like it. She's
how do you
way
know?
too.
Yeah.
She's way too close to the wedding party
She's not
to
just
not
a guest in the back.
Right, right. She's not. That would a proper way of directing this would have been to put her in the back. Because then it's like, oh, maybe she's not actually there. But
no,
she's there. So this woman is like smiling at him, like sinister, like she's got like this. She's like just giving them this weird smiling look, and he's like doing a double take, like, huh, what the fuck? Then cut ahead, they get married, and Gavin is instantly miserable, and it's just like stereotypical, like, as soon as you get married, women like turn to like assholes. It's like, come on, they're like turned into like nagging, housewives and cut off your balls. Like it's so like on the nose.
I'm going out tonight.
With who?
Danny and David.
Where?
Do I need your permission?
Gavin, I don't mind. I'm just curious.
I mean, this is the first time I've been out by myself since our honeymoon. 6 weeks.
You don't have to justify it.
Yeah, but you're hurt, aren't you?
Just by the tone of your voice.
We never have sex anymore, like that kind of thing.
Right.
Yeah.
So then he has an encounter with the same woman in red. I think it's the same actress. I think it's the same woman, but he has some encounter with her. I don't know. He like goes back to a bar or something. And then they go to like her place, and then she ends up being crazy. And then she like tries to torture him or something. And then he just wakes up, and it turns out he was daydreaming on the altar. But the woman in red is still sitting there.
Yeah.
So she's real. So who the fuck was she? Who is this woman?
Did he actually have like a night with her? Does he know her? Yeah, who knows?
Bum, 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 ba-da-da, ba-da, da-da-da-da. That's crap. Yeah, that's the A plot.
Yep.
That's the A plot. Should I get into the B plot?
Yeah. Yep.
We get there's two Freddy scenes in this.
Oh, and if that doesn't sound like a plot, it's because it isn't.
No, it's just a mess.
Yeah.
It's just a bunch of scenes. If you think that's bad, oh my God, the B plot makes the A plot look like a work of art, because the B plot's even more convoluted. So before I get to that, the two Freddy scenes that I want to note, we get DJ Freddy at the club.
Yes. So
no,
this is my favorite part of the whole
of all time.
The bride wore red. Freddy scratches records as a rapper in the dance club, and they use that bumper. They use that for every bumper in the episode.
In this episode, yeah.
So amazing. If for nothing else, check this out, because it is exactly, we're going to put it up here.
It's time for our boy to face the music with Rap Master Freddy.
Like, I think we have
100%, yeah.
Like, I can't even describe how incredible it is. Normally with the bumpers, like, they'll use one once or twice, and then like in the B story, they'll have like a different one. No. For this, I believe they use it throughout the entire episode.
Almost all of them.
They realize what they have with this, and they're like, "Oh, we are milking the living shit out of this."
Because it's so goofy looking. Yeah. It's just so.
If you.
I'm surprised you loved this.
Oh,
I thought this was going to be like one of you, because you don't like MTV Freddy, but this is you're embracing it.
Come on, look where we're
Freddy's
look
Nightmares.
where we're at.
Freddy's Nightmares. Yeah,
and it's exactly what it is. So he's like sitting there scratching records. Like, oh yeah,
it was almost my number one.
I had to stop and pause the episode. I'm like, oh my God,
it was almost my number one. My number one, of course, was the but to me, Freddy with an axe, that jump with the kick.
Yeah.
Kudos to Robert Englund for doing that little like blocking. It's so good.
And you have to, like, late 80s, like, wuss rap was totally in, right? So it's not like he's doing something out of
My
left
name
field.
is Freddy, and
That's
I'm here
right.
to say,
yeah. Like, oh, yep.
What? Yeah.
You love it. It's the only thing that is, like, if you don't watch the episode, but watch this.
Now, it's not the greatest Freddy Krueger rap.
Well,
that honor, of course, belongs to Freddy Krueger and the Fat Boys.
That's right.
Yeah. Are you ready for Freddy? Which we already played you a clip of that in our ranking of the Elm Street series. So look that up if you have not seen it. It's incredible. The other scene that was pretty cool is Freddy has like a wedding bouquet and it like ignites. It like ignites into fire. That was kind of a cool shot. It was like, they don't do a lot of like effects in the show, like practical effects. So every once in a while when you get one, you're like, cool. Like an effect. Breath of fresh air. Something, right? And I thought it worked very well. They clearly had like some wire going up his arm, but I mean, I think it was a cool effect. It was a cool effect.
Fire.
Yeah. The B plot. Oh my God. Okay. Gavin and Jessica, that's his wife's name, are now married. Jessica is annoying as hell and weirdly concerned that there's some issue with her parents' marriage. She's like obsessed with this. She has some like weird thing where she's like, I don't know, there's something weird about my parents. Like, I feel like they're off, like they're acting funny. And she keeps like harping on and on about this point.
Yeah.
And like, the funny thing is like, in the first plot, Gavin's just like, I don't know if I should get married. Oh, like I'm worried about it. In the second plot, he's basically just like some schlubby husband.
Yeah.
Like he's just a guy. Any personality he had in the first plot is removed in the second plot.
Right.
They just made him man. Like he does nothing in the second plot. He's basically just like, maybe you're overreacting. That's about it. Like he has no character at all. Yeah.
And what's her name?
Jessica.
So we're introduced to her, I think, because she has kind of like a side job where she sets men up who are intended on cheating on their wives.
No, that's the B plot.
That's the B plot.
That's the B plot. Yeah. So it starts off and it shows that, so like now they're married. Okay. And Jessica feels troubled about like, she's like going through some shit. And she goes to the carving knife bar, which is, I think, the worst set the show ever made. Do you remember this?
Nope. I've blocked it out.
So the set is literally, often they wouldn't have a lot of budget on the show. So that, some of the sets aren't the greatest. They're not terrible. This one's terrible.
Yep.
It's literally the bar is all they had was like in the foreground. It's like a countertop. So it's like they have a bar countertop. They have people sitting at it.
Yep.
Then they have big black sheets for the walls and they've lit it. So there's like, it's just completely dark. So you can't tell that it's like, this is just like in a sound stage, like in a warehouse. And they've got like a few tables set up. It looks like a theater play. It looks like a play version of a bar.
Yeah. Like if you were going to see like a high school show.
Right. That's exactly what it looks like. Yeah. It's exactly what it looks like.
Which blows my mind because if you look at something like Saturday Night Live, they will build these decent looking sets for a 5-minute sketch.
It's way worse than anything SNL can do.
Like you can do better. Like you don't have to. Like,
no, it's like community theater.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's exactly what it looks like. It looks like community theater. So then she meets a man who I think bears a striking resemblance to Geraldo Rivera.
The mustache.
Do you remember this?
Yeah.
Yeah, this dude.
Yep.
I'm going to put both those images up on the screen here. That dude, I know that's a weird deep cut. Most people listening like, who the fuck is Geraldo? It's like, he was a big TV personality.
Time, he was
especially at that
famous,
time.
Yeah.
I don't know if he was meant to look like him or what, but holy fuck, that could be Geraldo's twin. Yep. Yeah. It's just like this weird looking man. She lures the man to like a hotel room and she's like, let's go have some fun. Let's sleep together. Are you married? And he's like, yeah, I'm married, but what she doesn't find out won't hurt her or some shit. And then Jessica, she doesn't really blackmail the guy. She basically just like gets the guy because she ties him up and she's like, let's do something kinky. And he's like, I like where this is going. And then she like gets his information and then calls his wife.
Yeah.
And just like, yeah, he's at this hotel room. Come pick him up. I'm the woman that he just slept with or tried to sleep with.
Or was going to.
Yeah. So she just exposes him and then basically like ruins his life. And then he's like, I'll get you, bitch. And then pause that. And then the entire time the episode's proceeding, Jessica keeps having flashbacks of when she was a child. And she has like these memories of like, it's like, she keeps seeing like her dad being unfaithful, but she's not sure if this is real or not because she was really young. But she keeps having these like these dreams of like she's like, no, daddy, who is that other woman? That's not mommy. It's like some shit like that, and he's like, you better keep my secret. Be a good girl.
Yep.
And I guess this like traumatized her. She has like PTSD of like the weight of keeping this secret for her lecherous father.
And they don't use like a child actor to represent her as a child. They just use
it?
Yeah.
I don't even remember this.
You know, the series is notorious for this, right? They won't age appropriate flashbacks. They just use the same person and try to dress.
No, they
them up
did in the end of the world. They actually did hire a little girl.
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
that's why that one's on my top.
Yeah.
See, the climax of the episode is they have dinner at Jessica's parents' house, and it's revealed they're getting a divorce. Oh my God, Jessica's premonition was right. Something was wrong with their parents' marriage. And it's so funny the way this plays out because like Jessica is like the entire episode. They're building this up. It's like she's tormented with guilt over like she has kept this secret. And now finally she spills her guts to her parents where she was like, Mom, I saw Dad having an affair and he told me to keep it a secret and I can't do it anymore. And then her mom's just like, yeah, sure. Like I
already knew that.
Yeah.
Jesse, please. I never told Mom about that lady. Dad, I never told her about any of your lady. I kept my promise.
Gavin, get her out of here.
Mommy made me swear.
Jesse, I knew about the other women.
Like, so what?
Like,
and their reaction's basically just like, yeah, okay, sure, whatever. That's the climax.
Yep. And then she goes insane.
And then literally Jessica's just like, no, like losing her mind, being like, you don't understand. Yep. And she's like, she is acting at 11 this entire episode. Yep. Everyone else is kind of acting normal. She is at 11. She might be the worst actress in the entire of season 1.
I kept my promise, Dad. I didn't say a word. You have no right to do this.
What are you talking about?
You know damn well what I'm talking about! Spend my whole life keeping you two together. You're not going to do this to me.
She is so awful. You know what I mean? Like she's just constantly, I've got it written down here. Where is it? Yeah, I loved it. Jessica may be the most annoying character in all of the first season, overacting constantly and screaming and crying nonstop about everything.
Yep.
At no point likable. You want to murder this woman.
Yeah.
And speaking of that, we get our little stinger on the end. Oh, who returns? Geraldo Rivera shows up out of nowhere, and he like has a gun. He like knocks out her husband and puts a gun to her head. And then he's like, we're going to have some fun, baby. And then so you're like, oh, okay, that's the wraparound is like that. So that actually did happen. She did do that to that guy. But maybe it didn't happen because then she just like wakes up in a hospital bed. So many Freddy's Nightmares episodes just end with someone in a bed insane. And then the characters being like, they've lost it. Am I crazy, Coach? Yeah. Yeah, you are.
I'm the chopper?
Yes.
I'm crazy?
Yeah.
Go figure.
So many episodes end with this shit. So like, yeah, she wakes up in a bed and then like every time her husband approaches her, she sees Geraldo Rivera's face. And then that's it. That's the ending. It's crap. It's so bad. What? I don't know. I feel like I've just said everything. What do you got?
So in my notes, I wrote 2 horror stories based around people questioning their marriages. That's exciting TV right there. I feel like whoever wrote this, whoever created these episodes, had this wonderful idea for telling a drama story that they had written up and thought was super original in their head. And the only opportunity they got to tell a story was through this Freddy's Nightmares avenue. So they're like, all right, that's fine. I'll just shoehorn it into that. And it doesn't work, right? There's nothing about this that is horrifying. I could not care less about everything that happens.
And it's cartoony.
Right.
It's not, it's not tastefully well done. This isn't this isn't the program to be exploring themes of like being trapped in marriage and like, you know, the anxiety of it. It's like, I don't know. Some of the episodes that I like is when the anxiety is somewhat relatable. Like Max in the Love Stinks episode, like the anxiety of, you know, entering adulthood and no longer get to just, your life is no longer about just searching the high, having a good time. Sometimes you got to sit down and get serious and figure some shit out. And that's intimidating. It's a Miserable Life. The main character in that, I think it's Jack. I already forgot. The pressure of he wants to go to college and your parents have an expectation for you and you don't want to disappoint them, but you want to do your own thing and trying to break free.
Right.
Some of the episodes have themes that are relatable. The whole marriage thing, the B plot, I don't know what the fuck the theme of that B plot was. The theme was what? Don't cheat on your partner?
But she's got like almost like a zealous, she's out to defeat,
to like punish,
right? Yeah,
men that that are unfaithful. It's like, don't be unfaithful. And then the first part is like, I mean, they kind of already touched on this theme in Love Stinks. They did the boyfriend with Lonnie and Laura, where it's like the commitment, the fear of commitment. Well, that's the same theme here. The commitment is just marriage, but it's the same basic idea of like the fear of committing to somebody, right? It's bad.
I watched it and I'm like, I don't care.
Yeah, it's bad. It's bad.
There's nothing horrifying about it.
There's no good, there's a good Freddy moment, but there's no good Freddy, there's no real good dream effects, and it's crap. Shit for the birds, folks. Shit for the birds. That's Mark's number one favorite episode right there. In case you're just tuning in. No. That was your number 2?
That's my second worst, so I've got one left.
Which is your worst?
Yeah.
Okay, so I have my number 3. What are the odds? There's no way, but remember, you know what's funny is, you said before we started filming, you were like, this was a big fear of yours. Because Mark, in case you're wondering, Mark for a while was dreading filming this.
Yeah.
Because it's a lot.
Yeah.
This is a lot, like weeks of prep.
Each episode, 45 minutes. It's not quite a movie length.
It's basically 22 hours minimum.
It's about
of
11
prep.
movies.
Yeah, but it's like 22 hours minimum of prep because you also got to take notes.
Yeah.
You know, because and then you got to go and then we rewatch some episodes. Like, it's a shitload of prep. Yeah. But you were worried that this podcast was going to be like 10 hours long because you were like, no matter what, you're like, there's no way we're going to ever have the same picks. It's like, your top 5 is not going to be my top 5.
Or bottom 5.
Right. Like,
we're going to talk about 20 different episodes.
That's what you were worried about. And surprisingly, we have a lot of crossover.
They're not always on the same list, but they're on a list.
That we're talking about.
Yep.
Yeah. Sometimes we're talking about for the better, or the worse. Moving on. My number 3 worst episode of all time. So not my number 1, I've already said it, but my number 3 worst episode of all time, Identity Crisis.
Ooh. What the hell is that? New school project.
What kind of school project?
Classified. I need a lift.
Classified?
Where's that on yours? That's the old man episode. It's the age episode.
Identity Crisis. I've got it at number 8.
See, I was worried you would relate to the main character in this. So
Thanks. No. I mean, I probably do relate to it more than you do, but I feel like they just, like everything, they took it to like the extreme.
Well, they have to, right?
Made it completely ridiculous.
Okay, I don't even remember the main character's name, but a man, I've already talked about the terrible A and B transition for this one, but a man is stressed out about turning 40 on his birthday. He feels out of touch and disconnected from his, sorry about the age joke. I couldn't resist.
It's coming, buddy. It's coming.
I was like, yeah, I know. Yeah.
You'll get there.
Your time's coming, you fuck. Yeah. So a man is stressed out about turning 40 on his birthday. He feels, remember what that was like? Stressed out about turning 40?
Oh my God, it's so long ago.
He feels out of touch and disconnected from his son. So he's basically just like, I'm getting old, like I don't relate to my son anymore. I don't know anything about him, my time has passed, which I'm like, you're 40.
Yeah. You're not dead.
Shut the fuck up. Like it should have been 50, but the problem is
then you can't have it's tough to have a
tough to have a 50-year-old protagonist because it's like clearly this actor, I think, like maybe this actor was 40. It's possible. He didn't quite look it, but maybe, I don't know. It's very rare they're going to do a show where the protagonist is like an older person, like genuinely older.
Right.
Like they're not gonna get Walter Matthau to be.
They don't want to put old people on TV.
No, generally they don't. Generally they unless they're a supporting character, right? So he's turning 40, which is like roll my eyes. Okay, sure, that's his midlife crisis. But what precedes is 22 minutes of a cartoonish nightmare where young people keep systematically showing up and killing old people. That's literally the plot. So the A plot, it's like the main guy is like, oh, I'm getting older. I can't relate to my son. And then he just like, every scene, it's just like, it becomes more and more cartoony where it's like all the young people around him all start to form like some sort of militia group that's like,
the corporation.
Yeah, they're like they're all bent on like eliminating old people. It's like kind of Logan's Run, but nowhere near as good.
And there's also the element too that the father used to be like in his mind. He used to be
like young and hip.
Well, yeah, and support hip causes, but now he's kind of sold out, and he wants
because he has a corporate job.
Right?
Yeah,
he wants his son to save the whales like he used to. But his son's very much interested in just making money. And he doesn't like the idea that his son is, not at least starting life off being a little bit more of a, humanitarian, right? So he's disappointed in himself for having become what he never wanted to be. But now he sees that his son is just becoming what he is now. And he doesn't like that.
But it's so cartoony.
Yeah,
like it's just so like...
John is book.
You don't belong here.
So like he gets like a new boss at work, and it's like some young guy. He's like 24 or something, and he's like, oh, it's some like new yuppie little shit or something like that.
Right.
And like, but then they play into that where it's like, because again, this is a terrible episode.
We wear suit and tie here, so yeah, like like immediately starts digging into him.
Well, because everything's so cartoony.
Yep.
Because the entire episode is a fucking dream, anyways. So you're never grounded in this episode. So it's just like constantly, no one's acting normal. Everyone's acting like a fucking caricature. There's no base of reality. It's just like he goes to this scene and everyone's just like, you need to conform, be like us. You're outdated, old man. And like it goes on and on and on. Where like he'll go and see his son. His son will be like doing something. His son's like, we're trying to get a new bank built because money. is our god. Right. And then like the dad will be like, no, John, that's his son's name. Like, John, no, I want you to be better than me. You can, I don't want you to be this. And then it's John will be like, you're out of touch, Dad. And it just goes on. And then it gets to this cartoony level where like literally it's Logan's Run. And they're just like, his son's in a militia group and they're just hunting old people to kill them.
And they put them in a machine that corrects them.
Which just chops their heads off.
Right.
Yeah.
Like,
cool.
Yeah.
It's fucking stupid. The only credit I'll give them, and it's not great, but it's subtle at first. They age him as the episode goes on. Did you catch this?
Yeah.
Yeah. So so at first he looks like normal. As the episode progresses, they slowly age him. So every time you see him, he looks a little bit older. Until the end, it's cartoonish, but it was the way they subtly did it. I appreciated that.
Yeah.
Where it was like, it wasn't just immediate, okay, now he's got like all gray hair and he's got eye bags and all that shit. It's like little bit.
Yeah.
Each time you see him, just a little bit more they add to that.
But it's one of those episodes where it loses all credibility because everything happens in a dream.
Everything's a dream. The twist is that he got mugged when he was coming out of work from the beginning. He gets stabbed, and the entire thing was in his dream as he was dying.
So why?
Why even bother?
Is it just like a morality play? Like, oh, this is what's going to happen when you get old, so don't regret the things you're doing now. I have no idea.
Absolute crap. Yep. Moving on to the B plot. We, of course, are not following John, his son, because that would make too much sense. We are following John's friend.
His girlfriend. Yeah.
No, it's not his girlfriend.
I just want you to fit in. Is that so wrong? How can you walk around school like that? It's no wonder that misfit John is your only friend.
John's girlfriend? No?
No, John's friend.
Okay.
Yeah. No wonder you're friends with John. I don't think it's his girlfriend. They didn't kiss her and hug her or anything. No, I'm pretty sure it's just his friend.
Fair enough. Yeah.
People don't watch the show, Mark. They make up plots.
That's right.
Most of the plot summary description. Oh, did you write girlfriend?
Yeah.
Oh, no, I think you just assumed it was his girlfriend. No, I'm pretty sure it's just the friend. Because they don't do anything romantic.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm pretty sure. And the mother says, she's not like, that boyfriend of yours. She says specifically friend. So, yeah. So alter your notes so that you can save that forever so that you always know. So that you always know what the B plot of Identity Crisis is. So this is so stupid. So now we're following John's friend, and the theme of this plot is being adopted. That's the whole thing. Is like the main character has anxiety that her mom might not be her biological mom, and it's such a dumb. The way they shoehorn this in is like so. Following the events of the A plot, John's dad dies. It bleeds out in the parking lot. That's dark.
Yep.
John's at school. He's being consoled by his friend. Christine is her name. And Christine's like, yeah, it's awful about your dad. And then, like, I don't know if you caught this. John's like, yeah, well, it turns out he wasn't my real dad.
Right after I found out I was adopted. And I felt worse.
Why didn't you ever say anything? I mean, why didn't you ever tell me that before?
I just didn't feel like talking about it. I'm not so sure I'm ready now. But after my father was killed, it started me thinking about my natural parents. My real dad.
Did you ever try to find them? Find out where they live, what they do?
Did you catch this? So, no, it's like a one line. So he's like, yeah, he wasn't actually my real dad. I found out that turns out I was adopted. And I actually have a real biological parent. And John's just like, he's so nonchalant about this, where he's like, yeah, I just learned I was adopted. It means nothing to me, though, which I guess is a good attitude to have because it shows how much he loved his real dad or his non-biological father. I'm like, that's a good message. But then the bad message is that, like, that thought.
I feel like that line is just added to the A plot to lead into the B plot.
No, that's in the B plot. That's what I'm saying. Like
right.
that throwaway line of like, yeah, it turns out I was adopted, Christine. It's
why would he say that? Like why?
I was written to say this so that the theme of this B plot would make more sense because she can't. So that goes into her brain now where she's like, oh my God, my friend was adopted. He didn't know it. What if I'm adopted and I don't know it? Right. Oh my God. And that's literally the plot. It's just her. So she confronts her mom and it's so stupid. And again, it's another reason this episode sucks shit is it's like everyone just acts cartoony, even though it's not a fucking dream.
Her mom's like a dirtbag, for no reason.
So no, her mom is like normal, but she's like her who she thinks is her real mom. She like goes to her mom and then she confronts her mom and she's like, hey mom, can I see my birth certificate? And her mom is just like needlessly like dodgy about it for no reason.
Do we have a copy of my birth certificate?
Why do you ask?
We're doing this school project on family trees and it's like show and tell.
Well, I'll write that information down for you later tonight.
The teacher said we need to have our birth certificate. So no one cheats, makes up a phony family.
Look, we lost those records in a very unfortunate accident.
What accident?
Our first house burned down in a freak fire. Lost all the copies, too.
Well, what about the hospital where I was born? Wouldn't they have a copy of the records?
Nice try. But we didn't have you in a hospital. Your father and I thought it would be nice to have you at home. Natural and all.
And then she's like, well, what about the hospital? Her mom's like, oh, we lost that in a fire. We don't have your copy of your birth certificate. And then she's like, oh, well, surely the hospital I was born at would have a record of it. And then her mom's like, nice try. But she's like, but we had you here at home with a natural birth. And I'm like, why is she acting like this?
Right.
Like, what do you mean, nice try? It's like, what? That doesn't logically make any sense. Why?
Do you think your daughter is trying to like pull a fast one on you?
Yeah, but what is the scam here?
Why?
It's like, nice try, daughter of mine, but I'm not going to let you prove that you are my daughter. Like, it still makes no fucking sense, which obviously leads into her anxiety. What follows is 22 minutes of Christine. You like that? You can tell I didn't give a shit and I hated the episode when I don't go through the full plot and just go, what follows is blank, blank, blank. That's my way of saying I don't fucking care because this is all that matters. So what follows is 22 minutes of Christine imagining being in a cartoony orphanage, meeting her real mom, who's like a voodoo witch or some shit. And then they imply that Freddy Krueger is her biological father. Did you catch that?
I did. Yep.
Yeah.
Her father was Freddy. I have what?
Who cares?
Yep.
Who cares? It's shit. It's crap. It's like what I got down here. She clearly has natural redhead hair, but her mom has like dark brown hair. It's like, obviously that was intentional to make them look, like they weren't connected. The whole thing is just a fucking mess. It's hard to follow. One of the most confusing endings. Do you remember how it ends?
It turns out she was catatonic the whole time.
I don't get the ending. I don't understand at what point that took, like, I don't know when she was dreaming.
Right.
So it turns into, so I guess she really was adopted? I don't know. Like, all of a sudden there's like a worker and like some woman that's not the woman that was apparently her mom, and they like find her in a closet and she's like rocking back and forth like a fucking idiot.
Right.
Like, I don't know what that's supposed to mean. Like, are you having a nightmare right now? Like, what are you showing us? You're just, again, so many of these episodes just end with characters like, oh, and then people being like, Coach, am I crazy? Am I crazy, Coach? Yeah.
I'm the chopper?
Yes.
I'm crazy? Yep. Go figure.
Yeah, you are, buddy.
And you're the killer.
Like, genuinely, so many of these episodes end like that, though.
The line that I put in my notes, it's one of those episodes that is just kind of lame. I mean, she's trying to find her birth certificate to prove she's adopted. Who cares? Who cares about that? And are we meant to believe that orphanages are more like black market child exchange rooms? Like, it was the most like gungiest cage children environment I've ever seen. I'm like, really? How is this not a dream? Yeah.
Well, no, that clearly was a dream.
Yeah, right.
Or wasn't it? I don't know. The show doesn't know either.
Yeah.
I actually have a bone to pick. I have a personal bone to pick with this episode.
Okay.
I actually find this episode offensive. So 2 members of my family are actually adopted.
Yep.
Including my own father. My father was adopted. The idea of a plot where it's like, it's so awful if you're adopted, that's the worst thing ever.
Right.
Fuck you.
Like, that's the horror of this story.
Yeah, is the idea that your parents aren't your biological parents.
Right.
What a disgusting message.
Even if they raised you well, it doesn't matter because you're a dirt kid and whatever. Like,
and then the idea, it's like, oh, even if you do find, and it's so mixed up on its messages because it's like, even when she does find her real biological mother, it's not. It's like a cartoony evil witch woman. So it's like, careful what you wish for, but fuck you, because the whole what led to that was her anxiety of just being adopted. That's horrible in of itself. Yeah, like
it's not a bad thing. Like,
yeah, fuck this. This isn't a plot for an episode.
Right.
The idea, like, what if I'm adopted?
Then they invalidate the whole thing by making her insane the whole
crazy
time.
For no reason, and then no, but then like it's like it's like a woman I don't know what you'd call her, the worker. It's like some worker woman, and she's like, Christine, don't you want to meet your new mother? Which I'm like, so was she in an orphanage the whole time? Like, I don't understand what you're showing me.
Right.
What are you trying to say?
And wasn't it I guess her adopted mother who kept trying to dress her all like very boring, very she didn't want her wearing any modern clothing. I'm like, are we supposed to believe that adoptive parents are just the worst to their kids? I don't understand.
It's a poorly written, poorly thought out, and poorly executed plot. Yep. Fuck this episode.
Yep.
That's identity crisis. And that's the end. So now I've given you all my 5 top and my 5 bottom, my 5 worst.
Yep.
Mark Skews, take us home.
My least favorite, School Daze.
It's not your tardiness or your disobedience or your inability to get along with others that troubles me. It's your violation of the school spirit. Look at the way you're dressed.
What's that got to do with anything?
Stephen, are you happy here at Springwood High?
Yeah, this is a mid one for me. It's just kind of nothing.
Yep.
Yeah.
School
Daze.
With a Z. Yeah.
Yes.
Daze.
With a Z.
Which kind of describes how I was watching this.
As your eyes glazed over.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it's got 2 plots and they both kind of suck.
I don't know. I'm not a student in the U.S., so I don't understand the stress of the SATs. But I cannot imagine a horror.
Well, that's the B plot.
That's the B plot.
That's the B
right?
plot. But go into the A plot. What is the A plot? It's like it's like some kid that's like he's kind of a slacker, if I remember correctly, and he's like, I think differently, and then the school's like, yeah, well, we don't want you to think differently. You're gonna conform, you little fucking shit. And then he like hooks up with some rebel underground group of kids that are like, yeah, we're anti-establishment now, man. And
kids get fed into a wood chipper machine and come out as robots.
Yeah, right. But then there's like some plot about like, we don't even need real students. We can just create perfect robot students. But it's like, what does that mean? Yep. What is any of this?
I noticed awful acting kid, like the lead. You had your worst performer. I think this kid's my worst performer.
We're reading the Scarlet Letter. You know, Hester Prynne does with a minister and has a kid, so they put a big red A on her dress. I wrote an essay about how Hester was the first American feminist. I could see dating a woman like that.
Have a seat, Stephen.
Can't you even give me a hint? I mean, what's going on?
The kid that looks like he's from like an 80s, like he just looks like he's from some 80s new age band, like The Cure or something.
I did like that the bus was called the Springwood Kid Catcher.
Yes.
So
yeah,
for whatever that's worth.
I don't remember a ton of the first plot. I just know that like it's an outcast kid who's like a little bit of a rebel and he thinks different. It's really dumb because it's like he gets punished for thinking creatively, basically.
And this is another one of those episodes where both stories end with a happy ending, which, like, no.
You want your Freddy's Nightmare twist, like,
that's right.
Oh, Coach, am I crazy? Yeah, I'm afraid so, buddy.
You are.
That's to Mark. That's the gold standard of how an episode can end.
Like if you're not going to do that, then just don't even bother.
If nobody wakes up in a bed and it's now insane as loved ones look on in horror, then that's not really Freddy's Nightmare. Is what you're saying? Yeah.
No. Why are you putting a happy ending on this? Like, why did I come here for? Definitely not for that. Slacker called into the principal's office, falls asleep in the waiting room, and his imagination is running away with him. So again, it's another one.
Does this one end with him just waking up in the principal's office?
Yeah, nothing happens.
Okay, right? I couldn't remember. It's another one of those ones. Yeah. Get into the B plot.
Yeah.
So the A plot follows the one kid. The B plot follows his like best friend. But the B plot's more easy to follow. It's not as bad. It's more like sensible. It's not as much of a mess.
Yeah.
I like the ending, but we'll wait till we get to the ending. Yeah. But go ahead, the B plot.
So the B story is all about the fear of taking the SAT test. which I guess for a lot of high school students, to be fair, is something that they dread. So, good on them for tapping into something that your audience might actually relate to. But man, it's boring. And again, it's another one of those things where the thing that you are relying on to horrify your audience isn't scary. Like, why do we care about this? And if you're not taking the SAT test, then you definitely don't care about this.
A little nervous, Mr. Taylor?
No, it's just everyone's making such a big deal of these SATs. Like, if we blow them, we have to move out on the street and apply for food stamps. I mean, it's just a multiple choice test.
It's not life and death, but it's the closest thing to it in high school.
So I just, I couldn't, and the number of times they say SAT in this episode, it's like Halloween 3 with the doot-dee. Just too many times. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. What other notes do I have here about this
Turn
one?
it off! Stop it! Stop it!
B story involves a kid's friend who has to pass the SATs. He keeps imagining SAT questions. I mean, it was so boring. It's like, who cares about this? He fails the SAT and his girlfriend immediately leaves him and becomes a janitor, because I guess apparently that's a bad thing. Like, you don't want to become a janitor.
Yeah, I don't know, to tie into like the whole SAT thing, I see what you're saying, which is like in the States, that's more of a thing, the anxiety of this one big test that can determine your whole future. Meanwhile, they never bring this up in like, this is a big trope in movies and TV shows, this plot point. I think there's even movies around like taking the SAT.
Passing the SAT, yeah.
Can you not retake it? I'm pretty sure you can.
You can, but
I'm pretty sure you can retake it and it redoes your score.
Right.
So the stakes aren't what movies and TV shows make it out to seem, which is like, this is one and done. You will never get another chance again.
Your future is going to be determined by this.
Yeah. I'm all about, like, I can relate to it in that, like, anyone who's been in like school, the anxiety around an exam.
Yeah.
Like, the first time you take a test and it's called an exam, it's not called a test anymore. An exam, which is like, this is going to take you hours. That's pretty intimidating. And exams are like, I remember having some severe anxiety about a few exams I took in school. So I can relate to that.
And like, I get it. Like, these are used to determine whether or not you get to go to college or university, I believe. I think that's the whole point of them. But it kind of ties into one of the things that I often question myself watching this series is, how is the horror of this episode connected to Freddy Krueger? Like, are we to believe that he's manifesting these horrible thoughts of taking the SAT and that's how he's torturing this kid? Like, because
but you're making it sound like Freddy's the antagonist in this. He's not.
No, but the whole idea of the show is that he's the one that's driving all of this that's happening. Whether or not he physically shows up, he's implanting these thoughts. Like, he's the puppet master.
No.
For all of the things that are happening.
That's your interpretation. My interpretation is that Freddy shows up sometimes. Most of the times, he's just the crypt keeper, and this is just a thing that happened to happen in Springfield.
Oh, I don't
whether
think so.
or not he was involved in it. Your implication is that like Freddy's powers are going into the children, and I'm saying, no, it wasn't that smart. They didn't even think that far ahead.
No, they definitely didn't put enough thought into it. But I certainly believe that the notion of the show is you are supposed to think that he is pulling the strings for all of these stories, whether or not he shows up.
Put a pin in this, because this feels like
this is a season 2.
Yeah, this is a season 2. This is a what the show should have been.
Yeah,
this feels like a discussion for that. Let's hold this thought.
So, however you fall on that, I'm looking at this and I'm like, okay.
Do you think Freddy went to the Friday the 13th antique store and he found that that necklace and he gave it to Lori Petty?
But that would be. I would love if that were true, but I haven't seen that one either. By the way,
it's like 5 seasons, so it's not happening.
Yeah,
no, it's not happening. There's a limit. Unless you want to do 5 podcasts about Friday the 13th, the show, a show which does not have Jason Voorhees or any connection.
Right, but at least with that one, they did not try to connect it back. Right,
pick a different name.
Yeah.
You knew what you were doing.
Yeah.
Fuck them.
You can't leverage that. And
no, fuck them.
He's a musician, our main character, and in the end, he fails his SAT, but he just happens to.
I love it.
Like the agent drives
Love
up.
it. A limo just drives up, and they're like, "It's like
we heard your demo tape or whatever. Get in.
We'd like to offer you a multi-million-dollar contract."
Get on
and then
in.
he's just like, "All right."
Matt Taylor?
Yeah, that's me.
Your mother said you'd be here. Did you send us a demo tape of your music?
Yes, I did.
You have a very big future, young man. A very big future. Splash Records wants you.
Now? Me now?
Well, unless you have other plans.
No, ma'am.
Yeah. Freddy's Nightmares, buddy.
Yep.
That's it. Yeah,
Yep.
it's just like whatever.
Yep. I mean, by the time I watched this one, I was like, I don't care. Like, I was well past the point of believing any of these were going to impress me. So, it's almost like that Simpsons meme where they're like, "Stop hitting him, he's already dead." Like, I kind of felt like that. Like, oh,
This is your least favorite of all time.
yeah. Just because I was, it didn't even try to be good. Like I can at least.
It's equally as convoluted as The Bride Wears Red or Black Tickets. Like it has that. It has the trademark of the worst of the episodes, which is it's just a mess of, are they asleep? Are they not asleep? Everyone's acting cartoony in both versions anyways.
Right.
So it just becomes a clusterfuck. None of the characters' motivations are kind of just whatever.
Yep.
Yeah.
See, like all the ones that came before it, they tried something. Even if they failed, at least they tried. This one just doesn't even try. And I can't give them any credit.
I respect it as a bad pick. I respect it as a bad pick. Yeah. I mean, for the most part, we agreed on most of this.
Yeah.
Only the one that we disagreed.
Right. Which there was two that I had that we had on the opposite list.
Yeah,
right?
but you didn't really dunk on. I had the End of the World. Well, here, let's just recap.
Yep.
For the sake of our audience, do you want to go first of your top?
My best picks?
Yep, and then go your best and then your worst.
Okay, so starting at number 5, I had Love Stinks. Number 4, Killer Instinct. Number 3, Missing Persons. Number 2, Sister's Keeper. And then my favorite was Do Dreams Bleed. And your top 5?
No, go ahead.
Oh,
You do your
bottom 5?
You
Okay.
do your bottom 5 too.
And then, rounding out the bottom 5, number 5, Black Tickets. Number 4, End of the World. Number 3, No More Mr. Nice Guy. Number 2, The Bride Wore Red. And then finally, my worst pick, School Days.
School Days. Yeah. All right. My top 5. Number 5, I've got The End of the World. Number 4, I've got The Art of Death. Number 3, I've got Love Stinks. Number 2, I've got It's a Miserable Life. Number 1 is, of course, Sister's Keeper. And one of the only actual competent, feels like a Nightmare on Elm Street thing. Then now my bottom 5, these are my top, these are my 5 worst episodes. We've got number 5, No More Mr. Nice Guy. Number 4, Mother's Day. Number 3, Identity Crisis. Number 2, where the fuck is it? I went past it. The Bride Wore Red. That's right, because it was the same as yours. And then my number 1 least favorite episode is Do Dreams Bleed.
Yep.
Yeah. That was really the only one we debated on.
I'm glad. I think it's amazing.
I can't believe that they were exact opposites.
They were on opposite ends of the spectrum. And you know what? Some of these episodes shifted around because just for awareness, how I did this was I would watch one and I would just slot it in. But then as I watched the next episode, I would decide, is it better or worse than the ones that I've seen before? So they all kind of fell in as I watched them, right? But I will tell you that Do Dreams Bleed episode hit the top like as soon as I watched it and never moved.
Still don't. I listened to you talk about it. I still don't get why you like it. I still don't understand.
I don't either.
I have no idea. I don't know. I feel like you're gonna rewatch this back once I've inserted the clips and be like, I don't know that I was right.
I am not confident about any of the things that I've just said over the last 4 hours, though. So there you go.
So there you have it, folks. That is our top 5 best and worst of season 1. But before we go, we have a bonus. Now, we've already revealed, you said your favorite Freddy moment.
Yeah.
You like rapping.
The rapping Freddy.
Rapping Rodney.
Disc scratching Freddy. I got a few others, but that one's number 1.
So I have a few. So my number 1 is Guitar Freddy, because that to me is the epitome of Freddy's Nightmare.
They're both basically the same.
Oh, it's the same shit.
Yeah.
It's just so over the top. Right. It's just magic.
When you think of that compared to Nightmare on Elm Street, number 1.
It's not Elm Street 1. It's Elm Street 4. It's Elm Street 4 is what it is.
No, I know, but to go from this to this, like, how did we get there?
Right.
Yeah, how did that happen? Yeah.
Well, it happened. We went to this, and then we went to that, and then we went to this.
It didn't happen overnight, but it happened.
Yeah, right.
Yep.
So I've got a couple notable Freddy moments. You've written a few down as well.
Yep.
Just go back and forth. Yep. But so like we've already said this, but just quickly reiterate. Freddy's role on the show is interesting. I mean, you had that theory that he is the main antagonist of the show. I disagree with that. I think he's supposed to be a fourth wall breaking host.
Yep.
I think he's supposed to be the host of the show. He's clearly like a crypt keeper type character. And he shows up at the beginning of the episode, in the middle, and then at the end capper of the episode. And then there's those little bumpers that are like commercial breaks, but in those he doesn't talk. It's just like a still.
Yeah.
It's just like Freddy's Nightmares.
Yeah.
And then it fades, and then it comes back. It's just like, it's exactly. I didn't know that bumper was the word for that, but yeah, commercial bumper. But most of the time he's not actually in the show. Sometimes he does show up like mid-episode. Like it's not so when Freddy shows up, he's in like the dream world. They made like a little set for him. Yeah. It's like his little dream world set, and he's got like props, and he usually has a prop for the episode. Very rarely does he show up in the world of the episode. His cutbacks are usually like the Crypt Keeper's house. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But sometimes he is in the episode. Like he'll actually, for like one shot, show up or something. But that's how he functions in the show. So without further ado, let's get to some of our best and worst of or favorites of them. Sorry, no, we're not doing worst. These are actually things we like. Sorry.
Yeah.
Force a habit with Freddy's Nightmares. I'll go first here. No More Mr. Nice Guy, Dentist Freddy. Cool shot.
Yeah.
Cool shot. So it's like, whatever his name is, Tim, whatever.
Lieutenant Blocker?
Blocker.
Yeah.
So like the ending of Mr. Nice Guy is like, he goes to the dentist, and then it's like he falls asleep because they give him like the gas.
Yep.
And then he wakes, or in the dream, it's Freddy, and Freddy's now like his dentist, and he's got his glove turns into like dental drills.
They're
and things.
they're replaced by dental implements.
Yeah, and one of them is like a drill.
Yep.
And then you don't see what happens to Blocker, but you just see Freddy go like, and it's like, nee. That's cool.
Yeah.
Oh, those teens. I'm afraid they'll all have to go. You tell Freddy when it doesn't hurt. You're dead! Big deal!
Yeah, it feels like something that actually would be in an Elm Street movie.
Right, except that in an Elm Street movie, when they come in to find him, his mouth would be completely decimated.
Instead, I think he has like a single like drop of blood.
Well, they're led to believe that they just gave him too much gas.
Oh, is that what it was?
That's how he dies,
Oh,
right? So
yeah.
fair enough, but I do agree with that. I like that one.
Yeah, No More Mr. Nice Guy sucks shit. No one's defending No More Mr. Nice Guy. All right, to you, Mark. What do you got? In no particular order.
In Rebel Without a Car, Freddy sitting in a drawer wearing women's underwear on his head.
Oh, I remember this shot. Yeah.
Like,
panty raid, but he doesn't say that. Yeah, no, I don't even remember what he says.
No, I
do remember this shot. He like grabs a pair of panties and like.
And understand, I'm not saying that I necessarily like it, but I also captured ones where I'm just like,
what?
What?
Yeah.
Don't worry. Here at Corpus Rigor Mortis, we're always looking for new members. Boola boola.
So, yep.
Okay, I got from your fucking favorite episode, Do Dreams Bleed? There's actually a cool shot of like, it shows like a newspaper and it catches on fire, and then it transitions to the Freddy world. and Freddy like grabs, he has like an axe in his hands, and he's like, the chopper, talk about cut rate competition. And he like snaps the axe.
Yeah.
It's kind of funny.
It's decent.
It's decent.
Yep.
I like that. Yeah, this is a fun little moment.
The chopper! I hate cut rate competition.
Black Ticket, we already talked about Freddy as the bird and the cuckoo clock.
Yeah.
But there was also Freddy as a nightlight.
Yeah, yes. They actually built that prop.
Right.
Yeah, it's just random. Yeah, she like has a nightlight for her baby, and it's like it's Freddy's head.
Now it's Freddy. Yep.
That's got to exist. That has to be real. Like somebody made a
Somebody send us the
real one. No, I don't. I bet you that's please send it to us, and it will appear.
We'll put it on
the /cinema on the sacred /cinema podcast desk.
Yep.
Yeah. That has to be a real prop. Not prop. That had to be a real production thing.
Somebody had to have made that.
I mean, for the episode, they clearly made it. What I mean is, I bet you a real company made that as a thing. Like, that was probably real merchandise.
Yeah.
You know? If it is, I'll put it up on the screen right now.
Yeah.
It's probably on eBay for $300. In Freddy's Tricks and Treats, I was surprised neither one of us talked about this in either best or worst. This is, again, one of the few episodes where Freddy's actually the antagonist in the episode. There's two things that are cool. One, there's a Halloween 3 reference. So at one point, she gets a pumpkin mask stuck to her face, and she can't get it off. Tell me that wasn't the Halloween 3 reference. It's literally, it looks very similar to the pumpkin mask in Halloween 3 too. And she's like trying to pull it off and it won't come off. Maybe I'm reading too much. I don't know.
You wanted it to be true.
I know.
Yeah.
I really do. And then at the ending, Freddy appears, one of the very few Freddy effects in the show. He appears on a TV and then like he starts controlling the wires attached to the television, and then the wires form a claw and they snake along the ground and then go after the girl. That was a cool effect.
Pretty good.
That is a Nightmare on Elm Street effect.
Hey, babe. More power to you.
That's something Freddy would do. Creative.
Yeah.
Again, if they just gave these people some fucking money to work with, they could have done more of these, you know? That was a cool effect. I liked it. And it's like, I could totally see that being in any one of these movies. Like, you know, when Freddy kills the girl in 3, where he's TV Freddy, it's like, I could have seen them doing that where the wires come out of the TV and grabbed her and then lifted her up with all the wires.
Right.
Like, that's a Freddy effect.
Yep.
You know, it's good. Yeah.
Love Stinks, Freddy waxing a surfboard.
Yes. Yeah, why not?
Yep.
Yeah. That's like at the ending, I think. I think that's the end, the epilogue little thing. Identity Crisis. This is one of the few times Freddy's actually interacting in the episode. Do you have this?
I think I might have the same
Yeah,
one.
so Freddy is in a microwave. This is great. So it's just like, I don't remember what's happening, but there's like, all of a sudden it cuts to like the microwave and Freddy's inside like sitting in it. And it's like, they clearly did like an effect that green screened him in, right? They composited him in. And then all of a sudden the microwave turns on and he like starts getting electrocuted and then he just blows up. He just explodes. And I was like,
Buddy Boy's a bit behind the times, but I'm about to give him a little food for thought.
that was good.
It's going on the list.
That was a good one. I like that. That's fun. That's the kind of tongue-in-cheek shit I want, you know?
I have a few from Missing Persons.
Go for it. What do you got?
Freddy creates a cursed potato chip with his mouth for the babysitter model to eat.
I don't remember this.
Yeah. Freddy also roasts on a spit.
I remember that. Yeah, I remember that.
And Freddy's a cop writing flaming tickets.
I think I vaguely remember this as well. And it's funny. I have Missing Persons, Traffic Cop Freddy. Yes, the Traffic Cop Freddy, where he's actually in a traffic cop outfit.
Yep.
It's fun.
Remember,
The life you say may be your own.
You know what? I know you don't like MTV, Freddy. Dude, Freddy in funny things can be fun.
I don't mind MTV Freddy when they just go MTV Freddy.
That's why you don't mind part 6 as much as I hate it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Because 6 is just like, fuck it.
Yep.
Power Glove Freddy, man. Like, whatever fuck. Like,
just go for it.
Who cares, right?
Yep.
This isn't a crazy cool thing, but I got Killer Instinct. There's a neat little shot where Freddy, he's inside a laundry basket, and then his claw comes through the laundry basket. Again, one of the few times he interacts in the episode, and he rips open the laundry basket. He actually uses the claw and tears through it, and then he like peeks out through the sheet. That was a cool little effect. I appreciate the fact that he would have actually had to use that claw prop to slice that open. It wasn't pre-scored. He actually had to slice the fabric. Right. So I'm like, that's cool. It's a good bit of blocking. You know, they actually would have had to have rehearsed that a few times and gotten it. So that's good. I have a few more.
I'm trying to figure out which episode it was from. Was there one called Freddy something? Was there an episode?
Okay, so I think Beefy Boy made a mistake.
Okay.
So the episode is actually called Light at the End of the Tunnel.
Okay.
But on the Blu-ray, he titled it Freddy something, but that's not actually the episode title. That's the episode of the fake sitcom intro.
Oh, okay.
Which is what you're about to talk about, I'm guessing, right? When he kills the sitcom family?
I was just going to say he's eaten by an alligator in the sewer.
Oh, that happens, yeah.
And Freddy the Poet.
I don't remember that.
Yeah.
He crushes a skull or something? I don't remember this. I was talking about the intro. So the intro to that episode is amazing. So it starts off and it's like, it breaks the format of the show. So it starts off and it's a fake intro to the show where it's like a sitcom family and it's like father knows best. And Freddy's sitting watching TV and he's like, oh, this is crap. And then he's like, I know how I can improve this. Yep. And he like is interacting with the show, but like somehow, and he kills the father and he like kills the mother. And then he shoots an arrow through the dog's head.
I said, killing the sitcom family, even the dog.
Yeah, he like killed the dog, just like, Burr! And then all of a sudden the title comes up on the screen and it's like some shitty title. And I think it's supposed to be like Freddy's own sitcom and it says Freddy something.
Okay.
Yeah, that's why I don't think that's the actual name of the episode. I think that was a mistake on the Beefy Boy Blu-ray. Right. Still buy these. They're still.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
It doesn't ruin anything.
It tells you everything you need to know about the series that I did not have. I didn't question that was the name of the episode.
Yeah. Back to me. Saturday Night Special, Freddy Eats the Building. Do you remember that effect?
Yeah.
He like comes up behind the building and they did a pretty good job comping him in.
Yeah.
And then he just like slurps up the building and like eats it. I thought that was a neat little effect. I mean, it's nothing crazy. It's not groundbreaking, but it was cool. Yeah, I liked it.
That's all I have.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have one more. I got The Art of Death, Painter Freddy. It's just like a shot where he's holding like, what are those called?
The palette.
The palette. And there's like an easel in front of him and he's just like painting something.
Did he have a beret on as well?
Yeah, I think he has a beret and then he has a shitty one. Most of these are like he shows up and says like a pun and this one's like, looks like Jack painted himself into a corner. Yeah. Awesome.
Yep.
And then I've got a few title cards for the bumpers. Some ones of note. You've already mentioned the Cuckoo Clock one. At some point, I don't know when this happened, but I just happened to notice at some point the editor for this show just started having fun.
Yep.
And whoever was the editor for the bumper little commercial breaks, most of the time it would just be a still image or like maybe 2 seconds of slow-mo and then it would say Freddy's Nightmares. But sometimes, you know what I'm referring to?
I don't know.
Sometimes they would alter what you've already seen. So they'd show you a shot, but then all of a sudden, like, Freddy would come into the shot. Like, it's like the editor would manipulate the images so that the bumper would do something that wasn't actually in the episode.
Right.
So I've got a couple ones of notes. In Missing Persons, when the guy goes to, when he's like, you're going to go to jail now. And he opens the cell and it's like some creepy like cellmate. Do you remember this? He's got like sores on his face. It's like some creepy big fat guy. And he's like, hey, hello, cellmate. And then when they do the bumper, it shows the cellmate, and then his face swaps, and it's Freddy all of a sudden. Yeah, that's fucking amazing. Or actually, it might have been reversed. It might have been that it shows Freddy, and then all of a sudden Freddy's face turns into the creepy guy's face. I don't remember, but again, the editor just started having a ball.
He's like, no one's watching this.
And some of this is gold. In the same, it also in Missing Persons. You remember, like, a big thing in Missing Persons is like the guy's driving in the getaway. One of the bumpers is just like, it's so poorly comped, but like Freddy's like, he's all of a sudden riding shotgun with the guy driving. Yeah. It's like such a shitty looking. It's like so badly. It looks like a terrible. Yeah, it looks like a terrible like Photoshop. What else do I got here? I believe it's also in Missing Persons that they do a face swap because there's like a hitman in that one in Missing Persons. Yes, right? Because that's they also do a face swap with him, I believe, as well, where it's like Freddy goes on his face or he goes on Freddy's face. Like the editor was just having a ball with this one. In Light at the End of the Tunnel, aka Freddy something, there's a goofy cutout where like Dick Miller's standing there, and then like Freddy's just like awkwardly standing beside him at the bumper. Did you catch this one? Yeah, it just looks so shitty. It's like bad Photoshop. And then in Love Stinks, they also do a face swap for Jeffrey Combs. One of them does a face swap. Yeah. Again, I can't remember which is which. I think it's usually Freddy goes on their face or they go on his face. But yeah, at some point, the editor of this show was basically just like, fuck it, I'm having fun.
I'm done with this.
Yeah, like let's just do some stupid shit. And
they can't
bless
fire
you
me.
for doing that.
Yeah.
Bless you for doing that because it added just that extra little bit of like humor to it.
Right.
It worked. It puts a smile on
I
your
can tell
face.
you that here we are 30 years later talking about your awesome work.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it took a while, but you are appreciated.
You're now getting the credit you
Yep.
finally deserve
Yep.
on this tiny small subscriber, no one watches YouTube channel. Yeah, you're finally getting your flowers for the tens of people that listen to us and watch this program. Yeah. For you. We're done, buddy. Holy shit. That was a lot.
Yep.
That was a lot. This isn't going to be a super long marathon episode, though, I think, because we had a lot of the same episodes.
We didn't know what to expect, but yeah.
Are you excited to watch season 2? Like, at all?
No.
Really? Not even like knowing, like, see, I see now that I know what this is.
Yeah.
I'm going in being like, okay, time to make notes of what's funny.
Yeah.
Because I'm not like, you ain't getting any serious shit out of this. So it's,
my only hope is that maybe in the second season they kind of figured out some of the problems from the first season. So you've seen some of it, right?
No.
Okay, so we haven't watched any of them yet.
I haven't seen any of season 2.
Yeah.
I have read.
Yeah.
So I've read that according to what I read from fans, the second season. So you know how like in the first season, some of the episodes had a sequel episode where it was like, okay, the pilot connected to Sister's Keeper and I don't know, like the Miserable Life connected to the Love Stinks Cheesy Boy episode. Like some of them connected. Apparently in season 2, almost all the episodes have a sister episode. So almost every episode has a sequel episode. That actually concerns me.
Maybe that's good.
Because a big
Probably
problem
not.
with this show is that the plot isn't sustainable for 45 minutes.
Yeah.
So my fear of like, oh, now you have 90 minutes to work with.
Yeah.
That could be a huge problem.
Yeah.
So I want to watch it to say I've watched it. I don't regret, like, I'm happy we're doing this. It's great. You know, we can definitively say we've added, we checked this off your list.
Right.
You know, you add it to your punch card of horror guru, you know, club member, whatever you want to call it, you know.
But this one's work.
This one's hard.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I want to, I didn't talk to you about this, but after seeing you kill yourself for this, I know how much that you guys don't know, but Mark was like, it was killing Mark trying to get through this. We're going to take a break, buddy. The next video is not going to be season 2. We're going to do, I have an idea for the next 2 episodes.
Okay.
They're going to be a little bit lighter.
All right.
A little bit lighter,
Okay.
buddy. Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm not going to say what.
Yeah.
You know, but I'll say that I think after the marathon run that this was, that we both need a little bit of an easier load. So we're going to go back to the film franchises after this episode. We will return to season 2 a year from now.
Maybe.
We'll see. Yep. No, we will return, but it's not going to be anytime soon. Maybe in the fall or something. Because this is going to take like 2 months to watch season 2. So
I'm interested to know if this girl on the front is actually in an episode, or if that's just some image.
I always wondered that too.
Who is
this
that?
artwork, I have no idea. It's cool looking custom artwork. I just don't know what it's from.
Right.
Like,
is it supposed to be from something, or did he just add it? Either way,
I mean, it looks cool. It just looks like a hot 80s chick.
It looks kind of like Madonna.
It's kind of sexual,
but
yeah,
it is.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe it's referencing fucking the one episode. You know, neither one of us had safe sex.
Yeah.
I thought one of us might have had that one. It's not great, but it's a cool name for an episode. Yeah. It's one of the it's also one of the like uncut episodes on the bonus disc too. So but yeah, we will return. As they say, you just can't keep a good podcast down.